as Zeke returned to his home. Eager to share the details of his duel with his mentor Maximilian, he found the house empty. He searched the rooms and called out his mentor's name, but there was no answer. He waited for what felt like an eternity, pacing the floors and reliving the events of the duel in his head before Maximilian finally returned. Zeke rushed over to his mentor, ready to pour out the story of his victory, but the old man stopped him with a wave of his hand. "I already know, my boy," he said, his eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement. Zeke was flabbergasted. "What? How can you know?" he asked. Maximilian smiled, a hint of a mischievous gleam in his eye. "I may be old, but I can still sneak around when I want to. I disguised myself as a student and snuck into the arena to watch the duel." Zeke couldn't help but burst out laughing at the image of his rotund teacher trying to act like a teenager. The idea of this proud and dignified old man sneaking around like a youth was too much to take. He laughed until his sides ached, feeling a deep sense of camaraderie with the old man who had become like a grandfather to him. Maximilian grinned and patted him on the back. "Don't you dare tell anyone about this, understand? My reputation is at stake." Zeke nodded, wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes. "I won't breathe a word of it, I promise," he said, still chortling. Zeke and Maximilian quickly delved into a discussion about the duel. Maximilian praised Zeke for his ability to control the discourse before the fight, turning the crowd against Martin and making him appear as a liar and a fool. However, there was not much to say about the actual fight. Maximilian's expression turned to disappointment as they discussed Martin's poor display, and how the fight had ended quickly and decisively in Zeke's favor. "It is likely that the Feuerkrantz family did not teach him anything," said Maximilian with a sigh. "They probably only symbolically invited him into the family without providing any of the benefits such as training or resources." He looked at Zeke with a mix of sorrow and admiration. "You might have been a bit harsh with your last attack," he added. As the reality of Maximilian's words settled in, Zeke began to feel a twinge of guilt for the way he had humiliated and defeated Martin. He knew that he had applied the precise amount of force necessary to incapacitate his opponent, thanks to his mastery of perfect body control. But he had also thought that Martin would have access to the resources of the Feuerkrantz family to help him recover swiftly. It seemed that he had underestimated the extent of Martin's disadvantage, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had gone too far with his final attack, crushing Martin's sternum and leaving him incapacitated. As the feelings of guilt intensified, Zeke thought about all the times that Martin had worked against him and the plan he had devised to humiliate him in the duel. He thought about all the moments Martin had tried to demean and belittle him, and how he had been seeking revenge. The guilt lessened significantly in the face of this realization, and he was filled with a sense of righteous anger towards Martin. But all those thoughts were blown away when he remembered what had happened after the fight. With a hint of excitement in his voice, Zeke told Maximilian the piece of good news he had kept secret until now. "When I blocked all those spells with my spatial barrier, I felt a pressure from my space core. I'm pretty sure my space core is ready to evolve," he said. Maximilian placed his hand on Zeke's chest and confirmed his suspicion. The apprentice's space core was indeed ready to be evolved. "I am a little surprised by the speed of your growth," he said thoughtfully, "but now that I think about it, the most talented youngsters all go through spell engraving over their summer break. The end of the semester is only a month away now." Zeke was taken aback by Maximilian's words. He had only been at the academy for a little over 4 months now. How could the semester already be over? Maximilian explained to him that a semester at the academy was only 5 months, followed by a month of summer break. "And don't forget," he said, "at the end of the semester there's always a big exam to measure if the students are making progress. And at the end of the year, there is the class advancement exam. All the students who don't make it have to either repeat the year or risk getting expelled after having to repeat more than 3 times. As the thoughts of the upcoming exams filled his mind, Zeke felt a knot of nervousness form in his stomach. He turned to Maximilian. "Will the test be hard?" he asked, his voice betraying his apprehension. Maximilian laughed. "Don't worry, my boy," he said. "You'll only be tested on general magical knowledge as well as your 3 affinities. Since the classes on blood, space, and mind magic are severely limited in what they teach, the tests on those subjects will be easy as well." Hearing this, Zeke felt a sense of relief wash over him. The knot in his stomach untied itself, and he felt the tension leave his body. The words of his mentor, who had always been a guide and support for him, filled him with a sense of confidence, and he knew that he could pass the exams with ease. With a twinkle in his eye, Maximilian teased Zeke by saying, "What you should really be afraid of is the question on how to spend the long summer break." Zeke laughed, understanding the jest, and replied, "I want to visit my home and my parents. I miss my little sister." He continued with a hint of excitement, "I also need to tell my parents that I have been adopted into the von Hohenheim family and that we are technically all nobles now." Maximilian listened to Zeke's plans, nodding in agreement. "It is good that you want to see your family," he said, "but summer break is also a time when students go on longer missions away from the capital to gain real-life experience. You should not spend all your time relaxing with your parents but also go out and explore." Zeke considered this and realized that his mentor was right. He nodded, "You're right, I will do that. My parents would surely be happy if I could stay home for a week, but the rest of the summer break can be spent adventuring." Maximilian smiled, pleased with his apprentice's willingness to learn and grow. "That's the spirit," he said. "Go out and experience new things, meet new people, and discover new places. That is how you will grow the fastest as a mage." Maximilian turned to Zeke. "We won't have to hurry as much this time," he said. "But I still want you to engrave your space affinity core before summer break. It wouldn't be a good idea to leave the core unevolved over the summer break." Zeke agreed wholeheartedly, remembering the pain he had gone through after not evolving his blood core for too long. He knew the importance of evolving his core in time, and he also remembered the benefits of it, the power it gave him. With determination, he added, "Luckily, my perfect spatial awareness spell is coming along nicely, and I have no doubt that I could master it in no time at all if I focused on it." He knew that mastering this spell would bring him closer to evolving his core, and he was eager to do it. Maximilian, seeing how motivated Zeke was, decided to put even more oil on the fire. "If we manage to evolve the core early, I can start teaching you the spell for your mind magic. That way, you can continue to practice your mind magic spell over the summer break." Hearing this, Zeke was even more determined to master his space magic spell as soon as possible. The thought of being able to learn and practice a new spell over the summer break was exciting, and he knew that it would bring him closer to his goal of becoming a powerful mage. But before he could get started on his plans, there was a knock on the door. The butler stepped into the room a while later and told Maximilian that the little Miss Wintenzer had arrived and was waiting downstairs. Zeke was confused since he didn't know who that was. Maximilian responded to the butler's announcement, "Bring her up then." Zeke looked at Maximilian, confused by the sudden arrival of this unknown girl. But the old man just smiled enigmatically, not offering any explanation. A few seconds later, the door was kicked open, and a petite young woman flew into the room, landing proudly in front of Maximilian. "I have arrived," she declared, hands on hips and chest puffed out in pride. Zeke simply stared at her, unable to process this unexpected situation. But Maximilian started clapping, as if he had just seen something truly amazing. The scene in front of him confused Zeke greatly. He looked from Maximilian to the small girl and finally asked, "Old man, who is she?" Maximilian looked at him in astonishment. "You don't know who she is?" Zeke studied the girl more closely. She had a pretty face, with big innocent eyes and a cute nose. Her mouth seemed to be in a perpetual, cat-like smirk, and she had a surprisingly curvy figure for her tiny stature. She looked back at Ezekiel as he looked her up and down, a knowing smirk on her face. Ezekiel had the feeling that he had seen her before, but he couldn't remember where. After Ezekiel looked at the girl for a while, he made an expression of realization and said confidently, "Is this the woman of my dreams?" Maximilian was flabbergasted by Ezekiel's nonsense, and without replying, he smacked the boy across the head. Undeterred, Ezekiel blurted out a different answer, "Is she my new mommy?" Maximilian wanted to hit the boy again, but then he realized that Zeke was just messing with him. Maximilian cleared his throat and began to explain the girl's identity. "This young lady is Viola Wintenzer, a prodigy in wind magic and one of the most talented students at the academy. She is a second-year student, and she's also the granddaughter of Duke Wintenzer, one of the most powerful and influential noble in the kingdom and the headmaster of this academy. I have taken her under my wing as my personal assistant. She's here to observe and assist in your training, as well as to help you, Ezekiel." He gave a small smile. I believe that having her as a partner in your training will push you to new heights and help you reach your full potential. As Maximilian introduced her, Viola grew even more proud and self-assured. She looked at Ezekiel with a gaze that seemed to be waiting for praise, but when she heard no words of admiration from him, her expression faltered. She let out a small pout and crossed her arms over her chest. "You're such an ungrateful bastard," she said, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. "A lot of people would give their right arm to be able to train with me." Viola quickly turned to Maximilian, her demeanor shifting to one of vulnerability and accusation. "Grandpa, he's bullying me," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know what I've done to deserve this kind of treatment, but it's not fair. You have to do something about it." Maximilian looked at Ezekiel, who shook his head in disbelief. "I have not done anything of that sort," he said, his voice firm. "Grandpa, please don't believe him. He's just trying to cover up his actions," Viola said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I just want justice. I want you to do something about this." Viola's expression softened at Maximilian's laughter, a hint of a playful grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Fine, fine," she relented, rolling her eyes playfully. "But you can't blame me for trying, can you?" Maximilian chuckled in response, shaking his head. "And don't even think about calling me Grandpa," he warned, wagging a finger in mock admonishment. "Your real grandfather would have my head if he knew." Viola let out a theatrical sigh, pouting for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. "Well, I suppose I'll just have to find a new nickname for you then," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "But enough about that. What are we going to do for training?" Maximilian leaned back in his chair, considering her question for a moment. "Well, first things first, we'll start tomorrow," he said, reaching out to pat her on the shoulder. "But for now, why don't you two spend some time getting to know each other? It's not every day that we have such a charming guest." Viola beamed at the compliment, a pink flush rising to her cheeks. "Sounds like a plan," she said, her excitement palpable. "I can't wait to see what kind of training you two have been up to. My grandpa told me that you are an absolute genius when it comes to teaching spells." Maximilian gave her a small smile, proud of being recognized for his talents. "That's right, I bet you'll be impressed," he said, "but for now I have to go. I still need to prepare a lot for tomorrow's training." And with those words he left the two of them alone. Ezekiel looked over at Viola. She waved goodbye to Maximilian, and then also turned to look at him. They both stared at each other in silence. And Zeke had no idea what to talk to her about now that Maximilian was gone. Viola Wintenzer stood before Ezekiel. Her big innocent eyes trained on him with a curious glint. Her mouth was fixed in a perpetual cat-like smirk, as if she was privy to some private joke. Ezekiel couldn't help but feel a flutter of unease as she continued to stare at him, her gaze intense and unyielding. It had been a while since Ezekiel had spoken to anyone other than his mentor Maximilian, and the sudden social interaction with Viola made him feel awkward and out of place. He didn't know what to say, and he could feel his palms beginning to sweat. But Viola, it seemed, was not content to let the silence linger. With a graceful motion, she extended her hand towards Ezekiel, and in an airy, melodic voice said, "Viola Wintenzer, nice to meet Cha." Ezekiel, caught off guard, hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take her hand. He introduced himself, stammering slightly as he did so. Viola's grip was firm, her hand cool to the touch. "I've heard a lot about you, Ezekiel," she said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "I was curious to meet the tri-affinity mage everyone's been talking about." Ezekiel felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks, unsure of how to respond. But Viola seemed to sense his discomfort and quickly released his hand, her smile widening. "Don't be shy, Zeke," she said with a chuckle. "My grandpa always says, we're all here to learn and grow, and who knows, maybe we can even help each other out." Ezekiel felt himself relax, and he found himself smiling back at Viola. There was something about her that put him at ease, and he found himself looking forward to getting to know her better. Ezekiel had always been particular about how people addressed him. He preferred for people to call him by his full name. Ezekiel didn't like it when strangers used his nickname, Zeke. But when Viola said his nickname, it sounded natural, almost like it was meant to be. He found himself not minding it coming from her. Viola had a certain charm about her, a quality that made it impossible for people not to like her. She seemed to have the ability to worm her way into people's lives, and Ezekiel found himself no exception. He couldn't help but be drawn to her, her easygoing nature and friendly demeanor making it hard not to be charmed by her. As they spoke, Ezekiel found himself opening up to her more than he usually would with a stranger. He found her easy to talk to, and her genuine interest in him and his abilities made him feel valued and appreciated. The more he got to know her, the more he realized that Viola was a force to be reckoned with, not only in terms of her magical abilities, but also in terms of her character. Viola had a way of making Ezekiel feel like he was the most interesting person in the world. As they sat together, she peppered him with questions, her big innocent eyes fixed on him with a look of genuine interest. She asked about his background, where he grew up, and about his life so far at the academy. Ezekiel found himself opening up to her, sharing things he had never shared with anyone before. He told her about his small farming village, about the struggles he had faced coming to the academy and learning about his affinity, and about the bullying he had experienced at the academy. As he spoke, Ezekiel noticed a flicker of understanding in Viola's eyes, as if she truly understood what he was going through. She asked him about his goals, his aspirations, and how he was planning to achieve them. As they spoke, Ezekiel realized that Viola's interest was not just idle curiosity, but a genuine desire to know him better. He found her eagerness to know him endearing, and it made him feel valued and appreciated. There was a sense of understanding and acceptance in the way Viola listened to him, the same understanding and acceptance he once felt with Lily. Ezekiel had always treasured his friendship with Lily. It was one of the few constants in his life during his tumultuous childhood years. They understood each other, and they had a connection that he had never found with anyone else. But that all changed when he came to Elementium, and Lily refused to be friends with him anymore. It was a huge blow for him, and it left a void in his life. But with Viola, he felt like he had found a piece of that connection again. The way she listened to him, the way she seemed to truly understand him, it was like nothing he had experienced since losing Lily's friendship. As the two of them talked about their lives, Ezekiel felt like a weight was lifting off of his shoulders. He felt like he was finally being seen for who he was, and not just for his abilities or shortcomings. With Viola, he felt like he was finally beginning to heal the wounds left by Lily's rejection. Ezekiel was in the middle of telling a story to Viola, one of the many mischievous moments he shared with his childhood friends Marcus and Lily. He was describing how they had tricked Martin and his friends into believing that pigs evolved into ogres when they grew up, and how Martin had then tried to kill all the pigs in the village when they were 9 years old. By this point in the story, Viola was laughing so hard that she would mix up her laughter with weird snorting noises to breathe through her laughter. It would have been a creepy scene with anybody else, but it somehow looked endearing when Viola did it. Ezekiel was in the middle of describing how Marcus had helped him to stop Martin when Maximilian interjected. "It's about time to go home," said Maximilian, his voice stern. Viola and Ezekiel both looked at Maximilian, bewildered. But a quick glance out the window revealed that it was well past dark, the stars shining bright in the sky. Viola, flustered by how late it was, quickly said her goodbyes to Ezekiel. She opened the window, and before Ezekiel could react, she jumped out, leaving him staring after her in shock, before remembering that she was a wind mage. He turned to Maximilian, expecting a reprimand for having lost track of time. But to his surprise, Maximilian's face was etched with a small smile. "I'm glad you could get along with her," said Maximilian. "Viola is the granddaughter of one of my best friends, Victor Wintenzer. It would be great if the two of you could be friends." Ezekiel felt a flicker of surprise. He had not known that there was a connection between Maximilian and Viola. He couldn't help but wonder why Maximilian never mentioned it before. "She seems like a nice person," Ezekiel said, his voice hesitant. Maximilian nodded. "She is," he said, his voice full of fondness. "And she's a prodigy in wind magic. I'm sure the two of you could learn a lot from each other." He realized that Maximilian's view of his friendship with Viola was different from what he had expected. Instead of scolding him, Maximilian seemed to be happy about it. He felt grateful for Maximilian's guidance and support in his life, and he was looking forward to seeing more of Viola in the future. "I'll make sure to keep in touch with her," Ezekiel said with a smile. "I'm sure you will," Maximilian said with a twinkle in his eye. Viola is not one to be easily forgotten. But after remembering that Zeke had wasted half the day, Maximilian's expression grew serious. "It's time for our theory studies," he said, his voice firm. "We can't afford to slack off now with the midterm exam less than a month away." Ezekiel knew that Maximilian was right. He couldn't let himself get distracted by anything, especially with the important exam coming up. He nodded, agreeing to the studies. Maximilian led the way to their study area, and they began their lesson. The hours flew by as they delved into the intricacies of magic theory, discussing everything from spell creation to energy manipulation. Ezekiel found himself fully engaged in the lesson. Maximilian's teachings always captivating him. Maximilian was a strict but knowledgeable teacher, and Ezekiel was determined to do his best in the upcoming exam. The night grew late, and Ezekiel's eyes grew heavy, but Maximilian was relentless, pushing him to continue until he was satisfied with Ezekiel's understanding of the material. Finally, Maximilian declared that they were done for the night, and Ezekiel felt a sense of accomplishment. The study session had been intense, but he had learned a lot, and he felt a little more prepared for the upcoming exam. "We'll pick this up again tomorrow," Maximilian said as he gathered his books. "Don't forget to get enough sleep as well." Ezekiel agreed with the sentiment and went to bed, but it was a short night, as he had to get up before dawn for his morning training. As the morning light crept through his window, Ezekiel groggily got dressed and made his way to the training grounds. The morning routine was rigorous and intense, focusing on honing his physical abilities. As the day went on, Ezekiel found himself looking forward to the afternoon. He had heard from Maximilian that Viola would be helping him with his training for the first time. When she arrived, Maximilian explained that, in order for him to train his perfect spatial awareness, he would have his eyes closed, and she would fly around him and hit him with a stick. He was supposed to block her attacks with his own stick, which he managed to do most of the time, but every time he felt confident in blocking her, she would speed up the exercise, catching him off guard. Ezekiel found himself grumbling about her methods, and she seemed to take pleasure in it, giggling at his frustration. He couldn't help but feel a little irritated, but he knew that her way of training was efficient and would help him improve. He was determined to get better, and that meant putting up with her teasing. He pushed through the training session, his body aching and sweat pouring down his face. But by the end of it, he felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him, knowing that he had made progress thanks to Viola's help. He thanked her for her help, and she smiled and said, "I'll be back tomorrow to beat you up again," with a grin. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at her comment, but also couldn't deny that he was looking forward to the next training session. Ezekiel and Viola found themselves sitting together on the grass, chatting about magic and life. Ezekiel was fascinated by Viola's insights and knowledge, and she was equally interested in hearing about his experiences and perspectives. They would talk about different magic disciplines and the different training methods. She also shared her own personal experiences. Viola began to tell him about how she and her grandfather had flown to the west of the kingdom and explored the ancient forest there over the last summer break. Ezekiel listened with rapt attention, envious of her experiences and the freedom to explore the world beyond the capital city. He told her that it sounded amazing and that he had never been further away from home than here in the capital. Viola, sensing his longing, asked him if he wanted to come with her to explore over this summer break. Ezekiel didn't hesitate, immediately agreeing to the offer. They began to make plans, discussing where they should go and what they should see. Viola told him about the many wonders of the ancient forest, from the ancient ruins hidden deep within to the majestic waterfalls that cascaded down the cliffs. Ezekiel couldn't help but feel excited about the opportunity to explore the world beyond the city, and to experience it with Viola by his side. As time flew by, they would soon realize that it was time for dinner and that Viola would need to head home. Despite the brief time they spent together, Ezekiel found himself looking forward to their next training session and the conversations that would follow. This routine of training and chatting would repeat every day for 2 weeks. And as the day of the midterm exams approached, he had finally reached the point where he was ready to evolve his space core, a major step in his journey to becoming a powerful mage. Maximilian stood before Zeke, with a stern expression on his face. "Zeke, you have been studying the perfect spatial awareness spell for months now. It is time to see if you have truly mastered it." Ezekiel nodded, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and fear. He had worked hard to master this spell, but he knew that the test would be difficult. "I will blindfold you," said Maximilian, and then I will send dozens of small fireballs at you. Your task is to deflect them all without being hit, using only your perfect spatial awareness." Ezekiel took a deep breath and allowed Maximilian to blindfold him. He could hear the sound of fire crackling and knew that Maximilian was preparing the fireballs. He reached out with his mind, feeling the surrounding space. He could sense the fireballs, each one a bright, hot point in his awareness. Maximilian began to release the fireballs, and Ezekiel was suddenly enveloped in a barrage of heat and light. He moved swiftly and confidently, deflecting each fireball with a wave of his staff. He could feel the heat of the fireballs as they passed close to him, but he did not falter. The test seemed to go on forever, but finally it was over. Maximilian removed the blindfold, and Ezekiel opened his eyes to see that he had successfully deflected every fireball without a single hit. Maximilian looked at Zeke with satisfaction. "You have truly mastered the perfect spatial awareness spell. It's time to engrave it onto your core." Ezekiel nodded, trying to hide the fear that was creeping up on him. He had gone through the process of spell engraving before, and it had been agony. He didn't think he could bear that level of pain again. Maximilian led Ezekiel to the engraving room, a small chamber lined with intricate runes and a circle of mirrors pointing inward. "I know you're afraid," said Maximilian. "But trust me, the process will be far less painful than it was the last time." Ezekiel took a deep breath and sat down in the engraving circle. Maximilian began the process, and to Ezekiel's surprise, he realized that the pain was only mild discomfort compared to the complete agony he had endured the last time. Thanks to his perfect body control, he could feel the spell being engraved into his core, each rune burning bright before fading away. The entire process took no longer than 45 minutes. "Thank you," he said, "for everything." Maximilian smiled. "You're welcome, Zeke. You've come a long way, and I'm proud of you. With the perfect spatial awareness spell engraved on your core, you will be able to accomplish great things. Now, let's see you put it to use." With the perfect spatial awareness spell now engraved on his core, Zeke felt a newfound sense of power and control. He closed his eyes and focused, reaching out with his mind to sense the surrounding space. The effect of the spell was many times stronger than before it was engraved. Zeke could feel every tiny piece of dust in an area around him, stretching out about 2 meters in all directions. It was like having an extra sense, one that allowed him to perceive the world in a new and profound way. He marveled in the feeling of absolute awareness for a moment, and realized that this effect seems to be always available to him now. No need to cast the spell at all, it was just a part of him. With this spell, he knew that he would be able to navigate his surroundings with precision, avoid obstacles without seeing them, and react to threats before they even had a chance to manifest. Just as he was beginning to truly appreciate the full extent of his new abilities, Maximilian spoke up. "Zeke, it's time for your surprise," said Maximilian. Zeke was confused. Maximilian had not brought anything with him into the room. He didn't know what kind of surprise his mentor could have for him. But then, Maximilian stepped into his 2-meter awareness range, and Zeke suddenly realized what the surprise was. After Maximilian had stepped into the range of Zeke's spatial awareness, Zeke could sense every part of Maximilian's body just as he could with his own. The synergy between the two spells' perfect body control and perfect spatial awareness was truly marvelous. The perfect body control gave him a deep understanding of how every tiny part of the body worked, while perfect spatial awareness gave him the ability to have perfect vision of everything around him. With these two abilities working together, Zeke could see the exact way someone else cast a spell. He could see the flow of magic through their body, the way their muscles moved, and the way the spell manifested itself. He could see the intricate patterns of magic that made up the spell and understand its structure in a way that no one else could. He felt a sense of excitement and wonder as he gazed upon his mentor, who was casting spells for Zeke's benefit. He could see the way Maximilian was able to amplify the effects of each spell, how he was able to combine their powers to achieve things that Zeke had not known were possible. Zeke realized that with this newfound understanding, he would be able to improve his own spell casting, to develop new and more powerful spells, and to take his place among the great mages of history. He could finally understand what Maximilian had been talking about all those months ago, when he had said that they would revolutionize the very concept of magic theory. As Zeke gazed upon his mentor, the true magnitude of the gift Maximilian had given him hit him like a wave. His eyes got teary, and he couldn't help but be filled with gratitude towards his mentor. He realized that the techniques that Maximilian imparted to him was truly a huge present, something that would change his life forever. Maximilian said nothing and simply put his hand on Zeke's shoulder, his gaze warm and understanding. He didn't need to say anything, both of them understood the other's feelings. In that moment, all words seemed unnecessary. The emotions and gratitude were clear enough. Zeke couldn't help but feel humbled by the gesture. He knew that the techniques he had been given were ones that nobody else in the history of magic had ever had the privilege of learning, and it would take him to new heights that he had never before dreamed possible. After a while, Zeke cleared his throat and wiped the hint of tears from his eyes. He turned to Maximilian, who stood with his hand still resting on his shoulder. "Maximilian," Zeke began, "what could the third part of the Trinity Project possibly be? What you've already shown me is enough to revolutionize the magic society." Maximilian's face split into a sly smile. "The third spell, my dear Zeke, the mind spell, might just be the most important of the three." Zeke listened intently as Maximilian explained the third spell in the Trinity Project to him. "It is called perfect sensory recall, truly one of my best inventions so far. It is a combination of 3 mind magic spells," Maximilian began. "It is based on the spells record and recall, sensory isolation, and language comprehension." Maximilian went on to describe how those 3 spells worked. The record and recall spell allows the caster to record everything that he perceives for as long as the spell is channeled. The content can then be later recalled in perfect clarity. He then added, "The downside to this spell is that it costs a lot of mana and can therefore only be used for a short duration." The sensory isolation spell, on the other hand, allows a mind mage to turn off one of their senses. This can be very useful to protect against sound-based attacks or to avoid a horrible stench when exploring a swamp, but the downside is that the weakness of a missing sense can be exploited, Maximilian said. Maximilian went on to explain the last spell. "The language comprehension has a misleading name." He said it doesn't let you magically comprehend a language, but it searches your brain for any knowledge that you have about what is said. It uses similar sounding words in other languages, repeating patterns, and body language to understand what is being said. The longer this spell is channeled, the more of the spoken language the caster will understand. He tried to explain it further by saying, "It works like a really intelligent child, soaking up all the information available like a sponge to learn the new language in record time. This spell uses almost no mana, but it puts an extreme amount of stress on the brain if it is channeled for long durations." Zeke listened with great interest. He could already think of many practical applications for this spell, from traveling to new countries to negotiating with people of other languages. Maximilian turned to Zeke, a twinkle in his eye. "Can you tell me, Zeke, what you think the spell Perfect Sensory Recall does, based on the knowledge of the 3 spells it is based on?" Zeke thought for a moment, recalling the information Maximilian had given him. "Well," he began, "I believe that Perfect Sensory Recall combines the abilities of record and recall, and sensory isolation to allow the user to record and recall all sensory input with perfect clarity, and to be able to isolate one or multiple senses at will." Maximilian nodded, a pleased expression on his face. "That's a good guess, my boy," he said, "but you are completely wrong this time. Let me give you a hint. The first spell has a problem. The second spell solves the problem of the first. The third spell solves the problem of the second. And the problem of the third spell is solved by your blood magic." Zeke tried to figure out the function of the spell based on what Maximilian had said. The first spell, record and recall, had a problem that was clear. It used too much mana. He knew that the second spell, sensory isolation, could solve this problem by only recording one of the 5 senses, but which one would that be? And how could the third spell, language comprehension, fix the problem of the missing senses? Zeke closed his eyes and used his perfect body control to increase the power of his brain as he thought it through. Thanks to his perfect spatial awareness, he could still see how Maximilian was grinning at him expectantly. Then it suddenly clicked. It all made sense to him, and he opened his eyes wide. His mouth fell open. He couldn't believe the implication of what he just theorized. This was madness. He looked at Maximilian and saw the old man grinning at him with the widest grin Zeke had ever seen on the old man's face. Maximilian then said one sentence that Zeke would not forget for the rest of his life. "Welcome to the Trinity Project." Zeke stared at Maximilian in disbelief after having figured out what the third spell of the Trinity Project did. Maximilian simply looked at him and said, "Tell me how much you figured out." Zeke nodded, collecting his thoughts. Slowly, he started to explain what he had deduced. The function of perfect sensory recall is the same as record and recall. It perfectly records all the information the caster experiences. Because the mana cost would be way too high to keep this spell on at all times, even when engraved, it uses the effect of sensory isolation to only record the information of a single sense. Maximilian listened intently as Zeke explained, nodding in approval as he spoke. "I first thought that the sense that would be recorded was sight. But that would create a lot of problems. And I finally understood. The sense that is recorded is my perfect spatial awareness." Another approving nod from Maximilian, and this is where language comprehension comes in. To compensate for the missing sound, I will just need to have to comprehend the sound waves I can see with my perfect spatial awareness. And to compensate for my taste, touch, and smell, I just need to comprehend the signals my body sends through my nerves to my brain. This should not be too hard at all, given that my perfect body control lets me understand all of my body's functions with eyes. Maximilian was now grinning widely, but there was also a hint of pride in his eyes as Zeke continued to explain the final part of his deduction. This would allow me to record, and at the same time comprehend all the information that enters my sphere of awareness, and the only downside would be that this puts a tremendous amount of stress on my brain. But with perfect body control, I can learn to accelerate my brain to the point where it is able to handle the strain. Maximilian nodded in agreement, impressed by the depth of Zeke's understanding of the spell. After Zeke finished speaking, he wordlessly stared at Maximilian, searching for the words to describe what he was feeling. After a while he started to speak. How? But he immediately cut himself off again, going back to his contemplation. A few minutes passed before he finally started to speak again. "You must be the greatest genius that has ever lived, Maximilian. I didn't comprehend it before, but I can see it clearly now." Zeke stared at Maximilian in awe, struggling to find the words to express his admiration and disbelief. "Not only did you invent 3 absolute masterpieces of magic theory with perfect body control, perfect spatial awareness, and perfect sensory recall," he said, his voice trembling with emotion, "but you also created all the devices necessary to learn those spells, despite the fact that you have neither blood, space, nor mind magic yourself. I cannot even begin to comprehend how this is possible." Maximilian's face grew serious, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes as he listened to Zeke's words. He knew that what he had accomplished was nothing short of revolutionary, and it was humbling to see the effect it had on someone as talented as Zeke. He had spent decades researching and experimenting, driven by his boundless curiosity and his desire to push the boundaries of what was thought to be possible, but the truth was that he had no blood, space, or mind magic himself. It was the knowledge of the systems of the body and magic itself that let him create those spells and devices. He was a true master of the arcane sciences, not bound by the limitations of magic affinity. Zeke could not help but feel a deep sense of respect for the old man standing before him. He realized that Maximilian was not only a genius, but a true visionary who had changed the course of magic history. The old mage took a deep breath and began to speak, his voice gravelly with emotion. "Zeke, my boy, you have no idea how much your words mean to me. I have dedicated my entire life to studying magic, to understanding its intricacies and how to make it work for us. I have poured every ounce of my being into creating these spells and the devices to learn them, and to have you, a true prodigy, understand their significance and potential is the greatest reward I could ask for." He pauses, his eyes misty with unshed tears, before continuing. "You are right. I do not possess any of the required magic affinities, but I have always been able to see the bigger picture, to understand how the different schools of magic could work together to create something truly extraordinary. I have always known that I would never be able to use the magic I created, that I would never be able to see the world I have envisioned, but with you, my boy, with your tri-affinity, the Trinity Project will change the world of magic as we know it." He clapped Zeke on the shoulder, his grip firm and proud. Zeke struggled to grasp the level of dedication and sacrifice that must have been required for Maximilian to work for centuries towards a goal that he would likely never live to see come to fruition. The idea of devoting a lifetime to a project was one thing, but to work for hundreds of years with the knowledge that all of one's research and discoveries would ultimately benefit others was a level of conviction and selflessness that was almost incomprehensible to Zeke. The sheer magnitude of the task and the sacrifices made in pursuit of it left him in awe of the old mage standing before him. At this moment, Zeke swore in his heart that if a time ever came where he became known as the genius who revolutionized the field of magic, he would let everybody know who the true hero of humanity was. He would make sure the people knew of the man who had given his blood and sweat, time and dedication, all for the benefit of others. He would tell the people of Maximilian Bombastus von Hohenheim, the greatest genius that had ever lived. There was a fire in Zeke's very being that had not been there before as he brought his emotions under control. Maximilian watched as a light seemed to shine within Ezekiel's golden eyes. It was clear that Ezekiel felt a newfound sense of responsibility to achieve greatness, as if he owed nothing less to the man who had devoted his entire life to giving him this chance. With this newfound determination, Ezekiel stepped forward and pulled Maximilian into a long embrace. After a moment, Ezekiel stepped back and looked up at Maximilian, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. His voice was full of determination, so much so that it surprised Maximilian as Zeke said, "How do we start?" At first, Maximilian was a little flustered by the sudden intensity from Ezekiel, but he quickly collected himself and turned his attention to the task at hand. He knew that Ezekiel needed to learn the three mind magic spells that he had previously told him about before they could proceed further. "First things first," Maximilian said, his voice steady and measured. "You need to master these mind magic spells. Once you have done that, we can move on to combining them. Our first step will be to record your spatial awareness using the first two spells." He took a breath before continuing. "Once we have that, we will work on adding the comprehending component to it. Finally, we will work on extending the duration so that you can keep this spell up." Maximilian placed a hand on Ezekiel's shoulder, looking into his eyes. "By the time you can use this spell for over an hour continuously, you'll be ready to engrave it." He gave a firm nod. "But first, we must master the foundation that is essential to the process, and that's what we will start with." Ezekiel listened intently as Maximilian outlined the steps he would need to take in order to master the mind magic spells. He agreed with this approach, knowing that a solid foundation was crucial to build upon later. Maximilian then went on to explain the various devices he had invented that would aid in the learning of the memory, isolation, and comprehension spells. Ezekiel couldn't help but be impressed by the ingenuity of his mentor, but after the surprise of earlier, he felt as if nothing could truly shock him anymore. He was ready to take on the challenge with a clear head, with the will and motivation to master the spell as his mentor had set out. In the week leading up to the midterm exams, Ezekiel devoted all his time to mastering the new mind magic spells that Maximilian had taught him. He spent his days practicing, honing his skills, and drilling the spells into muscle memory. He also took the time to study up on the theory, filling in any gaps in his knowledge. As the day of the exams approached, Ezekiel felt as ready as he ever could be. His training and dedication had paid off, and he was confident in his abilities. Viola, who had been helping him train, had not come around as much since he had mastered the spell, but she still came by from time to chat and coordinate with him for their planned adventure over the summer break. The two of them had formed a good friendship, and she was supporting him in his journey. With her encouragement, he walked into the exams with a calm and determined mindset, ready to show off his hard-earned skills. Zeke strode confidently into the hall where the theoretical portion of his midterm exam was being held. The room was filled with students, all seated at long rows of desks, each with their own parchment and quill in front of them. Zeke scanned the room, easily spotting the desk with his name written on a card in front of it. He made his way to the seat, noting some of the other students glancing in his direction. As he settled into his seat, he waited for the papers to be handed back to him by the person in front. The papers were passed down the row, and finally, they reached him. Zeke reached out and grabbed the parchment, his eyes scanning the first question. At first, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, as he found the question to be quite simple. But then he remembered that not all students at Elementium had the benefit of a master mage personally tutoring them every single day, in addition to having memory-enhancing spells and the ability to accelerate their brain function. The realization made him considerably less smug. With ease and precision, Zeke filled out all his exam papers in a fraction of the time allotted, carefully writing his name and signature before rising from his seat. This had truly not been a challenge for him. He left the hall, the other students still scribbling away at their parchments. Made his way outside. He found a tree to sit under, the cool shade providing a welcome relief from the warm sun. He leaned against the trunk and waited for the time to pass, his mind already moving on to the next task at hand. As he sat there, lost in thought, a shadow fell over him. Zeke's gaze lifted, and he saw Sophia standing before him. She had tried to sneak up on him to surprise him, but that was not possible anymore, thanks to his perfect spatial awareness spell. Sophia grinned and congratulated him on his victory in the arena against Martin. She had been watching. The two of them sat under the tree and chatted for a while, talking about their respective exams. Sophia was a second-year student, so her exam was different from Zeke's, but she also found it very easy. As they spoke, Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie with Sophia. They shared the same drive and determination to succeed, and Zeke didn't forget how Sophia had been the only person to talk to him like an equal when he had been a total outcast. As the official end of the theoretical part of the exam approached, a very bedraggled-looking Viola flew over to where Zeke and Sophia was sitting. She instantly fell onto the ground next to Zeke, curling up like a tired cat. She complained that the exams were incredibly hard and the questions were incredibly unfair. Viola was certain that the examiner had written the paper in a way that made it extra hard for her to answer. Zeke couldn't help but roll his eyes at Viola's complaints and began to rub her back in an attempt to calm her down. To his surprise, Sophia and Viola seemed to know each other quite well and were talking like old friends. Sophia offered her a drink from her water bottle, and they chatted a bit more before Viola and Sophia both stood up and went on their way. As the practical exams began, Zeke found that he had a little more time before his blood magic exam was set to start. For the practical exams, the fire, water, earth, and wind exams took precedence over the other forms of magic. This meant that Zeke, with his affinity for blood, space, and mind, had to wait for a long time before it was his turn. Still, at some point, he was called into the room for his exams. Much like his theoretical exams in the morning, the content of the practical exams was also laughable. It was even more pronounced in these exams. How was there supposed to be a practical exam in blood magic if they had not learned a single spell to show off? Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration and disappointment. He had worked so hard to master his abilities, and yet he was being held back by a system that didn't fully understand or appreciate the nuances of his craft. As the day of the exams came to a close, Zeke finished his last exam late at night and made his way back home. Maximilian greeted him with a knowing smile, but did not ask how the exams had gone. Zeke knew that his mentor already had a good idea of how he had performed. The next morning, the results were already out, and Zeke met up with Viola to check on their scores. Viola didn't have much hope for her theoretical results, but she was certain that she had beaten Zeke in the practical department. As they made their way through the crowded hallways of Elementium, Zeke and Viola made their way toward the section for second-year students. The tension was palpable as they walked, both unsure of how they had performed in their exams. They arrived at the section for second years and quickly located the board with the names on it, scanning the list for Viola's score. Theoretical exam. Practical exam. 1 Sophia J. Stry. 1 Viola Wintenzer. 2 Marcus Krieg. 2 Sophia J. Stry. 3 Johann Bauer. 15 Ulrich Hoffmann. 4 Sophie von der Leyen. 16 Viola Wintenzer. 5 Helmut Schmidt. Viola couldn't help but let out a cry of joy as she realized that all her hard work had paid off. She thought about all the sleepless nights, the countless hours spent studying and practicing, and how much she had improved since her terrible results in the theoretical exams as a first year. She hugged herself, feeling pleased and satisfied that her hard work had paid off. Viola and Zeke continued to make their way through the crowded hallways of Elementium, with Viola teasing him all the way that she might have beaten him in both categories after all. Her joy was palpable as she playfully ribbed him, clearly elated with her own results. But as they came upon the section for first-year students, Viola's teasing came to a sudden stop. Her jaw almost hit the floor as she saw the results. Posted on the board, Her eyes scanned the list of names, searching for Zeke's among the many that were listed, and when she found it, she couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Theoretical exam. Practical exam. 1. Ezekiel von Hohenheim. 2. Martin Lichtenberg. 2. Rudolf Bircher. 3. Kurt Strudel. 3. Gisela Müller. 4. Ingrid Jelen. 4. Werner Schulz. 5. Lothar Metzger. 5. Gustav Keller. Zeke stood at the top of the list, not only in the theoretical exams but also in the practical exams. He had outdone every other student in his class, and his scores were significantly higher than anyone else's. Viola playfully punched Zeke's arm and called him a bookworm, but the admiration in her eyes was clear. She told him that she would have had even better results than him if she could also have taken 3 different practical exams as he did. She was trying to make a joke out of it, but her voice held a hint of envy. Zeke just nodded at everything she said, with a dumb grin on his face, unable to contain his excitement. He knew that he had worked hard for this, and it was the result of all his effort. Viola made an annoyed expression, pretending to be irritated by his lack of humility, but in reality, she was secretly happy for him. She knew how hard it had been for Zeke, as he had been bullied in the academy, and people called him a failure because he didn't have any elemental affinities, but these results would shut everyone up, and she was proud of him. She couldn't deny that Zeke had truly shown that he was one of the best students in the academy, and it was a great victory for him, proving his doubters wrong. Viola and Zeke made their way back to Zeke's home, where Maximilian was already waiting for them. He greeted them both with congratulations on their exam results and gave Zeke a firm hug, proud of his students' achievements. They all chatted for a moment, discussing the exams and their scores. After a while, it was time for them to part ways. Zeke bid Maximilian farewell, as he would not spend his summer break with the old man. Viola, as well, made her way to meet up with her grandpa, Duke Wintenzer, to share the news of her exam results with him. After their goodbyes, Zeke set off towards the crafter's quarters. It had been a while since he had seen Marcus, his childhood friend, and he was eager to check up on him and see how he was doing. He was relieved to find Marcus was safe and sound, working in his uncle's smithy. As Zeke approached the smithy, Marcus saw him and dropped the piece of hot iron he was working on to the floor. He sprinted over, catching Zeke in a hug and holding him tightly. Zeke was confused by Marcus's behavior, as his friend had never been an overly affectionate person. But when he saw the tears on Marcus's face, he realized how worried Marcus had been for him. When Marcus had last seen him, Zeke was living in the beggar's quarter and getting bullied daily in school. He could only imagine what Marcus must have thought when he just stopped showing up one day. Marcus explained that he had thought that something bad had happened to him, and he was relieved to see that Zeke was safe and sound now. Zeke hugged Marcus back tightly, feeling a warmth in his chest. He was glad that Marcus still cared for him, and he felt guilty for not letting Marcus know where he was or what had happened to him. Zeke apologized to Marcus for not keeping in touch and assured him that he was fine. He then explained everything that had happened since they last met. He told Marcus about how Lily had distanced herself from him and how she had promised to marry Samuel. He shared how he had met Maximilian and about the training, monster hunting, and the duel with Martin. He also told Marcus about Viola and Sophia, the only true friends he had made at the academy. Marcus listened attentively, happy for the turn Zeke's life had taken since they last met. In turn, Marcus shared his own experiences with Zeke, telling him about how much he loved working with metal and the progress he had made in his craft. He showed Zeke some of the weapons he had made, and Zeke showed Marcus the staff he used in battle. Marcus noticed that the staff was looking a little worn, and he promised to make Zeke a better weapon once he could get his hands on some better materials. Zeke, feeling grateful for Marcus's continued support, offered him almost all the money he had earned working as an adventurer. He wanted to help Marcus further his craft and also pay for the materials that Marcus would need in order to craft a weapon for Zeke. Marcus was touched by Zeke's generosity and thanked him for his support. The two friends chatted for a while longer, catching up on everything that had happened in their lives and making plans for the future. As the morning turned into afternoon, Zeke realized that he only had a little time left before the carriage that would pass through his village would leave. He said his goodbyes to Marcus, and the two hugged again. Zeke made his way to the docking area for the carriages, his steps and mood lighter than they had been in a long time. He couldn't wait to get home to his family and tell them all about his time at the academy. He had sent them some letters, but didn't really feel like telling them about his life through a sheet of paper. But he had let them know that he was coming home for summer break, and they were excited to see him. When he arrived at the square, the carriage was already being loaded. He quickly paid the fare and got in, but when he sat down in his seat, he stared at the face of someone he really didn't expect to see there. He was looking at Lily, as Ezekiel boarded the carriage that would take him to his hometown. Couldn't help but glance up and see Lily sitting in front of him in the same carriage. As he looked at her, he realized that they would spend the next few hours together in this tiny compartment, and it seemed that they were the only passengers. The feelings he once had for her had long since turned to ash, and only bitterness remained where there was once only sweetness. He knew that the journey would be a test of his willpower and resolve, but he was determined to remain stoic and unaffected by her presence. As Ezekiel settled into his seat, he noticed that Lily was avoiding eye contact with him. Her face filled with shame. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying a lot. She still looked as cute as ever, but it seemed that the time at Elementium had left its traces on her as well, and not in a good way. Ezekiel could see the pain and sadness etched on her face, and for a moment he felt a twinge of guilt for not being there for her when she needed him the most. But he quickly pushed those feelings aside, knowing that it was for the best for them both if they moved on. As the carriage began to move, Ezekiel felt his stomach drop with a mixture of excitement and dread. The journey home was going to be long, and he knew that the next few hours would be spent in close quarters with Lily, someone who had once been so important to him. He tried to focus on the passing scenery, the rolling hills and the tall trees, but his mind kept drifting back to her. The silence in the carriage was deafening, and Ezekiel could feel the tension building between them. He could see that Lily was struggling to hold back her tears, and he knew that he had to do something to ease the tension. "So how was Elementium?" he asked, trying to make small talk. Lily didn't answer at first, and Ezekiel could see that she was struggling to find the words. "It was hard," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I missed you and Marcus a lot." As Lily spoke of the struggles she faced at Elementium, Ezekiel felt a knot form in his stomach. He didn't know what to say to her. It had been hard for him as well, but didn't she just spit in his face when he told her that he had missed her? He couldn't help but feel resentment towards her, as she seemed to believe that she had been the only one who had suffered. He knew he should be empathetic and understanding, but the emotions were too raw and the wound too fresh. As Lily continued to talk about her problems, Ezekiel found himself struggling to find any comforting words to say to her. He noticed how she was now wearing expensive-looking clothes and jewelry, and he knew that those must have been presents from Samuel. He remembered how she had just stood by and watched as he was almost beaten up in order to protect her honor. How truly stupid he had been back then. He couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, anger, resentment, and sadness. He knew that he should be there for her, but he just couldn't find the right words to say. He couldn't shake off the feeling of betrayal and how she had chosen Samuel over him. He sat there in silence, lost in his own thoughts, feeling the weight of his own regrets and the distance that had grown between them. As Ezekiel sat in silence, unable to find the right words to say to Lily, there was a sudden loud impact coming from the roof of the carriage. In the next moment, a small but agile figure swung from the roof and entered the carriage in one smooth motion. It was Viola, the prodigy in wind magic. Without hesitation, she sat on Ezekiel's lap and began to rub herself against him like a cat. "Did you miss me?" she asked with a sly grin on her face. Ezekiel was taken aback by her sudden appearance and her bold behavior, but as he looked at her, all the negative thoughts he had disappeared as if they had never been there. He gently stroked her head and told her that he had really missed her. They had only been apart for a couple hours, but the time he had to spend with Lily made him appreciate her company even more. He looked at Lily and knew that it was time for him to move on and let go of the past. He was ready to start a new chapter in his life. He couldn't waste any more time agonizing about the past. As Ezekiel sat there with Viola in his lap, a sudden realization hit him. He remembered that she was supposed to be meeting with her grandpa right about now, so how could she be here? They were only supposed to meet up in a week from now. He asked her how come she wasn't with her grandpa, but she didn't answer. Instead, she buried her head in his chest and remained silent. Ezekiel waited for a moment, but when she didn't answer, he poked her in the ribs, trying to get a response. She made a strange noise in response, but still didn't answer. So he poked her a little harder, and she finally lifted her head. But instead of answering his question, she hissed at him like an enraged cat and buried her face again. Ezekiel burst out laughing at the unexpected reaction and began to stroke her head again. He knew that he couldn't be mad at her, whatever her reason was, and he was just happy to have her back in his life. He knew that whatever the reason for her being there, she would tell him in her own time. For now, he just enjoyed the moment and was grateful for her unexpected visit. As the minutes passed in silence, Ezekiel noticed Viola's demeanor began to change. Her body language relaxed. She lifted her head from his chest. She then began to speak, telling him how her grandpa had informed her that they would be using the first week of the summer break to visit a huge number of parties and balls for nobles and noble scions. She explained how she had kicked him in the shin and flew away, coming here to see Ezekiel. Ezekiel couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and concern for Viola's grandpa. He knew that the man was getting on in years. And he couldn't imagine the pain he must have felt after receiving a kick in the shin from Viola. He silently prayed for his well-being, knowing that he must have been a strong man to handle such a fiery and independent granddaughter. As Ezekiel sat with Viola in his lap, he noticed a change in Lily's expression. He saw that she had an ugly look on her face, and he realized that he had been so caught up at the moment with Viola that he had forgotten that Lily was even there. Viola also noticed his gaze and turned her head to look at Lily. She could feel the wind mana coming off of her and was surprised that she didn't know who she was. As the leader of the Wind faction, she thought it was strange that she didn't recognize this girl. So she turned to Ezekiel and asked him who she was. From the way those two were treating each other, Viola could sense the tension between the two and knew that there was a history between them that she was not aware of. Ezekiel struggled with how to introduce Lily to Viola, unsure of how much to reveal about their past. In the end, he simply told Viola that Lily came from the same village as him. He could see that Viola was curious and sensed that there was something more to the story, but she didn't press him for an answer. Instead, she turned around in Ezekiel's lap and looked at Lily with curiosity. She introduced herself formally and stretched out her hand for Lily to shake. Lily, still in a state of shock, took her hand and greeted her back. Viola could see that there was tension between them and decided not to pester Zeke further. She would figure this out herself. Viola, after all, loved mysteries and secrets. Lily was completely shocked when she heard Viola's introduction. She was the publicly recognized leader of all the Wind Mages ad Elementium. She couldn't believe that she was sitting right in front of her. For a moment, she hesitated to take Viola's hand, but then she steeled herself and shook it, introducing herself. Viola, noticing Lily's reaction, began to pepper her with questions, determined to find out her connection to Ezekiel. Lily struggled to keep up with the rapid-fire questions, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. She tried to keep her answers short and vague, not wanting to reveal too much about her past with Ezekiel. But Viola was persistent. Her curiosity piqued by the mysterious girl sitting in front of her. She could sense that there was more to their story than what was being said, and she was determined to uncover the truth. Lily found herself struggling to keep up with Viola's line of questioning. She told her about how she came to the academy with Ezekiel and Marcus, and about how she was discovered to have a greater wind affinity. But as she spoke, Viola noticed that there was no more mention of Ezekiel in any of the stories she told. Viola, deducing that something must have happened between them around that time, asked directly why Lily didn't spend any more time with Ezekiel after they arrived at the academy. She told Lily that Ezekiel had had a very hard time right after coming to the academy and that he could have really used a friend back then. Lily was taken aback by the directness of the question and found herself flustered, unable to come up with a proper answer. She made several excuses, saying that she had been busy with her studies and that she had thought that Ezekiel had found new friends. But as the words left her mouth, she could see that Viola was not buying it. Viola's line of questioning became more and more detailed, causing Lily to become increasingly annoyed. She felt as though she was being interrogated, and as the pressure mounted, she found herself losing her cool more and more. Eventually, she had had enough and let out a scream of frustration. I didn't want to be seen with him anymore, okay? I didn't want to get bullied as well. I had a hard enough time making friends as it was. I couldn't risk losing all that because of Ezekiel. The moment the words left her mouth, Lily realized what she had just said and to whom. She felt her face turn pale as she realized the impact of her words. Lily felt ashamed, realizing how much she had hurt Ezekiel and how much she had been motivated by her own fears. The moment Lily finished talking, Viola's expression changed to one of absolute disgust and loathing. Ezekiel couldn't see her face, as she was sitting on his lap looking away from him, but he could see the change in the way Lily's entire body tensed, and a look of fear appeared on her face. After a moment of silence, Viola spoke. Her voice was colder than Ezekiel had ever heard it before. "You know, Miss Lily." There was no trace of warmth left in the way she addressed Lily. "I wholeheartedly believe that friends are the people that stay by your side when the times get hard. You said you were one of Ezekiel's best friends and that you cared about him, but I think the only person you really cared about all that time was yourself." Viola's words hit Lily hard. She knew that she had hurt Ezekiel and lost his friendship, and she didn't know if he would ever forgive her. She apologized and tried to explain her thought process, but it was too late. The damage was done. Viola listened to her, but didn't offer any comfort or forgiveness. Ezekiel watched as Viola turned around in his lap, gave him a quick hug, and then nestled herself into his chest again in order to sleep. He felt a mix of emotions. He was angry at Lily for the way she had treated him and hurt by her words, but he also felt grateful for having Viola as a friend, someone who always stood by him and supported him no matter what. As the carriage rolled on, the tension between Lily and Viola was palpable. Viola's words had struck a nerve in Lily, and she sat in silence, her eyes downcast. Zeke, for his part, didn't want to get involved in the drama either. He closed his eyes and focused on practicing his mind magic spells, using the quiet of the carriage to help him concentrate. He could feel Viola's presence next to him, her steady breathing indicating that she had fallen asleep. The silence in the carriage was broken only by the occasional clop of the horse's hooves on the road. It was clear that Viola was done with Lily, and the girl was left to stew in her own thoughts for the remainder of the journey home. The carriage rolled to a stop in the small village of Feldstadt, signaling the end of their journey. As the door opened, Viola stirred from her slumber, her body stretching in a manner that accentuated her curves. Lily couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as she looked at her. Viola noticed Lily's gaze, and a smirk played on her lips as she relished in her impact. Zeke shook his head at her antics, used to her ways by now. "Let's go," he said, gesturing for her to follow him as he stepped out of the carriage. The villagers of Feldstadt, who had been busy with their daily lives, noticed the carriage and the small group of mages. They immediately stopped what they were doing and took notice. Some of them bowed, while others came closer to see the travelers. The young mages were greeted warmly by the villagers, and they were all pleased to see Ezekiel back in his home village. Zeke looked around at the familiar sights of his home village, Feldstadt, with a longing in his eyes. The thatched roofs of the houses, the cobblestone streets, and the friendly faces of his old acquaintances all brought back fond memories. Ezekiel greeted everyone he knew, telling them that he had been well and catching up on old times. He introduced Viola as a friend from the academy, keeping her noble status and position a secret from the villager. He knew it would only cause unnecessary attention, and he wanted to keep things simple. As Ezekiel led Viola through the village, he couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood. He pointed out important locations from his stories, such as the spot where he had caught his first fish and the tree he used to climb as a child. As they walked, Viola listened intently, taking in the sights and sounds of the village with a sense of curiosity. But as they approached his home, he turned to Viola and asked her where she intended to stay. She gave a nonchalant answer, saying that she had a place in mind and not to worry about it. Ezekiel couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to her words, but he decided to trust her for now. As they approached his childhood home, Ezekiel turned to her and said, "We're here." Viola looked at the small house with interest, inspecting it closely. It was a simple house made of wood with a thatched roof and a small garden in the front. It was clear that it had been well kept, and it brought a smile to Ezekiel's face. He walked up to the door and knocked on it 3 times. Before entering was a small tradition that he had kept from his childhood, a way to announce his arrival to his family. Ezekiel opened the door and gestured for Viola to enter, eager to show her around his childhood home. He was excited to see her reaction and to see if she would see the same warmth and love in the place that he did. As Viola stepped into Ezekiel's childhood home, she couldn't help but notice that it was not an impressive house by any means. The house was small, made of wood, and looked no different from the other thatched huts around it. when Ezekiel remembered that Viola must have grown up in a palace, he started to look a little ashamed of the house, but Viola quickly reassured him. She told him that it looked lovely, like a real family home. Ezekiel couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth from the compliment, but he didn't say anything. The furniture was simple and worn, but it was clear that it had been well maintained over the years. Ezekiel showed her around, pointing out special trinkets and memories from his childhood. As they walked through the house, Viola could see how much this place meant to Ezekiel. It was clear that it held a special place in his heart, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and nostalgia as she looked around. She could see how much Ezekiel loved his home, and it made her happy to see him so at ease and content. As soon as Ezekiel opened the door, he was tackled by a small blonde girl with twin tails and bright blue eyes. It was his little sister, Maya, who was overjoyed to see him. She immediately started crying and berated him for not coming home sooner. Ezekiel lifted the 9-year-old girl up and hugged her tightly, feeling a wave of warmth and love wash over him. Maya didn't want to let go, clinging to him tightly as he walked through the rooms of his old home. Ezekiel walked through his old home in search of his parents. Maya told him that they weren't home at the moment, but that they would return any moment now. Just as she finished speaking, there was noise coming from the entrance. Ezekiel got a mischievous smile on his face, motioning for his sister and Viola to remain silent. The moment his father stepped into the room, Ezekiel jumped out from his hiding spot and charged his father at full speed. His father, taken aback by the sudden attack, reacted quickly and got into a fighting stance, ready to defend himself. When his father saw the locks of crimson-red hair charging at him, he realized that his son was back, and he decided to counter Ezekiel's offensive with a hug of his own. The two men met in the middle of the room and squeezed each other as hard as they could. Ezekiel was surprised at his father's strength. He had advanced to a mage with his blood and space core. The body of mages would get stronger because of the mana their core would passively attune, and blood mages had even stronger bodies, but his father didn't seem to struggle to keep up with Ezekiel's strength. As they hugged, his father praised his son for his progress and his strength. He was proud to see that his son seemed to have grown up quite a bit since he left home 5 months ago. Their stalemate had to end the moment Ezekiel's mother entered the room. She let out a loud yell and rushed over to hug her baby boy. Ezekiel let go of his father and hugged his mother back. He didn't know why, but the moment he was in his mother's arms, there were tears in his eyes. His mother held him tightly, whispering words of love and encouragement in his ear. Ezekiel felt a sense of warmth and safety in her embrace, and he knew that no matter what happened in the future, his mother would always be there for him. After a long hug, Ezekiel's mother looked over his shoulder and saw Viola standing a couple of steps behind him, watching them. It might have been awkward for other people to be ignored like that, but Viola simply looked at everyone curiously and would start to wave when his family members looked at her before continuing to look around the room. Ezekiel's mother turned to him and said, "Ezekiel, why don't you introduce your friend?" Ezekiel turned around and saw Viola. She had her usual smirk on her face and looked at him. With one eyebrow raised, she clearly wanted to be introduced, and Ezekiel rushed to do so. He walked over to her and said, "Mother, Father, Maya, this is Viola Wintenzer. She's a friend from the academy, a fellow student, and a very talented mage." Viola smiled and greeted them all. She was clearly happy to be introduced as a very talented mage. Ezekiel's family was surprised to learn that Viola was a noble, and Zeke could see that his father's face became much more serious after hearing her last name. It was clear that he had heard about Viola's family before. Ezekiel could tell that they were struggling to adjust to her noble status, and he knew that it was up to him to remedy the situation. He turned to his family and said, "Please, everyone, treat Viola like a normal girl." His family continued to act stiff and uncomfortable around Viola. Ezekiel could tell that they were struggling to understand why he would bring a noble girl home to meet them. He knew that he had to be more direct. He turned to them and said, "She's my best friend, and if you can't act normal around her, then I'll have to send her away. And if I have to send her away, she will have no place to go. She will have to fend for herself in the harsh world out there. Can you really bring yourself to do that to her?" Ezekiel knew he had to do something drastic to make his family more comfortable around Viola, so he decided to use his secret weapon. He grabbed Viola by the shoulders, turning her around and aiming her at his family like a weapon. He couldn't see her face directly, but with his perfect spatial awareness, he saw that she had the most pitiful face that he had ever seen in his life. The effect was immediate. His mother snatched her away from him and held Viola to her chest like she was her own daughter. She looked at Ezekiel with disapproving eyes and asked him how he could be such a monster as to cast out this precious girl. Ezekiel knew he had made a mistake. Viola turned her head from within his mother's embrace and just smirked at him. Ezekiel couldn't help but roll his eyes at her, but he knew she was just trying to lighten the mood. After that first awkward moment, everyone treated Viola as Ezekiel's friend and nothing else. Ezekiel's mother asked him if Lily and Marcus had come back with him. The situation got a little awkward, as Ezekiel didn't know what to say. He didn't want to lie to his family, but he also didn't want to upset them by telling them that Lily had moved on and Marcus was not returning from the capital city. Ezekiel decided to just be honest and tell his family everything that happened with Lily and Marcus. He explained how Lily had turned away from him and how she had agreed to marry Samuel, and how Marcus had been working as a blacksmith in the crafters' quarters in the capital city. When he told the part of the story where Lily turned away from him, his mother cursed her out and expressed her disappointment in her. But when he told them about how Marcus was doing and how the boy had supported and worried about him all this time, his parents were all smiles again. His father even said that he had always known that Marcus was a good boy, and he was proud of him for being such a loyal friend to Ezekiel. This was also the first time that Viola had heard the entire story, and now she wished that she had been even harsher to Lily. She could understand why Ezekiel had been hurt by Lily's actions and felt a sense of anger toward her. She also remembered the name of Samuel. How dare that little brat from the Luftschloss family secretly work for the Furkrantz family? This was clearly a betrayal to her, since she was the leader of the Wind Mages at Elementium. Viola made a mental note to take care of this when they returned after the summer break. After Ezekiel had told his family about his fight with the ogre and his promotion to bronze rank, he finally stopped talking. His mother then asked him in jest if there were any other bombs he still wanted to drop. Ezekiel wanted to laugh along, but then he realized that he really had one more thing that he needed to tell his family. He made an awkward face, not sure how to tell them. His mother noticed his expression and told him to come out and say it. He hesitated for a moment, but then decided to take his mother's advice. "Mom, Dad, Maya, we are all nobles now." He didn't know what reaction he expected, but the complete silence that followed was not it. Zeke sat before his family, his eyes alight with a newfound sense of purpose, as he spoke of his mentor, Maximilian Bombastus von Hohenheim. He explained how the old man had taken him under his wing after discovering his unique affinities for blood, space, and mind magic. He spoke of how Maximilian had become more than just a teacher to him, a true mentor figure, guiding him through the trials and tribulations of mastering his craft. "He saw something in me that others did not," Zeke said, his voice filled with a sense of reverence. "He believed in me even when I had lost faith in myself. He taught me, he trained me, and he took care of me." Zeke's parents listened intently as he spoke of the many ways in which Maximilian had looked after him, from providing him with a place to stay to ensuring he had the resources he needed to hone his abilities. He spoke of the old man's strict yet kind nature and how he had pushed him to be the best version of himself. Zeke's family sat in stunned silence as he spoke of the man who had adopted him, Maximilian. They were worried about how this would change their lives, but Zeke quickly reassured them. "I understand that you may be worried about how this will change things for us," he said, his voice calm and soothing. "But I want you to know that this probably won't change much in your day-to-day lives." He went on to explain that Maximilian's family was small, consisting of only 2 members, himself and Maximilian, so there wouldn't be much contact with new family members. He also mentioned that because mages lived a lot longer, there wouldn't be any inheritance to worry about anytime soon. "Maximilian has already lived for several hundred years, so even if I am the prime heir, it doesn't mean much," Zeke said, trying to ease their concerns. His words seemed to have a calming effect on his family, who began to see the situation in a new light. They realized that Zeke was right, that joining a noble family wouldn't change much for them, and that there was no need to worry. "I understand that this may seem very strange to all of you," Viola said, her voice calm and reassuring. "But I can assure you that the noble title that non-mage family members receive is more symbolic, so they are better protected by the law. She explained that in the Empire, nobles had a lot more freedom and protection under the law than commoners. Her words seemed to manage to calm down Zeke's family. Even more, after getting over the shock of the announcement. There was even a little excitement in their eyes. They realized that the noble title was a way to protect their family and that they had nothing to fear. They were grateful for Viola's explanation, and they thanked her for her help. After everyone had calmed down, Zeke's family began to tell him about what had happened in the village since he left. They told him that there had been a few goblin sightings nearby, and one of their neighbors swore to have seen a wolf monster, but other than that, everything had been calm. They were happy to hear that Zeke was safe and sound, and that he was making progress in his magic studies. As Zeke's family shared the news of the village with him, he listened attentively, promising to look into the monster sightings during the week he would stay there. He could see out of the corner of his eye that his sister was already nodding off, her head drooping with fatigue. He looked out the window and saw that it was long since dark outside. "I'm very tired," Zeke said, turning to his parents. "We really should save the rest for tomorrow." To his surprise, Viola also chimed in, saying that it was time for her to leave as well. Zeke had been sure that she would want to stay over, but it seemed she had a place to stay in mind. As they said their goodbyes and made plans to meet again the next day, Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards Viola for her help in calming his family and assuring them that everything would be all right. He bid her farewell and went to bed, his mind filled with thoughts of the monster sightings and the adventures that lie ahead. After Viola left, Zeke retreated to his room, preparing for bed. As he changed into comfortable clothing and returned to his bed, he was startled to find that someone was already sleeping in it. He looked over to his window and saw that it was wide open. Zeke looked down at his own bed and saw that it was Viola who was sleeping in it. He let out a sigh, thinking that he would have to sleep on the floor, but she spoke through bleary eyes. "It's fine, you should just sleep on the bed." Zeke hesitated for a moment, unsure if it was appropriate to share a bed with her, but Zeke was too tired to argue and just took one side of the bed, allowing Viola to take the other side. It was a tight fit for two people to squeeze into Zeke's bed, but they managed. He had expected it to be awkward to sleep together. Viola, but it was anything but. Zeke couldn't help but admit that he liked Viola a lot. He knew that she liked him back, but there was no sexual tension for either of them. They were just friends, and both of them seemed to be completely okay with that. They slept soundly, their breathing in sync and their bodies close, but not in a romantic way, just in a comfortable way. That didn't mean that Zeke didn't find her attractive. In fact, Zeke thought that she was one of the most attractive girls he knew, and he hadn't been able to help but sneak a peek at her assets a couple of times since they had gotten to know each other. She seemed to have a sixth sense for noticing him staring, and would always smirk at him whenever she caught him checking her out. Zeke woke up the next day feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. He couldn't help but smile as he remembered the previous night and the peaceful sleep he had had with Viola by his side. He knew that their friendship was special, and he was grateful for it. He got out of bed, ready to face the day and the adventures that lay ahead. As Zeke began to move around in the morning, Viola was woken up by his movement. She grumbled a bit and claimed even more of the blanket, that she had somehow almost completely taken over during the night. Zeke chuckled at her strange behavior and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. He had gotten into the habit of rising before dawn for his morning training and was making use of that by preparing breakfast for his family. By the time his parents came down, his mother had a teasing grin on her face as she told him that she saw Viola sleeping in his room before coming downstairs. Zeke tried to explain, but his mother just waved it off and told him that it was fine. He was confused. Shouldn't the parents be upset about him sleeping together with girls? They had no way of knowing what he might have done last night. Feeling confused by his mother's odd behavior, he looked over to his father. His father had always been a pillar of support. He could always count on his father. He was sure that his father would not be happy with how casual his mother handled that situation. After meeting his father's eyes, he was not disappointed. Those eyes were serious. But then the betrayal happened. His father actually smiled at him and gave him a huge thumbs up. His mother then told him that it didn't matter what he did or didn't do last night. They liked Viola, and he was old enough to make his own decisions. Zeke was surprised by this reaction, but he was also relieved that his parents trusted him and were supportive of his choices. Zeke then showed his parents a little surprise he had for them. He had prepared an assortment of exotic fruits that he had brought from the capital for them to try. They ate and left for work. About an hour later, his sister dragged a clearly still half-asleep Viola into the room, and Zeke joined them for breakfast for a second time. Zeke and Viola decided to use the day to sightsee around the village and search for the goblins that were mentioned by his parents. Viola easily found them with her flight ability. She told him that the spell she engraved when she advanced to mage was called levitate. Through the engraving she was able to fly all day long. As they searched, Viola quickly located a pack of goblins and took care of them before Zeke even had sight of them. All he found were a couple of cold corpses on the ground. Zeke pouted at Viola, feeling completely useless, but this only made her laugh harder. They spent the entire day exploring the village. The day after, and then the day after that as well. Before they knew it, that week was up, and Zeke had spent most of his time playing around with Viola and his sister. Now that the week was coming to an end, it was finally time for Zeke to leave his hometown and explore the world. He felt a mix of emotions, sadness for leaving his family and friends behind, but also excitement, as he had never explored farther than the capital. But now he and Viola would spend the next 3 weeks exploring the country. He imagined himself having one adventure after another, fighting monsters, uncovering ancient secrets, and discovering new places. As they finished their preparations and said goodbye to his family, Zeke couldn't wait for this adventure. He turned to Viola with a huge grin on his face and said, "This is going to be the best adventure of all time. This has to be the worst adventure of all time," Zeke said for at least the 10th time in the last hour. Their adventuring had started off well, but how had it come to this? During their first week of travel, they found themselves in forests, mountains, plains, fighting monsters and saving travelers, everything else that Zeke had hoped he would discover. But after arriving in the small city of Baumgarten, it had started to rain. Now, a week later, it was still raining. They had been stuck in this small city for a week, unable to continue their journey due to the relentless downpour. They had tried to make the best of it, exploring the city and visiting its various shops and inns. But the constant rain had dampened their spirits, and they were both growing restless and bored. Zeke had hoped for grand adventures and thrilling battles. He had expected to see new places, meet new people, but instead they were trapped in this dreary place with nothing to do but wait. He looked over at Viola, thinking that she must be agitated as well by now, only to find that the girl had fallen asleep again. He sighed and walked over to the window of the room they had rented in the local inn. He looked out and saw that it was still pouring down with no end in sight. This was not how he had dreamed of his adventure to go, already one of his precious 3 weeks wasted inside an inn. That only left him with a single week remaining. "This has to be the worst adventure of all time," he said again, with a hint of defeat in his voice. Zeke sighed again and walked over to his backpack to retrieve one of the tools Maximilian had given him to train his mind magic during summer break. He might not have had any grand adventures yet, but at least his magic was making great progress, or so he tried to cheer himself up. He had, in fact, spent almost the entire time they were trapped inside training his magic. Viola, on the other hand, seemed to sleep for the entire week since they had arrived. Zeke had his suspicions that Viola truly was more cat than human. She could just sleep for entire days with no care. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of her ability to just sleep through this boredom, while he had to find ways to entertain himself. But as he sat down to train, he reminded himself that at least he was making progress in his magic, and that was something to be proud of. There was a knocking sound at the door, and a young girl entered shortly afterward. The young girl in question was the daughter of the innkeeper, and Zeke and Viola had gotten to know her over the past week. She rolled in their lunch on a trolley, since the two of them hadn't even bothered going down for their meals anymore. The girl walked over to the bed and picked up a piece of fried fish from the table and carefully dangled it over the covers of the bed. In the next moment, there was a quick movement, and the fish was gone from her hand. Silent noises of pleasure could be heard coming from under the covers as Viola devoured her prey. The girl, a little frightened, wiped the cold sweat from her brow and walked over to Zeke. Zeke flicked her a silver coin and congratulated her on another day without losing a finger. The girl puffed up and seemed strangely proud. Zeke and Frida, the innkeeper's daughter, chatted for a while before Zeke complained to her that there was such a big adventurer guild in this small city, but nothing to do. Frida told him that it's because of the underground ruins. And Zeke just went along with her. Yes, sure, because of the but then he realized what she had just said. He screamed out, "What underground ruins?" Frida was surprised by his outburst, but still told him that the city was built on the ruins of an underground civilization that was supposed to have existed here long ago. Zeke took off one of his shoes and threw it at Viola to get her attention. She stuck her head out from under the covers, and they both listened intently as Frida explained the underground ruins. "Frida, I can't believe it," Zeke exclaimed. "Why have you never told me about these underground ruins before? The city is built on top of them, you say." "Geez, that's the reason there are so many adventurers in town," Frida replied. "But yes, the city is built on top of the ruins of an underground civilization that is said to have existed here long ago. They're filled with treasures and ancient artifacts, but also with dangers such as traps and monsters." "But why didn't you tell me about this before?" Zeke asked, still in disbelief. "I thought you knew," Frida said with a shrug. "Why else would the inn be booked to the last room during such weather? People come here to explore the ruins after all." "Many adventurers have tried to explore the ruins, but few have returned," Frida said, her voice filled with warning. "But those that did return brought back immensely valuable treasures." Zeke and Viola exchanged excited glances, their hearts beating with anticipation. "This is exactly the kind of adventure we've been looking for," Zeke exclaimed. "Thank you, Frida," Viola added. "We'll set out to explore the underground ruins as soon as possible. We're sure to uncover the secrets and treasures that lay within." They both knew that this could be the adventure they had been waiting for. Zeke turned to Viola, his eyes alight with determination. "You go to the Adventurers Guild and talk to everyone you can find about the ruins," he instructed her. "And I'll check the library for anything about that underground civilization I can find. We'll meet back here in 3 hours, okay?" Viola nodded, her own excitement matching Zeke's. Without hesitation, she leapt out the window and into the pouring rain. A minute later, she returned through the door, drenched to the bone. "Forgot about the stupid rain," she muttered, before donning her raincoat and leaving through the window once more. Zeke, meanwhile, had also put on his raincoat and obtained the address for the library from Frida. He set out on his own mission, determined to uncover any information he could about the underground civilization. As the hours passed, Zeke and Viola scoured every source they could find, poring over ancient texts and speaking with experienced adventurers. And as the appointed time for their meeting drew near, they both couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation building within them. As he made his way back to the inn, he couldn't help but wonder what Viola had discovered at the Adventurers Guild. He couldn't wait to hear her findings and plan their next steps together. It was clear that the underground ruins held many secrets, and he was determined to uncover them all. As the designated 3 hours came to a close, the two reconvened in their rented room, eager to share the information they had uncovered. "So what did you find out at the guild?" Zeke asked, his tone eager as he leaned forward to hear Viola's report. She gave a summary of all the information she had gathered, from the layout of the underground tunnels to the location of powerful artifacts. Viola had eagerly set about speaking with each adventurer, asking about their experiences and what they had discovered. Some spoke of treacherous tunnels filled with traps, while others spoke of ancient ruins filled with untold treasure. One adventurer, a young woman with a bow on her back, told of a great underground lake filled with dangerous creatures. Another, a burly man with an axe, spoke of a chamber filled with snakes that could spit their venom for up to 50 meters. As she spoke with each adventurer, Viola began to piece together a rough map of the underground ruins. She learned of secret passageways, hidden chambers, and deadly traps. Zeke shook his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Viola had managed to gather so much information about the ancient underground ruins in such a short amount of time. Adventurers were notoriously tight-lipped about their discoveries, but apparently, Viola had found a way to get them to talk. She explained to him how her raincoat had become uncomfortable, and she had removed it, revealing her, thanks to the rain, completely see-through robes and the alluring curves beneath. Suddenly, everyone had been eager to talk to her and share their experiences in the ruins. Viola explained that many of the adventurers had ventured deep into the underground ruins and had returned with tales of mysterious artifacts and powerful magic. Some had even claimed to have encountered ancient guardians, powerful beings that protected the ruins from intruders. But despite the dangers, many were eager to return and explore further, driven by the promise of untold riches and powerful magic. He thanked her for her hard work and eagerly recounted the information he had discovered at the library. I found out that this ancient underground civilization was called the Baumgarten Underground Empire. They were a powerful and advanced society that existed here millennia ago. Their technology was far beyond anything we have today, and they had a complex system of government and social hierarchy. They even had their own written language, which I was able to translate with the help of some old texts I found in the library. Viola listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder as Zeke spoke. "Wow, that's incredible," she exclaimed. "I had no idea that such a civilization existed here. I only found out that the ruins were discovered a couple of 100 years ago and that they were still being explored by adventurers, but they had not found anything of interest yet." Zeke nodded. "I also found out that the ruins were extensive and that they stretched far beneath the city. It seems that the civilization had built a vast network of underground structures, including grand halls, underground lakes, and even a system of underground transportation. But apparently, the ruins have been deemed too dangerous for further exploration." "But that's exactly why we should explore them," Viola said with a determined look on her face. "We can't let the fact that it's dangerous stop us from uncovering the secrets of this lost civilization." Zeke smiled, feeling invigorated by Viola's enthusiasm. "You're right," he said. "We have to see these ruins for ourselves and uncover the truth about the Baumgarten Underground Empire. It's the adventure of a lifetime." As the day went on, Zeke and Viola set about gathering the supplies they would need for their journey into the underground ruins. They visited the local market, where they purchased lanterns, ropes, and other equipment that would be essential for their exploration. They also stocked up on food and water, knowing that they would be underground for at least a couple of days. As the day drew to a close, Zeke and Viola returned to the inn to rest and prepare for the journey ahead. They went over their plans one last time, making sure that they had everything they needed. And then, as the sun rose over the city of Baumgarten, they set off into the unknown, ready for whatever adventures lay ahead. As the sun rose above the horizon, Zeke and Viola were already making their way toward what Zeke would describe as a still known entrance to the underground ruins. They had set out early, eager to make the most of their time. Zeke had consulted dozens of descriptions in the library, poring over ancient texts and maps, and had uncovered a few references to this particular entrance. According to his research, it was the closest path to the center of the ruins. Their journey was not an easy one, as they had to navigate through dense forests and rugged terrain. But Zeke was determined, driven by the possibility of uncovering long-lost knowledge and treasures hidden within the ruins. The rain was coming down in sheets, making it difficult for Zeke and Viola to see as they made their way toward the small iron mine on the outskirts of town. They had both donned raincoats, but they were quickly becoming drenched as they hurried through the deluge. The mining operation was their destination, and it was here that the hidden entrance to the underground ruins had been discovered years ago. As they reached the mine, Zeke and Viola could see the entrance of the tunnel, dark and ominous opening in the side of the main mining tunnel. Zeke had heard the rumors of the accidents that had plagued the mining operations in this tunnel, and it was why this section had been closed and entry for the workers had been forbidden. But Zeke was convinced that this was the closest path to the center of the ruins, and he was determined to find out for sure. As they stepped out of the rain and took off their raincoats, Viola turned to Zeke and asked, "How do you know that this entrance is the closest to the center?" Zeke explained that he had consulted countless reports in the library, cross-referenced ancient tomes and maps, and had uncovered a few mentions to this particular entrance. With a quick flick of a flint, Zeke lit a torch and motioned for Viola to follow him as he began to explain his reasoning. "There's a book in the library," he said, "that has a collection of texts and phrases brought back by adventurer expeditions. The author of the book had only been able to decipher a small part of the collected text, but I was able to use that part to fuel my spell language comprehension. It allowed me to quickly learn more about the language." As they walked deeper into the tunnel, Zeke continued, "My mastery of the tongue is not perfect yet, but I can roughly translate what most of the texts mean. I believe that this tunnel leads to the center of the ruins, and I discovered the location of what I believe to be a city in the center of all those tunnels. I'm convinced that we'll find something of great importance down there." Viola was skeptical, but she trusted Zeke's knowledge and expertise. Together, They ventured into the dark and forbidding tunnel, ready to uncover the secrets that lay within. The tunnel was dark and damp, and the only light besides their torch came from the faint glow of the luminescent moss growing on the walls. But Zeke's eyes were drawn to something else, something that set his heart racing. Carved into the stone at the back of the tunnel was a symbol, one that matched the ancient text he had found in the library. With a sense of triumph, Zeke pointed it out to Viola and smirked at her. "We're in the right place." Farther down the tunnel, Zeke and Viola came across a fork in the road. The tunnel split off in two different directions, both leading into the darkness. Viola paused for a moment, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. She then pointed to one of the tunnels and said to Zeke, "I can feel an airflow in that tunnel. It must lead outside." Zeke nodded, understanding her reasoning, and they decided to take the other tunnel instead. As they walked, Zeke continued to explain his findings to Viola. "I found references to something called the heart in the text," he said, "and from the location of the texts and how they referred to the position of the heart as either north, west, east, or south, I was able to triangulate the position of the heart somewhat." Viola listened intently, impressed by the depth of Zeke's research. It had only taken him 3 hours to find all that out. She knew that finding the important parts of the ruins would be a monumental task, but with Zeke's knowledge and her own intuition, she felt confident that they would be successful. "Viola," Zeke called out, his voice low and serious. "We must be careful, for this is not a known entrance to the ruins. No other adventurers have come before us to secure a passage." He paused, a frown creasing his brow. "I must also tell you of the mysterious disappearances in the mine. There were hints about this in those texts that spoke of what they called the heart." He looked at her intently. The text spoke of how the heart would call out to people, luring them towards it, and then test whether they were worthy to receive its blessing. "The disappearances in the mine matched this description perfectly," he continued. "There was no struggle, no fight. It's as if the people simply dropped their mining equipment and walked off." Viola listened intently, feeling a sense of unease creeping over her. She knew that they were walking into the unknown and that they were facing something that they did not yet understand. Zeke was aware of the danger of the unknown, but he already felt as though the heart of the ruins was calling to him, and it seemed to promise endless riches if he were to prove himself worthy of its blessings. He carefully watched the walls and the ground for any signs of where this strange feeling was coming from, while Viola used her intuition to sense any potential dangers. They were both aware of the risks, but their lust for adventures and their trust in each other kept them going. They ventured deeper into the tunnel, believing themselves ready for whatever the heart of the ruins would throw at them. As they walked deeper into the tunnel, Zeke kept a careful watch on the walls, scanning for any signs of traps or hidden dangers. He turned to Viola and said, "I can already feel the heart's call. It's a powerful pull, and I can tell that it's using mind magic." Viola turned to look at Zeke, surprised by this revelation. "The heart is most likely a magical construct that uses mind magic to control and lure people," Zeke explained. "That's why the workers just walked off without a struggle. Regular people without a magic core have no defenses against mind magic. I can feel its call because I am a mind mage. Mind mages are more sensitive to mind spells, but it also gives us better defense against them. That's why I am not worried about me being controlled by the heart's call." Viola nodded, understanding the implications of what Zeke had said. She knew that they were walking into a dangerous situation and that she, especially, needed to be vigilant. She also knew that Zeke's expertise in mind magic would be a valuable asset in understanding how the mind magic of the heart worked. As they continuously walked deeper into the tunnel without being hindered by anything, Zeke and Viola were initially surprised to find that they didn't come across any traps at all. Zeke thought about it and realized that it made sense. How could there be active traps around here if the heart had called down the miners? They would have seen corpses before now. Viola also agreed with his reasoning, but neither of them dropped their guard as they walked deeper into the tunnel. The walls started to change little by little as they continued their descent. The once rough and natural-looking stone walls were getting more even and artificial-looking. There were even carvings on the walls that looked like they had been done by an artist. The carvings depicted scenes of people and creatures that neither of them recognized, but they were intricate and detailed. It was clear that whoever had built this place had put a lot of time and effort into the construction. Viola and Zeke looked at each other, both feeling a sense of awe and wonder at what they were seeing. They knew that they were getting closer to the center of the ruins, and they were both excited to see what lay ahead. They walked on, their guard still up, and their senses alert for any sign of danger. The tunnel was dark, but the light from the torch and the luminous moss on the walls provided enough light for them to see. The heart's call was growing stronger with each step, but that didn't stop them. They were determined to uncover the secrets of the ruins. After walking for around 30 minutes, they came across an open stone gate. Behind it lay a room, but it was pitch dark inside, and Zeke could not see far into it. They searched the arch of the gate, as well as the nearby walls for any indication of what may lay ahead, and found that there were a lot of scenes depicting combat. Zeke looked at Viola with serious eyes. Her eyes were equally serious, but she still nodded at him. He knew that she was ready for whatever lay ahead, and he felt a sense of relief knowing that he had her by his side. He took a deep breath and stepped into the room, holding the torch in front of him. As they walked deeper into the room, the light from the torch illuminated the walls, revealing more carvings of people and creatures locked in combat. Zeke and Viola entered the chamber, ready for anything. The moment they stepped through the gate, the door swung shut silently, but with surprising speed. But before they could even react to this new development, the entire chamber lit up. They found themselves in a colossal cavern, the light coming from crystal contraptions that were embedded in the ceiling at regular intervals, lighting up the entire space as if they were outside on a cloudless day. Zeke and Viola were flabbergasted by this turn of events and looked at each other in amazement. But their attention was still focused in the center of the room where a humanoid figure stood. The figure looked at them and said in a deep and powerful voice, "Sustio ad loca probationis." Viola looked at Zeke wordlessly, one eyebrow raised. She was trying to understand what the figure had said, but it was not in a language that she was familiar with. Zeke thought for a moment, and then gave her his best guess of what the figure had said, "Welcome to the proving grounds." Zeke looked at the figure in the center of the room. It was roughly proportioned like a human, but clearly it was not. Zeke was pretty sure the thing in front of them was not even a living being. To make sure his assumptions were correct, he asked the figure in front of them, "Who are you?" The figure didn't even move a millimeter, and for a moment, it seemed like there would be no response at all. But then, it answered in the same language as before, lingua ignota detecta. Hoc unitate non possumus responder, ad quisitum tuum. What did it say? Viola asked, curious. Zeke mused, something like, "Unknown language found. This device is unable to provide a result to your search. I don't know all the words it used, but that seems to be the core message. But don't worry, my ability to translate will get better the longer I can keep it talking." And with that, he turned back to the figure and began speaking to it in the same language it had just used. At first it was halting and broken, but as the minutes passed, his proficiency grew. Zeke struggled to keep his improved version of the language comprehension spell going for as long as he could, as he asked the figure all kinds of questions, determined to learn as much of the language as possible. As a result, he grew increasingly fluent in the language, which was apparently called Bae, and learned some information about the nature of this place. But eventually, he could not sustain the spell any longer and collapsed forward, only to be caught by Viola. She asked him if he was okay, to which he replied that it was just the effect of using his magic and that he was fine. He then proceeded to share with her the information he had learned during his inquiry. The room they were in was apparently one of the entrances to the city, at the center of the Baumgarten underground empire. However, in Zeke's opinion, the title of empire was misleading, as they only had the one giant city and miles upon miles of tunnels surrounding it, hardly what he would call an empire. But he was beginning to suspect that the people who built this place were a little strange. He further explained to Viola that in order to enter the city, every person needed to complete a test. Viola then asked him what happened if they didn't pass the test. As Zeke and Viola stood before the imposing figure, known now as Guardian 543, Zeke couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He had a sneaking suspicion that the test they needed to pass, in order to enter the city, at the center of the Baumgarten underground empire, may not be as simple as it seemed, but he hadn't bothered to ask the Guardian what would happen if they failed. The Guardian, true to form, took its time before answering Zeke's question. When it finally spoke, its words were nothing but gibberish to Viola. "Si non possis experimentum transire, nemo supervivit," it said. Zeke cursed under his breath, the weight of the Guardian's words hitting him hard. Well, at least we know where all those missing adventurers ended up now, he said, his voice laced with sarcasm. Viola, however, who had no idea what the Guardian had said, wasn't following Zeke's logic. She asked, "Care to enlighten me?" Zeke was a little embarrassed that he had forgotten to translate again, and he told her that the Guardian had said, "All that fail the test will be killed." The gravity of the situation was clear to them both, and they knew they needed to be thoroughly prepared if they wanted to pass the test and survive. Viola then asked Zeke if he knew what the test would be like. Zeke nodded and told her that the Guardian would test if they would be able to withstand the mind magic of the heart. Apparently, the heart was in the center of the city and will mind control people who are not strong enough to withstand it. Zeke looked at Viola with worry in his eyes. He was not worried about himself. As a mind mage, he had a strong natural defense against all mind magic. But Viola did not, and that was what had him concerned. He knew that she would have to be extra careful during the test if she wanted to pass and survive. But the girl just smirked back at him. "What, you think I won't make it? My grandpa trained me to resist mind magic since I was a little kid. Don't worry, this test will be a breeze." Despite her boisterous facade, Zeke could tell that she was a little worried, but he also knew that she would not back down from the challenge. So he took her hand in his, and with a deep breath, he told the Guardian they were ready. The moment the test began, Zeke felt a strange sensation wash over him. It was as if a million whispers were coming from every direction, yet he couldn't see where they were coming from. He looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the voices, but it was as if they were coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Despite the strange feeling, Zeke found that he was able to withstand the mental pressure of the voices. It was just a little bit annoying, if anything. "This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings." But as he looked over at Viola, he could see that she was having a much harder time. Her hand was clenched tightly in his, and he could feel her tensing up the moment the test began. Sweat was beading on her forehead, and her face was etched with a look of utter concentration. He knew that this test was harder on her than it was on him, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for her. The minutes ticked by, and Zeke could feel the pressure building. It was as if the voices were getting louder and more insistent. He could see the strain on Viola's face, and he knew that she was struggling to keep up. The voices stopped, and there was a moment of silence before the Guardian spoke. "Congratulations on passing the test. You may enter the city now," it said in Bae. Zeke let out a sigh of relief and looked over at Viola. She was still sweating and looked tired, but there was a sense of triumph in her eyes. Together, they turned and walked into the city, ready to uncover its secrets and explore the Baumgarten underground empire. As Zeke and Viola walked deeper into the city, they were both taken aback by what they saw. They found themselves in a ruined wasteland of crumbling buildings and debris. The houses were carved out of the stone, and they all seemed to be facing inward for some reason. Most of the buildings were severely damaged, and it was clear that the city had been abandoned for millennia. But what truly surprised them was the presence of humans. They noticed that there were other people moving around the city. They were clearly adventurers, dressed in gear and weapons, searching through the houses and ruins. Zeke and Viola exchanged a confused look, wondering why they had not heard anything about this place in the guild if there were so many people already here. As they continued to explore the ruins, they couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. This was not the grand underground empire they had imagined, but a forgotten and abandoned city, plundered by the adventurers that came before them. They couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the people who once lived here, and what had caused the city to fall into such a state of disrepair. Despite the disappointment, Zeke and Viola exchanged a glance before they walked over to the group of adventurers that was closest to them. As they approached, the two men who were keeping guard outside tensed for a moment, but when they realized that it was only two kids coming over, they relaxed again. "What's going on here?" Viola asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. The man smirked, his gaze scanning the two youths. "Are you here for the first time?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "This place, little miss, is known as the outer district of the city. You cannot enter this place unless you pass what we call the first test. You two should be aware of that fact already," he continued, his tone becoming serious. "And let me tell you, all those who have passed the first test have agreed to keep quiet about this place, to avoid the competition that would come with the knowledge of its existence. Especially for when we all pass the second test," he added, a hint of mystery in his voice. Zeke and Viola looked at each other, both taken aback by this revelation. Zeke knew that the first test must refer to the test against mind magic that they had just passed, but what was the second test then? He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as he thought about the potential dangers that lay ahead. They couldn't help but wonder what the test entailed and how they could possibly pass it. The man, sensing their confusion, offered to explain more about the test and how to pass it. The test is a combination of physical, mental, and magical combat. Only the strongest and most skilled adventurers shall pass. Mark my words. This test is extremely dangerous, and many have lost their lives trying to pass it. He warned, his eyes scanning Zeke and Viola. And I must make a request of the both of you. Promise me that you shall not speak of this place once you have left. Agreed. The two of them nodded, promising to keep the secret of this place. You may search all the houses here, but be warned, most of them have been picked clean by years of adventurers searching for treasures, the man added. Zeke and Viola thanked the man for the information and began to explore the outer district of the city. As they walked through the streets, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the ancient architecture and the intricate carvings that adorned the houses. They could see that the houses had once been grand and beautiful, but now they were nothing but ruins, their beauty long lost to the ravages of time and human greed. As they explored the houses, they found that the men had been right. Most of the houses had already been picked clean. However, they did manage to find a few small trinkets and relics that had been overlooked by previous adventurers. They were excited by their finds, but they knew that they were insignificant compared to the treasures that they were sure lay hidden in the inner districts of the city. As they explored the outer district, they couldn't help but think about the test that lay ahead of them. They knew that it would not be easy, but they were determined to pass it and uncover the secrets of the Baumgarten underground empire. They spent the rest of the day exploring the outer district and making preparations for the test, knowing that their journey to uncover the secrets of the city had only just begun. Zeke and Viola spent the entire day scouring the outer district of the city for valuables, but their search proved to be less successful than they had hoped. Despite their efforts, they each only managed to find a few interesting trinkets and baubles, nothing of significant value. They both knew that any valuable treasures had long since been taken from the area, leaving only the discarded and forgotten items behind. Despite the lack of obvious treasure, Zeke's perfect spatial awareness spell proved to be a valuable asset in their search. The spell, which now extended to around 2.5 meters around him, allowed him to detect any valuable items hidden within chests or storage crates with ease. This allowed them to be certain that they had not missed anything of worth during their search. As the sun began to set, Zeke and Viola made camp for the night. As they sat around the fire, they discussed their plan for the next few days. They knew that their search for valuables in the outer district had come up empty, and they needed to decide on their next course of action. They considered returning to the academy or attempting to find a way to pass the second test. The next day, Zeke and Viola set out with a clear goal in mind: conduct one final sweep of the outer district before moving on to the location of the second test. They had heard rumors of this test, and what they had learned was that it was much more difficult but not as deadly as the previous one. Unlike the first test, where failure meant certain death, it was said that those who could not pass this test were able to walk away unharmed. With this in mind, Zeke and Viola had devised a plan. They would first scope out the situation, taking in all the details and trying to understand the nature of the test. They wanted to determine if they had a chance at success before committing to it. If it seemed impossible for them to pass, they would instead spend their remaining time in the outer district, searching for any valuables that may have been missed on their previous search. As they walked through the abandoned streets, Zeke's perfect spatial awareness spell proved to be a valuable asset once again. Zeke and Viola were making their way through the outer district when they came across an old shop that must have been selling jewelry when the city still had a functioning economy. With his perfect spatial awareness spell, Zeke could see a hidden compartment within the shop that contained a beautiful bracelet. Excited by the discovery, he opened the compartment and took out the bracelet. Viola looked at the bracelet in fascination. It was clear that she liked it a lot. Zeke, noticing her interest, waved it in front of her face and could see that her eyes were tracking it like a cat watching a mouse. Before she could pounce on it, he tossed it to her and said it was a present. Viola was overjoyed and immediately put it on. Just as they were admiring the bracelet, a voice could be heard from behind them. "Boss, those brats here seem to have found something good." Zeke and Viola turned around to see a man standing behind them, and 3 others entering the shop at his call. The look in their eyes made it clear that they were up to no good. Zeke wordlessly brandished his staff, which he had slung over his back, preparing for a fight. He would make sure that if those people wanted to steal from them, they would have to be ready to bleed for it. Just as he was about to charge, the leader of the group spoke. "Brat, you have good taste. How about this? You guys can keep the bracelet you found. But in exchange, you let us have a little fun with your girlfriend. What do you say?" Zeke was outraged by the man's proposition, and Viola was visibly shaking at the threat. Without hesitation, Zeke stepped forward, ready to defend Viola and himself. He knew that they could not just give in to these bandits' demands. They would have to fight to protect themselves and what was rightfully theirs. Did this man really think that he would let them have their way with Viola just for a piece of jewelry? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at the smug faces of the 4 men in the room, all of them leering at Viola like she was a piece of meat. He couldn't stand the thought of anyone hurting her, let alone these 4 thugs. He stepped forward, his staff at the ready, and spoke with a voice filled with anger and determination. "You will not touch her. I will not let you harm her or take what is rightfully ours. Leave now and we will forget this ever happened. If you do not, I will make sure you regret it." The leader of the group sneered at Zeke's words, but he could see the determination in his eyes and knew that he meant what he said. He hesitated for a moment, considering his options. The tension in the room rose. Zeke gripped his staff so hard that his knuckles turned white, ready to fight to protect Viola and their loot. But before anything could happen, somebody started laughing. It was Viola. Apparently she had not been shaking because of fear, but in order to keep back her laughter. She was laughing so hard that tears were visible at the corners of her eyes. After she finally got herself under control again, she smirked at the now visibly annoyed men and declared haughtily, "I want to see who amongst you dickless losers has the guts to lay their hands on Viola Wintenzer, daughter of Dmitri Wintenzer, patriarch of the Wintenzer family of the 5 great families, and granddaughter of Victor Wintenzer, archmagus of the guild, and headmaster of Elementium." The men's expressions changed from sneers to looks of shock and fear as they realized who they were dealing with. The Wintenzer family was one of the most powerful and influential families in the empire, and they knew that they couldn't afford to cross them. They quickly apologized and tried to leave the shop. But Viola stopped them. "Do you not want to compensate me before you leave? I was scared to tears by your threats earlier. I think I deserve a little something for my troubles," Viola said with a sly smile on her face. The bandits were speechless. How shameless was this little girl? Scared, she had laughed at them so hard that tears came out. But what could they do? They didn't want word of what they had said to her to reach her family, so they took out some of the things they had found for her to pick from. Viola immediately grabbed everything. But after a moment, a look of disappointment could be seen on her face. "This is all trash," she said, before throwing everything on the ground and looking at the 4 men angry. "Where is all the good stuff?" The 4 men didn't know if they were supposed to laugh or cry at Viola's behavior. Not only was she robbing them, but she had even called everything they had trash, and now she was telling them that they didn't have good enough stuff for her to steal. What kind of girl was this? They didn't know what to say, so they all just looked at the ground like schoolboys who had just received a stern lesson from a teacher. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. But before Viola could berate them any further, Zeke grabbed something from the ground and spoke up. "Where did you guys find this?" In his hands was a book. The leader of the group looked at the book, surprised. We found it in one of the houses we searched. It looked like it was some kind of library, but we couldn't read anything in it. I only grabbed that book because it has a little gold on its cover, so I just tossed it in the bag." Zeke looked at the book and then back at the man. He thought for a moment before saying, "How about this? You guys lead us to the place you found this book, and in exchange, keep everything else and are free to go." Viola wanted to protest, but Zeke held up his hand to stop her. Viola pouted a little, but she could tell that Zeke was serious, so she agreed as well. The 4 men looked at how Zeke had managed to save them from that little demoness and looked at Zeke like he was their lifesaver. They quickly agreed and began to lead the way. The group made their way through the abandoned streets, following the bandits' lead. They came across several houses and buildings, but none of them seemed to be the right one. Finally, they arrived at a small, run-down house on the outskirts of the city. The leader of the bandit group gestured towards the house and said, "We found the book in that house." Zeke and Viola thanked the bandits and allowed them to leave with the loot they had taken from the other houses. The bandits were overjoyed and quickly made their escape, not wanting to stick around and risk incurring Viola's wrath. Zeke and Viola approached the house, and Zeke used his perfect spatial awareness to check for any traps or hidden danger. Finding none, they entered the house and began to search for the source of the book. After a few minutes of searching, they found the entrance to a small library hidden in a corner of the room. Zeke began to smile when he saw all the books around them. Viola asked him what that book they had was. Zeke turned to her, and his smile got even wider. The book those guys had were the notes of a retired researcher who had spent his entire life inside the inner district. "If I am correct, then this library should be filled with books," the man wrote himself, "instead of the novels we found in all the other houses." Zeke looked at Viola and told her that she should go on and check out the second test while he stayed here and read through everything. Viola immediately agreed. She had been afraid that he would ask her to help with the reading. She left as if she was running away, eager to see what the second test held in store for her. Zeke sat down and began to read the books. His mind was racing with the possibilities of the knowledge he could gain from them. He knew that these books could change his life, and he was determined to absorb as much as he could. He spent the next few hours poring over the books, taking notes and making connections between the different pieces of information. He also learned that the people who lived here called themselves Jigers. Zeke continued to read through the books and discovered that the Jigers had a unique way of thinking about the world. They believed in the power of knowledge and the importance of understanding the world around them. Olenzo, the researcher who had written all the books, had a deep understanding of the Jigers' culture and way of life. He wrote about the Jigers' love for science and experimentation, and how they had used this passion to create a society that was highly advanced. However, Olenzo also wrote about the Jigers' tendency to overcompensate for their small size by building everything larger than it needed to be. He believed that this behavior was rooted in their need to prove themselves to the larger races, and to show that they were just as capable, if not more so, than the larger races. Zeke delved deeper into the books and discovered that the Jigers were a highly magical and technologically advanced society. They had developed a system of magic that allowed them to control machines with their minds and had created a utopia for themselves. Living in harmony with nature and their surroundings, they had created a perfect balance between magic and technology, something that was thought to be impossible. Zeke also learned that the Jigers had a unique understanding of magic itself. They had discovered a way to tap into the energies that flowed through the earth and harnessed it to power their machines and create their underground paradise. The Jigers had even created a way to store and release magic in a controlled manner, something that Zeke had never seen before. Zeke couldn't believe what he was reading. The knowledge contained in these books was invaluable and could change the way magic was understood and used. He knew that this discovery could turn someone into one of the most respected researchers in the Empire. He spent hours in the library, reading and taking notes on everything he could. Viola had returned a while ago but didn't want to interrupt him, so she curled up in a corner and went to sleep. He knew that he couldn't take all the books with him, but he memorized as much as he could and made detailed notes on the most important information. Then he burned the notes and slapped his forehead. Was he an actual idiot? Did he work all summer long on a spell that would help him memorize and understand an enormous amount of information and store them indefinitely? So he got to work. After several hours of non-stop memorization, his mind buzzing with the wealth of information he had just absorbed, lay down beside Viola and closed his eyes. The knowledge he had gained was invaluable, but also dangerous in the wrong hands. As he drifted off to sleep, he made the decision to burn the books and records of the Jigers before they left, ensuring that their secrets were kept safe. His mind was at ease, knowing that he had not only gained knowledge, but also taken steps to protect it. The next morning, Zeke woke up feeling refreshed and ready to take on the day. He knew that there was much to be done before they could leave this place, and he was determined to make the most of their time here. He began to gather the books and stack them in the middle of the room. He then used the magical tool for lighting campfires to ignite the pile and watched as the flames consumed the books, destroying them completely. With a heavy heart, he turned and left the burning library. Viola and Zeke then made their way towards the second test. Viola informed Zeke that she had heard there was a strong adventurer attempting the test today. As they approached the location, they could see a crowd gathered around a large circular arena. In the center of the arena stood a man who Zeke assumed was Rudolph, dressed in gold armor and wielding a massive sword. He was surrounded by a group of heavily armed guards. As they made their way closer to the front of the crowd, Zeke could see that the guards were not just there for show. They were clearly on high alert, their eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of danger. Viola leaned in closer to Zeke and whispered, "Rudolph is a gold-ranked adventurer, the strongest guy here at the moment. He tried the test weeks ago, but ultimately failed. He's determined to pass it this time, but I don't think he stands a chance." Zeke watched as Rudolph stepped towards the Guardian and began to speak. "I am Rudolph, a gold-ranked adventurer. I have come here to take the second test, and I will not be denied." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, but Zeke could see the determination in Rudolph's eyes. The robotic voice of the Guardian could be heard, but the people here didn't seem to understand what it was saying. As the test began, Zeke could see that Rudolph was a formidable opponent. He fought with skill and precision, his sword striking with deadly accuracy. But as the test progressed, it became clear that he was outmatched. The guards surrounding him began to fall one by one, until finally Rudolph himself was defeated. As the crowd cheered and applauded, Viola turned to Zeke and said, "It seems I was right. We don't stand a chance in this test." Before she could say anything more, she realized something was wrong with the way Zeke just stood there, watching the failed test of Rudolph. Viola couldn't help but notice the oddity in his expression. She reached out to prod him, attempting to gain his attention, yet he remained fixated on the scene before him. A moment passed before a chuckle escaped his lips, growing louder and louder until it became a full-fledged laugh. Those around them began to take offense, assuming Zeke was mocking Rudolph's failure. Viola, quick on her feet, pulled him away from the growing crowd and demanded to know the reason for his sudden outburst. The smirk on his face was growing wider with every word. As he spoke, "I think we will pass the second test without a problem." Viola looked at Zeke, with confusion etched on her face. "Didn't you just see how that gold adventurer got his ass kicked by that Guardian? Rudolph was stronger than both of us together, and he had no chance. How could we pass the test?" Zeke smirked, his confidence unwavering. He told her to trust him and to follow his lead. Viola seemed hesitant, but she trusted Zeke, and so the two of them made their way back to the location of the fight. Zeke knew that they shouldn't allow the people to watch them take the test, so they had to wait for the crowd to clear out. He turned to Viola, his eyes alight with confidence. "Trust me," he said. "We can do this." And with that, they waited for the crowd to disperse, the people none the wiser to the spectacle they would miss here. After several hours, the location was completely deserted of people. There was nothing around, aside from the Guardian, who stood in front of the only passage that led through the wall that separated the outer district from the inner district. Once Zeke and Viola were sure that nobody was watching, they stepped up to the gate, and the Guardian said the same thing he had said to Rudolph earlier. But Zeke didn't get ready to fight. Instead, he bowed to the Guardian and said something in the Boe language. The Guardian remained silent for a while, and then, after a short answer, simply stepped aside, letting them through. Viola was flabbergasted. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. She turned to Zeke with a look of confusion and wonder. After passing through the gate, Viola immediately turned to Zeke and asked him how he managed to trick the Guardian. Zeke just smirked at her, reveling in his feeling of superiority, but after Viola started to get a little annoyed, he began to explain. "The people outside were all wrong. They assumed that the second test was to beat the Guardian. But that could not be further from the truth. The Guardian told Rudolph earlier that only authorized personnel can enter the inner district and that Rudolph had to identify himself. After which, Rudolph pointed his sword at the Guardian. The Guardian then told him to lower his weapon, or it would remove him from the gate by force. You see, the fight that Rudolph had with the Guardian was not the test. He had a fight because he already failed the test by not responding correctly." Viola couldn't believe her ears. Was it really this easy? She couldn't believe that all this time. The test was not to defeat the Guardian, but to answer correctly. She felt foolish for not realizing it sooner. Zeke could see the realization dawning on her face, and he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry about it, he said with a smug smile. We all make mistakes, but it's important to learn from them. Viola nodded. She was irked by Zeke's smug behavior, but she couldn't argue against the wisdom of these words. But then something occurred to her. Wait a moment, you are not on the list for allowed personnel as well. Why did it let us in? Zeke smirked and took out a book from his pocket. I might not be on the list, but Mr. Olenzo here is on the list, he said, looking incredibly self-satisfied as he pointed to the name of the author on the back of the book. Viola was too impressed to get mad at him for his ostentatious behavior, so she asked him what the Guardian had said as they passed. Zeke couldn't help but laugh, then translated the last words of the Guardian to her. Welcome back, Dr. Olenzo. Your last visit was 4,723 years ago. Have a nice stay. They both looked at each other before both burst out laughing. She couldn't help but be impressed with Zeke's resourcefulness and cleverness. She realized that she had much to learn from her friend. Zeke's combat strength was the least of the things he brought to the table. Someone like him would always be invaluable to the work of adventurers. As they stepped through the several dozens of meters thick barrier that divided the outer and inner district, they finally could see the place that was called Paradise by the Jiger people, and it truly was impressive. The entire ceiling was covered with blue glowing crystals, making the high cavern appear as if one was looking at the sky outside during a pleasant summer day. As far as the eyes could see, there were fields of all different kinds. Farther in, they could even see forests and lakes. All the fields seemed to be tended to automatically by the diverse cast of machines that lay strewn about everywhere. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the sound of birds chirping. It was a stark contrast to the dark and dreary outer district. The Jiger people's advanced technology had created an idyllic utopia, one where nature and technology coexisted in harmony. Viola couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as she took in the beauty of the inner district. She had never seen anything like it before. She turned to Zeke, her eyes shining with wonder. It's beautiful, she breathed. Zeke smiled, nodding in agreement. It truly is, he said. The Jiger people's technology is truly impressive. It's no wonder they were able to maintain such a paradise. As they walked further into the inner district, they couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Zeke thought that this place must have been an absolute delight to witness while it was still functioning. He couldn't help but be impressed at how the Jiger people had managed to create such a place hundreds of meters below ground. Zeke and Viola looked around, mesmerized. But then Zeke noticed something with his perfect spatial awareness. He whirled around and struck out with his staff, catching the attacker off guard and killing it instantly. Viola also turned around at Zeke's sudden movement and saw a giant panther lying on the ground. Her face turned a little pale from the thought that she didn't even notice the cat approaching. Zeke turned to her with a serious look on his face. We need to be more careful, he said. This place may be beautiful, but it's also dangerous. We have to stay alert at all times. Viola nodded, still a little shaken by the sudden attack. What is that thing? She asked. Zeke rubbed his temples. Clearly he was not pleased by the appearance of the cat. He began to explain. The Jiger had a place somewhere around here where they would breed rare monsters for their parts. This panther, for example, was bred for its incredibly durable and comfortable fur. Apparently it makes for amazing coats. But the fact that it is here means that the animals somehow got out of their habitat. If they were allowed to roam and multiply in here, there is no telling how many monsters we are talking about. Viola was shocked as well. The fact alone that the monsters had thousands of years of time meant that there was no telling how many and what species remained down here. She couldn't help but worry about the potential dangers that could be lurking around every corner. She turned to Zeke. What should we do? Zeke thought for a moment through all their options before replying. We should move towards the center of this place while staying out of sight as much as we can. Olenzo described in his book that there is a research facility in the middle of the inner district. It's in that facility that they keep their most valuable treasures. Apparently, even one of the 3 holy artifacts is stored there. Viola's eyes shone at the mention of a holy artifact. Is it the heart that we have heard so much about? No, whatever they had planned to do with the heart, they never finished that project, Zeke responded. The 3 holy artifacts are something different. Viola just kept looking right at him, and after a while of silent staring he sighed and motioned her to a storage shed where they were out of sight and began to explain. The 3 holy artifacts are the 3 greatest technological inventions of the Jiger: the energy ball, the magic shield, and the mystery box. Viola interjected, disappointed. Why are those names so lame? Zeke gave her a look and then paused for dramatic effect before continuing his explanation. The energy ball is buried deep in the earth and can harness the very energy from the ground. All the energy for the entire city and all the larger machines was provided by this one artifact. The holy shield is connected to the energy ball, and it creates a mana shield around the entire inner district. If Olenzo's words can be believed, it would take the entire Empire's army years to break through it. Viola's eyes were shining at this point. Zeke could see that the talk of those treasures had excited her greatly. He wanted to turn around and continue towards the center when he felt a hand on his shoulder, and Viola pulled him back. She seemed annoyed. Where are you going? You didn't tell me about the mystery box yet. Zeke was surprised at first, but then he made a bitter smile. I told you all I know about it. Olenzo never saw it either, apparently. No Jiger alive in Olenzo's time knew what the mystery box contained anymore. But among their people, there was a rumor that one day the mystery box would open when it found a worthy owner. Viola was intrigued. She had never heard of such a thing before. She asked, "What does that mean? How does it choose a worthy owner?" Zeke shrugged. "I have no idea, it's just a rumor. But it's said that whoever opens the mystery box will be granted great power and knowledge. It's also said that the mystery box will only open for someone who has proven themselves to be true and just. It's a mystery that may never be solved." Zeke expected Viola to be disappointed, but it was the exact opposite of what happened. She almost sprinted towards the center of the region. Zeke had to catch her and remind her to be careful. After she calmed down, she looked at him with a smug look in her eyes and said, "Wanna bet that box is gonna open the moment I walk up to it?" Zeke didn't know if he should laugh or cry. But the girl at least had confidence in herself, so he just patted her head and told her that he thought so as well. Before they could even make it 100 meters. Towards the next cover, another beast jumped out of the tall wheat stalks that lined the road. Behind them, another 3 jumped out. Those monsters had waited in ambush and instantly surrounded them. They were clearly intelligent. It seemed that they had to fight their way to the research facility. The monster, surprised by Zeke's sudden charge, was too late to dodge as the staff connected with its skull. A loud crack echoed through the forest as the creature's head caved in, blood and brain matter splattering the ground. Zeke didn't wait for the other creatures to react. He knew that he had to take advantage of the element of surprise while it lasted. He pushed his body to move even faster, his blood magic flowing through his veins, giving him the strength and speed he needed to take down these beasts. The other creatures, now alerted to Zeke's presence, began to howl and snarl in rage as they turned to face him. Zeke didn't hesitate. He knew that he had to take them out as quickly as possible before they could surround and overpower him. He activated perfect spatial awareness, his space magic spell that gave him perfect awareness of everything happening within a sphere around him. This spell was a game changer for him. It allowed him to react to any situation with lightning speed and precision. As the monsters closed in on him, Zeke activated another spell, Spatial Barrier, a space magic spell that created a barrier in front of him. The barrier was made of compressed space, and it was strong enough to block most physical attacks without a problem. The monsters slammed into the barrier, but it held strong, protecting Zeke from their jaws and claws. Viola, at the very start of the fight, had activated her own spell, Levitate. She lifted herself off the ground and flew above the monsters, giving her a clear view of the battlefield. She began to chant the incantation for her wind magic spell, Gale, and a powerful gust of wind began to blow, pushing the monsters back and giving Zeke the opening he needed to make his next move. Zeke lifted his palm towards the remaining monsters and then proceeded to clench his fist, activating his spell, Spatial Freeze. He channeled his magic into the space surrounding the monsters, blocking their movement. He didn't need to tell Viola to act. The moment the monsters stopped moving, a barrage of wind blades came crashing down on them, cutting them to pieces. The monsters let out a final howl of agony as they fell to the ground, dead. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief as the adrenaline began to subside. He knew that he couldn't let his guard down yet. There could be more monsters lurking in the forest. He looked up at Viola, who was still floating above him, and gave her a nod of gratitude. She smiled back, glad to have been able to support him in battle. Together, they moved on, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The The monsters here were unlike anything Zeke had ever seen before. They were twisted abominations of nature, with multiple eyes, limbs, and mouths. Some of them even seemed to be a fusion of different creatures, with the heads of wolves and the bodies of bears, or the wings of bats and the venomous fangs of snakes. Despite their grotesque appearance, these monsters were incredibly powerful and dangerous. Their attacks were relentless, and their physical strength was nothing to be underestimated. Zeke and Viola had to use all of their skills and spells just to keep themselves alive. Zeke, with his blood magic, was able to increase his physical strength and speed, allowing him to fight more efficiently. He also used his space magic to create barriers and traps, slowing down the monsters and giving him the upper hand. Viola, with her wind magic, was able to control the surrounding air, creating powerful gusts of wind that knocked the monsters off their feet, throwing them through the air like sandbags. Together, they were able to work in sync, supporting each other and taking down the monsters one by one. It was clear that Viola was a much stronger fighter thanks to her versatile spell arsenal, but Zeke did all he could to keep up with her. Zeke had just finished a grueling battle against a monstrous creature that seemed to be a twisted combination of snake and crocodile. As he turned to check on Viola, who was in the midst of battling a swarm of reptilian birds, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest. Glancing down, he saw 3 lines of blood across his chest muscles, deep gashes that cut through his flesh. Though he had been wounded several times during their hours-long series of fights, this was different. He had not seen his attacker sneak up on him. It was only when the creature entered the range of his perfect spatial awareness spell that he became aware of its presence, but by then it was too late for him to react. Zeke grit his teeth, trying to push through the pain as he searched for the source of the attack. His eyes finally fell upon a small creature, one that appeared to be a cat that stood on 2 legs, but with long, thin blades for fingers and toes. It was fast and agile, and had managed to evade his heightened senses. He had made a game out of coming up with names for all the bizarre creatures they were encountering, and he decided to call this one Slasher Cat. Reaching for his core, Zeke channeled his blood magic into his wounds, using it to heal himself and stem the bleeding. It was a dangerous move, as heavily drawing on his blood magic over extended periods of time could leave him weakened, but he had no choice. He needed to be able to fight. As the wounds on his chest began to close, he saw the Slasher Cat coming at him again. This time, he was ready. He activated his space magic spell, Spatial Freeze, halting the creature's movements in place. He quickly ran towards it, maintaining line of sight to keep the spell going and seizing one of its bladed paws, and using it to strike the creature, killing it instantly. Viola reached him and saw the creature's lifeless body on the ground. She looked at him with concern in her eyes. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm fine," Zeke said, trying to sound confident. "But we need to be more careful. These creatures are more dangerous than we thought." Viola nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "We need to find a way out of here," she said, "before it's too late." Zeke knew that she was right. They needed to find a way out of this nightmare, and fast. Zeke and Viola were well aware that they needed to find a safe haven before the hordes of monsters surrounding them could overpower them. The possibility of turning back was no longer viable, as they had ventured too deep into the unknown, and the monsters seemed to be growing in number as they progressed. The only option was to press on and hope for the best. As they ventured further, the gravity of their situation became clearer with every new enemy they faced. The creatures that lurked around every corner were twisted and grotesque, born from generations of inbreeding and crossbreeding in this unnatural environment. Each step forward was met with resistance as they fought for every inch of ground. Despite the exhaustion and injuries sustained in battle, Zeke and Viola refused to give in to despair. They had come too far to turn back now, and the thought of being overcome by the monstrous swarms was not an option. Zeke and Viola had been fighting for what felt like days, and the strain was starting to take its toll on them both. They were wounded and exhausted, but they knew that they couldn't give up. They couldn't turn back now, not when they were so close to their destination. Finally, they could see the target in the distance, the research facility that held the promise of safety and sanctuary. However, standing between them and their goal were roaming hordes of creatures, a formidable obstacle to overcome. They could see that the grounds of the facility were clear and free of monsters, but the problem remained of how to reach it. Zeke's mind raced as he assessed their options. He knew that the distance to the facility was roughly 500 meters. Distance he could easily cover in under a minute even while carrying Viola. Flying there was not an option, as the air was teeming with creatures that would overpower her in such numbers. He began to devise a plan, an idea forming in his mind. If he carried her in his arms and she used her wind magic, perhaps they could make it to the facility in one piece. It was a risky plan, but it was the only one they had. Viola was not thrilled by the idea, but she knew that they had to reach the research facility at all costs. She didn't have a better plan, so she agreed to the idea. Zeke picked her up and began to boost his body with blood magic. Pushing himself to his limits, he started running, the hordes of monsters instantly noticing them, but most quickly gave up the chase as they had no hope of catching him. The first 100 meters he ran with ease, nothing getting in his way. As they passed the halfway point, a pack of scale wolves tried to cut them off, but he leaped over them easily, boosted by Viola's wind magic. He landed smoothly, not breaking stride. Halfway to the target, Zeke was not injured yet. But as they reached the final 200 meters, they started to run into trouble. Swarm of blade birds took notice, drawn to Viola's silver hair. Zeke hugged her tighter, leaning forward to protect her the best he could while preparing for the final section of the sprint. The birds descended upon them like hail, cutting into him as he continued to rush forward, but he pushed through the pain, and with one final leap, they reached the complex. The monsters gave up the chase as if there was an invisible wall blocking their way. They had made it to safety at last. As soon as they entered the grounds of the facility, Zeke collapsed onto the floor, bleeding from dozens of cuts that were freely flowing onto the ground. With a tremendous force of will, he used his blood magic to stop the bleeding for all of them. Slowly and carefully, he began to heal each cut one by one. Viola, meanwhile, was practically unharmed, but she was covered in Zeke's blood. She had tears in her eyes as she looked down at Zeke, his body a tattered mess from shielding her. As Zeke looked up, he saw Viola looking worriedly at him, and he tried to play it off by saying, "It looks far worse than it actually is." Viola just nodded but didn't say anything. Zeke closed his eyes to focus, and after a couple of minutes, the worst of his wounds were patched up. He sat up and tried to smile at Viola, but she was kneeling on the floor, covering her head with both arms. At that moment, Zeke could feel it, a targeted mind magic attack right at Viola. He recognized the magic signature. It was the heart. Zeke tried to shield her somehow since she didn't look good at all, but before he could do anything else, Viola relaxed completely. Zeke breathed out a sigh of relief, thinking that she somehow managed to beat the spell. But when she stood up and looked at him, she looked completely different, the look in her eyes alien. Without another word, she started to fly towards the research facility and crashed through a window on the 3rd floor, disappearing from sight. Zeke was stunned, watching as Viola left. He couldn't believe that she had fallen under the spell's influence so quickly, and he was filled with a deep sense of dread and uncertainty about what was to come. He knew that he had to act fast. He knew that he would do whatever it took to get Viola out of this place safely. Zeke's mind reeled as he stared after Viola, unable to fathom the reality of what had just occurred. He felt as if he had been struck by a physical blow, and his legs gave out beneath him as he stumbled back and sat down heavily on the ground, dazed and disoriented. The combination of blood loss and the shock of the situation was too much for him to handle, and he struggled to maintain control of his body as it began to tremble with a mixture of fear and despair. He reached within himself, drawing upon the power of his blood magic to steady himself and calm the raging storm of emotion that threatened to consume him. He used his perfect body control spell to relax his muscles and slow his breathing. But even this small measure of control could not quell the tempest of feelings that swirled within him. Furthermore, he felt as if he were caught in the grip of a whirlwind, unable to find any footing or sense of direction in the face of this sudden and overwhelming trauma. As he sat there, the weight of what had just happened began to settle upon him, and he felt a sense of deep despair and hopelessness wash over him. He couldn't help but feel that he had somehow failed, that he had been unable to protect the people he cared about, that he was now alone in the face of this unfathomable tragedy. His mind was a jumbled mess of emotions, and he couldn't seem to focus on anything except the overwhelming sense of loss and grief that consumed him. For a while, Zeke just sat on the ground, only focusing on maintaining a steady breathing pattern. Once he finally regained control over his emotions, he began to process the information he had on the heart. He knew that it had been the central focus of research for the Jiger people for at least a century. The Jiger people had hoped to create the fourth holy artifact with this project. He thought long and hard about anything that could be used to turn the situation around. The first guardian had told them that once the heart had control over someone, they needed to be killed because there was no way it would relinquish control again as long as the person was alive. Zeke knew that time was of the essence. He needed to find a solution fast before it was too late. He began to recall all the information he had learned about the Jiger people's research, searching for any clues or insights that might help him. He remembered reading stories about the Jigers, experiments with mind magic, and the use of special artifacts to control the heart. As Zeke sat there, lost in thought, he couldn't help but question the words of the Guardian. Could they be trusted? The idea went against everything he knew about how mind magic worked, and why would they not simply turn off the heart? Surely, there had to be a way to deactivate their own creation. But as he sat there, something clicked in his mind, and he realized the missing piece of the puzzle. He remembered a single phrase from Olenzo's notes. It was truly one of our people's biggest fortunes to have the pleasure to work on something like this. Zeke had thought that Olenzo was talking about the privilege of being able to work on such an important project. But what if the heart was not created by the Jiger people at all, but was, in fact, an actual heart? The realization hit him like a thunderbolt, and he couldn't believe that he hadn't seen it before. He knew that the Jiger people were experts in mind magic and had the ability to manipulate and control their technology with their minds. But what if they had stumbled upon a real heart? The heart had to be the magical core of an apex monster. This would explain the power and control that the heart had over people. It would be a living, beating heart, and not just an object of magic. Zeke's thoughts turned to what he knew about the hearts of evolved monster species. He remembered that the monster species that had true sentience were built differently than regular monsters. Regular monsters were like aggressive animals. The only difference was that the organs of monsters were able to absorb a bit of mana. Monsters would get a tiny bit stronger with every breath of air, with every bite of food they ate. The key to this was how a monster's heart had the ability to convert and distribute the absorbed mana into the rest of the body, strengthening it in the process. True sentient monsters, however, had their hearts turned into a hybrid between a heart and a magic core. They were able to utilize the surrounding mana the same way a human could, as well as use ambient mana to strengthen the body. He realized that this could be the key to the heart's power, that it was not just an ordinary object, but a true sentient monster's heart. This would explain its ability to control and manipulate those who were in its presence. If the heart was the actual heart of one of the apex monster species, improved by a century of Jiger tinkering, Zeke couldn't even begin to comprehend the power he was dealing with. He remembered the story of a titan who fell in battle against a dwarven army. Apparently, the titan was not content with his loss and detonated all the mana he had stored in his heart, killing almost every dwarf present, as well as destroying half the hill they had been fighting on. If the heart had similar capabilities to the one from the story, Zeke didn't see a way for him to survive this. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he was out of his league and that he might not be able to handle the situation. The idea of facing a being with the power to destroy an entire army with a single detonation was daunting, and he knew that he needed a plan and a team of experts to take on this task safely, but as luck would have it, he had neither. The one thing he was certain about was that he couldn't leave Viola under the control of the heart for long. He had no idea what was happening to her right now. Zeke got up and started walking. The thought of planning felt pointless to him now. He had a theory of the enemy's identity, and he knew that he could not match the being in terms of power. His only hope was that he could use his resistance to mind magic to destroy the heart or save Viola and flee. He knew that his chances of success was slim, but he couldn't just give up and accept defeat. He had to try, no matter how hopeless the situation seemed. He knew that he needed to act fast. The longer he waited, the more time the heart would have to exert its control over Viola. He couldn't let that happen. He had to do whatever it took to save her. As he passed the second floor, Zeke saw a strange construction that looked almost like an altar, similar to the ones he had seen in the churches of the many gods. On top of it lay something that almost looked like a wrapped birthday present, complete with a bow and everything. Zeke was first confused by the bizarre display. What was this? A birthday present for one of the gods? But then he realized what the present was. It was one of the 3 holy artifacts, the mystery box. He remembered how Viola had bragged that the box would immediately accept her as its owner as soon as she touched it. The thought of Viola brought a deep sting, thinking about her situation, but he quickly calmed himself down again. He looked at the box and had a sudden thought. Maybe he could become the new owner of the mystery box and use its power to save Viola and defeat the heart. He knew that the box was powerful and that it could be the key to their success. With hesitant steps, he approached the altar. He looked at the beautifully crafted box. It seemed to be made from a metal that Zeke didn't recognize. It had a bluish-gray color and looked to be incredibly smooth. The box had artistic carvings all along its sides. It truly looked like the mysterious artifact that it was. Zeke realized that what he thought of as the bow of a present was in fact an attachment to make it easier to carry the box. With a trembling hand and a trembling heart, Zeke stretched out his hand and touched the box, but nothing happened. He stood there disappointed, but not surprised. He had hoped from the bottom of his heart that the mystery box would be the key to saving Viola and destroying the heart. In his desperation, he had even let some of his blood trickle on the box. He had heard some artifacts were bound by blood, but it was all for naught. It now seemed that all his hope had been in vain. He looked closer at the carvings on the box, trying to find some clue as to why it wasn't working. He noticed that there were some symbols inscribed on the box, in an ancient language that he didn't understand. He was pretty sure that the words on the box would be the key to unlocking its power. But all that didn't matter right now. He didn't have the time to sit here and experiment with the box. He tried picking it up and almost dropped it from surprise. The box was light, really light. In fact, Zeke was sure that there could be nothing inside this box that had any weight. He could barely believe that the metal it was made of was this light. But as he held it in his hand, he could sense a very familiar feeling coming from the box. Something that he had felt every single day for the past months, the feeling of space magic. No wonder he couldn't feel any weight from the box. No wonder he couldn't see inside the box, even with perfect spatial awareness. If the box used space magic to store its contents in an alternate space, then of course there would be no weight. This realization made him even more determined to figure out the mystery behind the box. He put the box in his tattered backpack and set off to the 3rd floor. He knew that time was of the essence, and he had to act fast in order to save Viola and defeat the heart. As Zeke stepped into the 3rd floor, he was met with a sight that he had not been expecting. The first 2 floors had been filled with small offices and research stations, but this floor was a vast open space, filled with an array of technological devices that he couldn't even begin to fathom the purpose of. Amidst the chaos of machines and contraptions, there stood a giant, glowing organ at the center of the room. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before, a grotesque hybrid of a heart and a brain. But as he looked upon it, his gaze was drawn to something else entirely. Kneeling beside the glowing organ was Viola, her posture rigid and her eyes closed. The sight of her in such a state sent a pang of worry through Zeke's heart, but he knew that he had to focus on the task at hand. As he approached her, a voice spoke inside his mind, cold and calculating. "It's good of you to join us, Ezekiel." Zeke couldn't help but be astounded as he gazed upon the heart before him. It was alive, and it had the capability to think. He had clung to the hope that the heart was merely acting on instinct and not retaining any sort of intelligence, but that hope was shattered. As he struggled to contain the whirlwind of emotions inside him, he spoke in a voice as steady as he could manage. "What is it that you want?" The heart's voice echoed in his mind, cold and calculating. Now, there's no need to put up a brave front. I can feel your true emotions." This was a shocking claim, and Zeke couldn't help but wonder what other abilities the heart was keeping secret from him. But after considering it carefully, Zeke couldn't help but think that this revelation shouldn't have come as a surprise to him. After all, if the heart was as powerful as he believed it to be, it was a wonder that his apprentice-level mind core could protect him at all from the heart's influence. He couldn't be bothered to try and hide the anxiety in his voice anymore as he asked his next question. "Are you an arch-mind mage?" The heart seemed almost offended by the question, and Zeke noticed that he could also feel a bit of the heart's emotions. It answered him in a haughty-sounding voice, "Arch-mage. Mind mage. Only the pathetic lesser species use terms like that to describe the parlor tricks that you have learned. My kind doesn't use mind magic, boy. I command and I am obeyed. That is all there is to it. Why would I have to learn mind magic to achieve what is essentially my birthright? Zeke was taken aback by the heart's response. He could definitely feel the heart using mind magic to control Viola, but through their connection, he didn't get the impression that the heart was lying or trying to deceive him. In fact, he got the impression that the heart viewed the very concept of tricking him as something entirely beneath it. He couldn't help but question what kind of power the heart truly held and what it was capable of. The implications of the heart's words were staggering, and Zeke couldn't help but feel insignificant compared to this mysterious being. Zeke didn't know what species the heart had once belonged to, but as tempted as he was to ask, there was something much more important he needed an answer to. What do you want with me? Clearly, you have brought me here for a specific purpose. The heart laughed in his mind and answered him with a smirk in its tone. Aren't you a clever little human? Yes, you are right. I have brought you here on purpose. In fact, there is something I want from you. In exchange, I promise that nothing will happen to this little girl here. What do you say? Zeke looked at the heart for a moment, considering his words carefully. When he answered, it was with a great amount of caution. I can't give you an answer before you tell me what it is that you want from me. The heart chuckled at his words, and Zeke got the feeling that the heart knew something that he didn't, and was having fun at his expense. Does it really matter what it is that I want from you? From the memories of this girl, I can tell that you would probably do almost anything to save her. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that if I asked you to give your very life, you would do it. The heart's words sent a shiver down Zeke's spine, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of vulnerability and fear as he realized the heart's ability to read him so well. He knew that he needed to be careful with what he said and did, as his every move could have severe consequences for not just himself, but also for Viola. Zeke grimaced as he tried to come up with a plan of action. He had hoped that the heart had not realized how important Viola would be as a bargaining chip, but since the heart clearly knew that Zeke would do whatever was necessary to save her, there was no need to pretend anymore. He let out a defeated sigh and answered the heart with a downcast voice. Fine, you're right. Whatever it is, I agree. Now tell me what I have to do to get you to release Viola. The heart remained silent for a while, and when it spoke again, it was about a seemingly unrelated subject. Zeke experienced a building feeling of unease and trepidation as he listened to the heart's words, unsure of what to expect or what the heart's true intentions were. When I awoke in this place, I initially believed it to be a miracle. The heart spoke, its voice tinged with bitter sarcasm. I had been on the brink of death, my body ravaged by a fierce battle. I had stumbled upon a secluded cave, desperately trying to heal my wounds, but to no avail. So when I found myself alive once more, I felt a sense of elation. But as I came to understand my circumstances and the depravity of the beings who had captured me, I couldn't help but wish for my death to be final. The heart's voice grew heavy with anger and despair as it recounted its past. Zeke listened with rapt attention as the heart spoke. When the heart paused, he asked, "The beings who had captured you, are you talking about the Jiger?" The heart seemed angered by the very mention of the Jiger. I don't know the name of my tormentors, nor do I care to learn it. All I know is that they kept 3 of their strongest elders by my side at all times. Mind mages, you would call them. Even if they were of a lesser species, in my condition without a body, they were strong enough to keep me from even taking my own life. Zeke was speechless. Had the Jiger really done that? Had they imprisoned a living being inside its own core for decades just to experiment on it, unable to even choose its own death? As Zeke thought about it, he could definitely see the Jiger doing something like that. They might have been advanced and knowledgeable, but in their hunger for advancement, they didn't seem to care much about the ethical consequences of their research. The thought of it made him sick to his stomach, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of anger and disgust towards the Jiger. The heart spoke with a somber tone, as if reliving the pain and torment it had endured for countless years. They kept me locked inside my own mind for centuries, it began. All I could do was watch as I grew weaker and weaker, while the tiny devils dismantled my corpse and built weapons and armors from the parts they had pillaged. They were overjoyed by the harvest they had obtained, and I could feel that they still wanted more. They desired to get their greedy little fingers, not only on my core, but on my very soul. In order to build one of their infernal machines out of my very essence, I could do nothing but wait and watch as they made slow progress in breaking down my defenses. The heart's words were filled with a sense of hopelessness and despair, as if it had been trapped in an endless cycle of suffering and torment. As the heart spoke, Zeke listened with a growing sense of horror. The idea that the Gigers would keep a sentient being trapped within their own mind for centuries, slowly weakening them as they dismantled their body for their own twisted purposes, was unfathomable. Zeke could only imagine the endless torment and suffering. The heart had endured, and it filled him with a burning anger and sadness. Zeke was forced to confront the harsh truth of the Giger civilization as he reevaluated the research he had read in Olenzo's library. He had long assumed that the test subjects mentioned in the notes were small animals, but the revelation of the heart's imprisonment and experimentation upon had forced him to question this assumption. The descriptions of the subjects being held in cages and the callous disregard for their well-being painted a disturbing picture in Zeke's mind. He could not shake the feeling that the Giger had been experimenting on sentient beings, and the implications of such actions were monstrous. As he delved deeper into his research, he came to the realization that the Giger had not only been willing to experiment on sentient beings, but they had not even found it necessary to cover it up. The thought that an advanced civilization could be capable of such atrocities made him feel a deep sense of anger and disappointment. The heart spoke with a sense of nostalgia, as if reliving the memories of his past struggles. After centuries of confinement, I was finally given a glimmer of hope. A machine that helped keep me contained malfunctioned slightly, giving me a chance to act. I used my limited abilities to influence the minds of the young and weak, trying to get them to save me, but it was all for naught. I wardened those tiny devils, killed all those I had influenced, and set up strict entry procedures for their city, leaving me without any further targets. Again I was trapped, again I was helpless, and again more time passed. But then, finally, years later, my chance arrived. The heart's tone shifted as he spoke of this last part. By this point, a single of their elders was enough to keep me in check, the heart began. Its voice filled with a sense of resignation and defeat. But one night, fate finally smiled upon me. The elder who was watching over me had an accident. He was old, so old that his pathetic flesh body was on the brink of expiring. I will never understand how you lesser races can stand the fact that you grow weaker with age, instead of gaining strength with every year you are alive. Anyway, the chair on which the old man was sitting broke, and the old man fell. I couldn't believe it when I saw him lying on the floor, dead. All his magical prowess, and yet a simple fall from a chair was enough to kill him. But after I realized that I was not being suppressed for the first time in over a century, I was overjoyed. I used my power to take control of the guards and had them kill everyone in their sleep. In my anger, I even made the guards kill themselves afterward. I was elated to be finally free. The heart paused, the misery that was radiating off it was palpable. And now, young Ezekiel, the heart spoke, its voice carrying a hint of malice. We have reached the point in my tale where you come into play. You see, it has been millennia since that fateful night, when I finally tasted freedom and rid myself of my tormentors, but as you can plainly see, I am still here, trapped within these walls, and that is where you come in, my dear Ezekiel. I want you to help me escape this prison. Zeke was taken aback by the heart's request. Was it truly as simple as that? Did the heart merely want assistance in breaking free? The idea seemed both reasonable and achievable to Zeke, but then he thought back to the abduction of Viola. Why had the heart gone through such lengths to bring him here? The more he considered it, the more a sense of unease settled in his stomach. Finally, he turned to the heart and asked, his voice tinged with suspicion, "And just how do you propose I go about helping you escape this place?" When the heart responded, its words were spoken slowly, each syllable drawing out the tension in the room. "What I want you to do, Ezekiel, is give me your body," the heart said in a low and menacing tone. Zeke was taken aback by the request that the ancient heart had put forth to him. "You want my body? Why, what could you possibly want my body for?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling with confusion and fear. "Didn't you say yourself multiple times how inferior our bodies are to that of your kind?" The heart replied calmly, its ancient voice seeming to echo through the cavernous chamber. "Yes, that is in fact the case, but after thousands of years down here, I am not exactly at the liberty to be very picky." Zeke felt a chill run down his spine as the heart's words sunk in. The heart continued, its words filling Zeke with a sense of unease. "Also, don't sell yourself short. I can feel that your body has an incredible ability to adapt and use the power in one's blood. It is, in fact, one of the strongest affinities for the blood arts I have ever felt from a member of the lesser races," the heart said, its ancient voice carrying a note of reverence. If you transplanted my heart into your body, I am sure that I could adapt to the new body in a very short amount of time and still continue to function normally. That process is unthinkable for anyone with a lesser compatibility. The heart paused for a moment, as if calculating something in its mind. Now that I think about it, it would probably only take me a couple centuries until I would be back in an acceptable condition, the heart said, its ancient voice carrying a note of excitement. I don't expect you to understand how your body works, but let me just say this. The blood that my heart pumps is automatically infused with mana, and that will, in fact, strengthen your body to the point where I would not have to be too ashamed of it anymore. Zeke listened to the heart's words with a mix of fear and excitement. He couldn't fathom the idea of having the heart of an ancient being transplanted into his own body. But the thought of the immense power it promised was tantalizing. This could be considered a giant boon if the heart wasn't trying to take over his mind as well. Zeke had a strange look on his face after the heart said that he didn't know about how the body worked. Didn't perfect body control, one of his abilities that he had mastered, give him a complete understanding of every single function of his body. But Zeke had more important things to worry about than to correct the heart's wrong assumptions about his knowledge. It was, now that he thought about it, in his best interest to be underestimated. The heart finally stopped its musings and waited for Zeke to speak. Zeke then asked the most important question on his mind. How do you expect me to put your heart inside my body when it's the size of a carriage? I don't know how you perceive the world around you, but in case you didn't know, you are at least 50 times my volume, Zeke said with a bit of a smile on his face as he pointed out this fact. It seemed the heart didn't think its plan through thoroughly. But in spite of Zeke's expectations, the heart just chuckled at his attempt to get out of the situation and replied, Who are you trying to fool, little human? Do you think I cannot feel the space attribute radiating from you at all times? Clearly, you are able to perform some space magic. It would be easy enough to compress my heart to the appropriate size. A dragon heart, you see, is only partially material. It is an amalgamation of the physical, spiritual, and magical. Therefore, it can easily change size. Didn't you ever wonder how dragons are able to shift into human form? Zeke was shocked. He wanted to tell the heart that he had not even known that it used to be a dragon, much less that dragons could take human form. But he didn't have the mind to say any of that. Zeke was too taken aback by the heart's revelation. He had never considered the fact that the heart could change its size and shape, and the implications of this realization was staggering. He realized that his attempt to get out of the situation was futile, and that the heart had always been aware of his abilities. He didn't know what to say or do anymore. The heart apparently had it all planned out. He felt completely overwhelmed by its momentum. Finally, he asked in a defeated voice, How will you take control of my mind once you are inside my body? The dragon spoke, his voice tinged with frustration. I won't go into any details, but simply put, it is impossible to take over the mind of what you people call mind mages with dragon magic. You mind mages seem to have a natural defense against being influenced by the method we dragons use with our magic. Even at the peak of my power, if I tried to force it, it would just shatter your mind and kill you. But that protection only applies to outside forces. You are, after all, able to use mind magic on yourself. Do you understand? Zeke thought about what the dragon was saying and the implications of his words. He used the knowledge from his perfect body control to simulate what he thought the dragon was getting at. So, what you're saying is that after your heart has infused enough of its essence into my system to be recognized as a natural part of the body, you will be able to use your dragon magic to control my mind the same way I use mind magic to improve my memory. The dragon was surprised by Zeke's accurate understanding of the process and gave him mentally a grudging nod of respect, but still corrected one thing Zeke had said. It's not exactly the same way you humans use your mind magic, the dragon said, in a low, rumbling voice. You humans use mind-attuned mana to cast spells. We dragons, on the other hand, infuse a bit of our essence into the mana in order to make people obey. So you can say that we dragons don't use mind magic to influence other beings. We simply infuse a bit of ourselves into every word we speak, and by doing so, force our will onto everyone touched by the mana released by our breaths. Wouldn't that deplete your essence over time? Zeke asked, his curiosity sparked by the dragon's words. The dragon chuckled in response. You ask if it would deplete my essence over time? Ha, let me tell you, it's no different from a single hair falling from a human's head. The depletion is so minuscule. We wouldn't even notice it. Even now, as just a fraction of my former self, I still possess enough essence to control a dozen of you. Once a mere 10% of my essence has flowed through your brain, I will have full control of your body. So, if you thought you could overpower me in a battle of spirits, let me assure you, that will be impossible for you. Before I agree, I have one final question, Zeke said, as he thought through his options. How am I supposed to replace my heart? That sounds like an impossible task to me. Despite his words, Zeke was confident that he could perform the operation easily with his perfect body control. He didn't even need a heart to function, since he could just pump his blood manually. But he saw no reason to expose this to the dragon. The dragon considered Zeke's question for a moment before replying, "You are right, it is an impossible task for a human, but for me, it is a simple matter. I have the power to manipulate my own body and can reshape it at will. With a little of your space-attuned mana, I will simply compress my heart to a size small enough to fit inside your chest and then use my magic to fuse it with your body. It will be an almost painless process for you, and it will take me only a matter of minutes to complete." Was that the last of your questions? Zeke nodded, understanding the process. With a heavy heart, Zeke replied to the dragon, "Fine, I will agree to your terms, but you must promise me that you will not harm Viola and that you will release her unharmed once the process is complete." The dragon's voice was overflowing with mirth as he made his vow. "I promise you that the girl will not be harmed, and I will release her once the process is complete. But be warned, if you try to back out of our deal or betray me, I will not hesitate to make an example out of her." Zeke felt a sense of dread wash over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had no choice but to go through with the dragon's plan, and hope that he could find a way to protect himself and Viola in the process. Zeke got a resolute look on his face and asked what he had to do in order to get started. "Step closer, human," the dragon commanded, its voice rumbling like thunder. "Place your hand upon my heart and infuse it with space-attuned mana. Then, open your chest and prepare to receive me within. Do not attempt to deceive me, or the girl shall suffer the consequences. And fear not, the pain shall be fleeting. Once I am within you, the girl will be freed from my control. You shall have moments to bid her farewell before I take full possession of your body." Zeke approached the dragon's heart, his mind set on the task at hand. He knew that any hint of treachery would mean certain death for Viola, so he resolved to be as honest and forthright as possible. With a steady hand, he placed his left palm on the heart and channeled space-attuned mana into it, causing it to shrink to a manageable size. Without hesitation, he used his right hand to make a precise cut on his chest, revealing his own heart. As the dragon's heart began to enter his body, he couldn't help but wonder how it would fit through the gap in his ribs. But before he could ponder further, a sharp pain shot through him as the heart fully entered his body. As the heart entered his body, Zeke's body immediately began to heal itself. The cut on his chest closed up quickly, the edges of the wound fusing together seamlessly. And as the last remnants of the wound disappeared, Viola's eyes fluttered open. Viola's eyes fluttered open, the darkness of unconsciousness slowly giving way to the light of reality. She lay there for a moment, disoriented and confused, her memories of the past couple of hours hazy and indistinct. She didn't know where she was or how she had gotten there. Zeke, who was sitting beside her, smiled warmly at her, his expression full of concern and compassion. He reached out his hand to help her up, and she took it, allowing him to pull her to her feet. As she stood, she looked around, trying to get her bearings and make sense of her surroundings. The sterile white walls and unfamiliar equipment told her that she was in some kind of medical facility, but beyond that, she had no idea where she was or what was happening. "Zeke," she said, her voice filled with confusion and uncertainty. "What's going on?" Zeke looked at her, his gaze steady and reassuring. "It's all right," he said in a calm and soothing tone. "You're safe now." Viola quickly realized that Zeke had not used the pronoun we when he had spoken of being safe. She looked around the room, searching for any hidden enemies that could threaten his safety, but it seemed that they were alone. She turned her gaze back to Zeke, studying his face for any hint of what was going on. Zeke, noticing her behavior, smiled bitterly. He knew that he couldn't hide the truth from her forever, but he also knew that she would never forgive herself if she found out what he had done to save her. The truth was that he had allowed a dragon to enter his body in order to save her life, a decision that was equal to trading his life for hers. Viola looked at him, sensing that there was something he wasn't telling her. She could see the pain and the guilt etched on his face, and she knew that whatever it was something serious. She didn't press him, though. Instead, she decided to take his hand and to enjoy the time they had together, knowing that soon enough the truth would come out and they would have to face it together. Instead of explaining, Zeke smiled at Viola, trying to put as much confidence into his expression as he could manage. But inside, he was struggling with the weight of the secret he was keeping from her. When he had accepted the dragon's demands, he had still held out hope that he could control the heart the moment it entered his body. After all, his spell Perfect Body Control was supposed to give him perfect control over his body. But it was as he had feared. He had no control over the heart. He could already feel the first trickle of essence reaching his brain. It felt a little like getting tired. He knew that he was rapidly losing control over himself, and there was nothing he could do about it. The dragon's presence was growing stronger within him, the weight of its power bearing down on him. He knew that soon it would consume him entirely, and there would be no going back. Zeke tried to push these thoughts out of his mind and focus on the present moment. He could see the concern etched on Viola's face, and he knew that she could sense that something was not right. But he couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth. Not yet. Zeke took out the mystery box from his backpack and shoved it into Viola's hands. "Look what I've found," he said, a hint of challenge in his voice. "It's time for you to prove your claim." Viola was momentarily confused by his words, but then she realized that this must be the holy artifact that Zeke had told her about. She remembered how she had claimed to be able to control it with only a light touch, and a surge of determination filled her. She cracked her knuckles and looked up at him, a determined glint in her eye. "Just watch me," she said confidently. "I'll do it, no problem." Zeke watched Viola try everything she could think of to open the mystery box. A tear started to form at the corner of his eye. He turned his head, trying to discreetly swipe it away before Viola could see what had happened. He couldn't shake off the feeling of dread and sorrow that was weighing heavily on his heart. He had no idea how he was supposed to tell her what had happened. His mind was getting more foggy by the minute, and he knew that he didn't have much time left. He watched Viola, his heart heavy with the knowledge that he was leaving her behind. As the minutes ticked by, Zeke's strength started to fade. Zeke felt too woozy to keep standing unaided. So he leaned against the contraption that had kept the heart secured and slowly slid down to the ground. He continued to watch Viola fiddle with the box, his mind growing increasingly foggy. He could see the determination on her face as she worked, but he knew that it was unlikely for her to be able to open it. Viola, sensing that something was wrong, looked over at him, and what she saw made her worried. She almost tossed the box to the side as she rushed over to him, a look of concern etched on her face. "Zeke, what's wrong?" Viola asked, her worry clearly visible on her face. "Just a bit tired," he responded, trying to brush off her concern. "Zeke, what happened after we came here?" Zeke didn't respond to Viola's question for a long time. He was lost in his thoughts and trying to gather the courage to tell her the truth. Viola could sense that something was wrong and decided to try a different approach. "Something bad?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. Zeke hesitated for a moment, but then he finally let out a deep sigh. "Yes," he said, his voice filled with sadness and regret. He could see the confusion and fear on Viola's face as she tried to understand what had happened. Tears were starting to run down Viola's face as she looked at Zeke, her heart heavy with worry. She could tell that something was not right with him. She asked, her voice trembling with emotion, "Zeke, what have you done?" Zeke looked up at her and smiled, trying to put on a brave face. "I did the same thing you would have done for me," he said. "I protected you." Viola looked him straight in the eye, her confusion and worry mixing with a growing sense of dread. "Then why are you crying?" she asked, her voice shaking. Zeke didn't even realize that he had started crying. He looked away from her, unable to face the pain he could see on her face. Zeke gathered his composure, fighting off the drowsiness for another moment, and looked back up at Viola. "I had to pay a price," he said, his voice filled with regret. She started to cry even harder but didn't look away. She swallowed and then asked, her voice trembling with emotion, "What did you have to pay?" Zeke looked into Viola's beautiful eyes and saw nothing but the concern and care she had for him. Since their very first meeting, Viola had been like a ray of sunshine in his life. At this moment, all the guilt for giving up his life for hers disappeared from his mind. He smiled a truly carefree smile as he answered her one last time before closing his eyes for good. A fair price. Zeke closed his eyes. The experience of dying was exactly as he had imagined it would be. The first thing to go was the feeling in his extremities. The numbness started to climb up his fingers and toes, his hands and feet, his arms and legs, until it enveloped his entire body. He couldn't see anymore, couldn't hear anymore, couldn't taste, couldn't feel, couldn't smell. He had lost all his senses and was unable to move a single muscle of his body anymore. He was encased in darkness, alone with his thoughts as his body slowly shut down. This is strange, Zeke thought as he found himself existing in an unfamiliar state. He had expected to disappear the moment the dragon took over his brain, but he still existed in some form. Am I going to be a prisoner inside my own body, as the dragon was for all those years? He asked himself. The state he found himself in was truly strange, and he didn't experience life the same way he used to when he was still in control of his body. As he simply existed, suspended in this strange state of existence. Zeke couldn't help but notice how his emotions were dulled. It was as if only the rational part of his mind was functioning, leaving him with a sense of detachment. He should have been terrified at his current condition, but instead, he felt nothing, no fear, no anxiety, no worry. The passing of time was also strange. He had no way of determining if only a second had passed or a century. The sensation was unsettling, and he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. He couldn't help but ponder what had happened to him and how he ended up in this state. The longer he lay there, the more he began to question if he would ever return to the world of the living. Zeke found himself in a state of curiosity as he attempted to move his body, yet discovered that he was unable to do so. Frustrated, he attempted to cast a spell, only to be met with failure once more. He paused, his mind swirling with thoughts as he considered his next move. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could try to utilize the spells he had engraved as an apprentice. Maximilian had once imparted upon him the wisdom that spells engraved by a mage were not simply physical in nature, but etched onto their very soul, altering them in a fundamental manner. Zeke reached out with his mind, attempting to utilize the spell of perfect spatial awareness in order to comprehend his current surroundings. To his surprise, the spell responded to his call, revealing to him a detailed image of his physical form lying motionless on the ground. As he observed, he saw Viola frantically trying to wake him, her face contorted in distress. The sight filled him with confusion as he struggled to understand the meaning of this vision. With a sense of confusion, Zeke delved deeper into his perfect spatial awareness spell, scanning his body for any signs of the dragon's consciousness or any indication of what it was doing. But all he could see was the unmoving form of his own body and the distress on Viola's face as she tried to make him respond to her. He could only watch helplessly as Viola's despair grew, her tears falling unchecked as she realized the gravity of the situation. Zeke watched in silence as Viola frantically tried to wake him, her movements becoming increasingly desperate as the minutes passed. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement as she resorted to slapping him in an attempt to wake him up, even though he couldn't feel a thing. As he watched her tears fall and her distress grow, he couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt for not having told her about his fate beforehand. But he didn't want to mar their final moments together, and if he was being honest with himself, he didn't possess the strength to reveal the truth. But as Viola's agitation grew, Zeke desperately wished for a way to ease her distress. And then, unexpectedly, his hand twitched. It was a small movement, but it was undeniable Zeke had seen it. He's finally awake, Zeke thought, filled with a newfound determination to observe whether the dragon would keep his word. He couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the dragon having to explain its presence in his body to Viola. Viola seemed to have noticed the movement of his hand as well, since she was staring at it like she was holding a grudge, as if to dare it to move again with her watching. Zeke and Viola both were focused on the hand, but as nothing else happened even after a long time, Zeke started to wonder what was going on. Why only move once and then don't even try anymore? It was as if the dragon had waited for him to be at his most desperate, and then he cut himself off mid-thought, as a truly outrageous possibility occurred to him. If his spell-perfect spatial awareness still worked, didn't that mean that his other engraved spell-perfect body control had to also still work? Maybe the reason the dragon wasn't moving at all was due to the fact that he couldn't, because Zeke still controlled all the functions of his body. Zeke tried to move his hand again, but this time by using his spell. With a sense of triumph, Zeke watched as his hand obeyed his commands, lifting itself up towards Viola's face. He felt like a puppet master, pulling the strings of his own body with his engraved spell-perfect body control. The movement was clunky and uncoordinated, but it was still movement. He focused all of his attention on the task at hand, the movement of his hand, as he brought it to her cheek and gently wiped away the tear that was trailing down her face. He felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him as he successfully executed the small action. The dragon may have taken over his body, but it seemed that Zeke still had some control over it. He couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the dragon's surprise when it realized that it couldn't fully take control. It seemed that both of them were now prisoners in his body. Zeke had managed to pull himself up to a seated position, his body now under his control. Though the dragon still had influence over his mind, he was able to make small actions on his own. He made this small effort not for any gain of his own, but to ease the discomfort of Viola. Despite the numbness that still plagued his mind, the thought of the dragon feeling the sting of each slap on the face that Viola gave him in frustration made him chuckle. He knew that the dragon, who was so used to exerting its dominance, would now have to experience the consequences of its actions through him. It was a small victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. It was a reminder that despite the dragon's overwhelming presence, he still had a will of his own and was not just a passive vessel for the dragon's power. Zeke found himself in a peculiar predicament. He had lost control of his body, yet the dragon that had melded with him was not any better off. The dragon had become deeply ingrained in his heart and body and could not simply depart, as it had likely expended a great deal of its essence in controlling his mind. Zeke felt a sense of empathy for the dragon trapped within him. He knew the feeling of being trapped and powerless all too well. He also understood the dragon's desire for power and control, as it was something he had struggled with himself. Zeke's mind raced as he tried to come up with a solution for both himself and the dragon. He knew that they couldn't continue on like this, with both of them fighting for control. Despite theoretically having the possibility of continuing on in this manner, puppeteering his own body for the remainder of his days, Zeke knew that this was not a true existence. His limitations were numerous, the most pressing of which was his inability to perceive anything beyond a 2.5-meter radius, but even this was only the tip of the iceberg, as his list of impairments seemed never-ending. He was unable to access any of his senses, and just as troubling, he could not utilize any magic beyond the 2 spells that had been engraved onto his core. He knew that he had to find a solution to these issues, or he would be trapped in this half-life forever. The dragon, however, was in an even more dire predicament. It was trapped within Zeke's body, unable to move or act in any way. It could still perceive the world around it, but it was powerless to interact with it. The dragon couldn't even cast magic, as Zeke still had control over his core. The dragon was completely at the mercy of Zeke and his actions, and it knew that it had to find a way to regain some measure of autonomy or risk being trapped in this state forever. Zeke was desperately searching for a way out of this stalemate. Could he simply wait for the dragon to expend all its essence? How long would that take? Could he find a way to expel the heart once more? Even if he could, was it worth the risk? The heart could pose a danger to both himself and Viola if it were to be released from its fleshy prison within his body. He knew that the decision was not an easy one, and that any choice he made would have far-reaching consequences. He weighed his options carefully. He couldn't take risks if his and Viola's life hung in the balance. Zeke had been diligently working on mastering the puppeteering method, as he had begun to call it. It had been several hours since he had lost control of his mind and body to the dragon, and he was gradually improving his ability to move his body. Though he couldn't speak, he had found a way to communicate with Viola through writing on a piece of paper. He had informed her of his struggles in controlling his body and assured her that he was doing everything in his power to regain control. As time passed, Zeke found himself growing increasingly calm. This was not only due to his increasing comfort in using his body through the puppeteering method, but also as a result of his growing confidence in the belief that the dragon could no longer take control of his body. With each passing moment, he felt more and more certain that he had successfully regained his autonomy. Zeke was just about to take his first steps around the room when he felt something inside of him shift. The change was so sudden and dramatic that he lost his balance and fell flat on the ground, face first. "Ouch, that fucking hurt," he exclaimed, only a moment later realizing that he could feel again and that he could speak again. He was puzzled, wondering what could have caused this sudden shift. Why was he back in control of his body? He knew he had to find the reason behind this change if he wanted to make sure that the dragon would not take over again. Zeke attempted to establish a connection with the dragon, heart that now beat within his chest, seeking to understand what had prompted the dragon to relinquish control of his body and mind. But despite several minutes of attempting to communicate and experiment, there was no response. Zeke's best theory at the moment was that the dragon had expended all of its essence in the effort to control his mind and body, resulting in its death. He couldn't shake off a feeling of guilt. He knew that he was not exactly friends with the dragon, but he still couldn't help but wonder if there was something he could have done to create a better outcome. Zeke soon realized that something was amiss. For some reason, Viola, who had been by his side just moments before, was now nowhere to be found. He scanned the area only to spot her several meters away, looking at him warily. He was confused and attempted to walk towards her, but she backed away at the same pace, maintaining the same distance between them. "Viola, what are you doing?" he asked, his tone tinged with annoyance. "Zeke, is that really you in there?" she asked, her voice filled with a mix of hope and caution. "Of course it's me, why would you think otherwise?" Zeke replied, confused. Viola approached him cautiously and began to inspect him thoroughly, prodding and poking at various parts of his body. Zeke couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious as she even sniffed him a few times. After her thorough examination, she stepped in front of him again and asked, "What happened to you? You feel completely different from before." At this point, Zeke realized there was no point in hiding the truth from her any longer. She would not believe a flimsy excuse, and the change in him was evidently noticeable enough that she could immediately tell something was different. So, he told her everything that had occurred after they had arrived here, including the deal he had made with the dragon and his decision not to tell her about it, so that she would not blame herself for his death. He watched as a range of emotions crossed her face as she processed the information and braced himself for her reaction. As he finished the story, he looked down at Viola, who had buried her face in his chest. He couldn't see her face, but he could feel his shirt getting wet from her tears. As he finished the story, something unexpected happened. Viola hugged him even tighter, but at the same time she began to headbutt him in the chest over and over again. After he was properly bruised, Viola finally let him go. Her eyes were a mixture of anger and concern as she glared at him. She remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "Zeke, you were reckless. You didn't take all the risks into consideration, and you can't just keep risking your life for me." Zeke knew she was right, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had thought she would be proud of him for keeping her safe. "I understand," Zeke said, "but in the end I came out of it unharmed and I even obtained a dragon's heart. It's not a loss, right?" He tried to lighten the mood with a smile, but Viola's expression only grew more somber. "Zeke, the situation is much more dire than you realize," she said. Zeke was perplexed, unable to grasp the potential drawbacks of his current state. He could see the concern etched on Viola's face as she exhaled, her voice softening as she spoke. "The first thing to consider is that you have no understanding of the dragon's true intentions. It could be biding its time, waiting for the opportunity to seize control of your body." Zeke acknowledged her point, though he couldn't shake the feeling that it was not a concern worth fretting over. He knew that deep down. The thought of the dragon having any control over him was unlikely. Viola, seeing Zeke's nonchalance, grew increasingly frustrated and continued, "The second thing to consider is that, while a dragon's heart may seem like a valuable asset, the benefits it offers are actually quite minimal. In fact, the advantages may not be worth the risk." Zeke couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What do you mean? The dragon said that with time, the heart would make my body stronger." Viola's expression turned bitter as she replied, "That may be true, but have you considered the time frame involved? Dragons are among the longest-lived species, but they also mature at a slow rate. It could take centuries or even millennia for the heart to have any significant effect on your strength. Humans, on the other hand, mature much faster. We may not live as long as dragons, but we reach the peak of our power much sooner." Zeke couldn't believe what he was hearing. The heart was trash. How could a dragon heart be trash? But what Viola said made sense. It was possible for humans to reach the peak of their power in as little as 100 years, while dragons took centuries or even millennia to mature. Zeke felt cheated by this discovery. But Viola wasn't done yet. The third thing is probably the worst of them all. You see, there is one type of person out there who has an incredible need for a dragon heart. I'm talking about powerful mages nearing the end of their natural lifespan. These people will do anything to extend their lives, and they have nothing to lose. This makes them incredibly dangerous. Zeke's mind was reeling as he processed everything Viola had told him. The thought that the dragon heart he had obtained was essentially worthless was hard to accept. And the notion that powerful, desperate mages would be willing to do anything to get their hands on it was even more unsettling. But the fact that his aura was broadcasting that he had a dragon heart, making him a target, was the final straw. As Viola spoke, he could feel the weight of her words settling heavily on him. He knew he needed to figure out what to do with this newfound knowledge, and fast. So you're saying that I got a dragon's heart in my chest that won't help me for a couple of centuries, but if anyone outside this place sees me, they'll know I have it and tell the older mages, so they can rip my heart out of my chest. Does that sound about right? Zeke summarized, still in shock from the information Viola had just shared with him. Viola's expression was grim as he laid it all out. But she couldn't deny that it was an accurate description of the situation. Damn, Zeke said, remind me to let you die the next time a dragon kidnaps you. Viola looked offended for a moment, but in the next second they both burst out laughing, the tension that had built up dissipating in a single moment. Zeke and Viola sat in the dimly lit room, surrounded by maps and notes detailing their next move. Frustration etched itself onto Zeke's face as he spoke. All right, let's go over this one more time. We have three main issues to contend with: the hordes of monsters encircling us, my need to remain unseen by the adventurers in the outer district, and the crucial research conducted in the inner district that must not fall into the wrong hands. Does that cover everything? Viola looked at him quizzically. I still don't understand why you want to destroy the research here. Zeke hesitated for a moment before explaining, trust me, it's for the best. The experiments conducted here were highly unethical. And the results they obtained are problematic as well. This research must not fall into the wrong hands. In fact, I would prefer if it didn't fall into anyone's hands. Viola pressed him further. Why do you say that? Zeke weighed the risk of telling her before deciding to trust her with this information. Promise me you won't tell anyone else. One of the main reasons the Jiger's technology was so advanced was their research into souls. They discovered how to bind the soul of a recently deceased being to an object, giving their machines a level of intelligence. It's also how they were able to control their machines. With mind magic. Viola was confused. Why is that so dangerous? We kill monsters all the time. I didn't think you would be so sensitive to this. Zeke smiled bitterly. Well, the reason this is so dangerous is that the souls are not all equal. The soul of a dragon, for example, would be 1,000,000 times better than the soul of a goblin. But there is another type of soul that can be used for almost every machine they invented over the years. At this point, Zeke paused and looked at Viola, making sure she was paying attention to the gravity of the next revelation. Humans. Actually, all sentient humanoid races work for this. Humans, elves, dwarves, dryads, it's an endless list. The Jiger even used their own people for this purpose. Can you imagine what the Empire would do if they got a hold of this? Viola shuddered. She knew all too well the lengths the Empire would go to in order to gain an advantage over the surrounding countries. The Empire had always been a war-oriented state with clear goals of expansion. The first emperor was even known to have said, I will dominate this continent in time, if not personally, then through my descendants. Viola knew just how low the Empire was willing to sink in order to achieve the goal of its founder. She nodded at Zeke, indicating that she understood. Zeke and Viola had been huddled together in the dimly lit underground laboratory for hours, meticulously going over their plan. As they spoke, Zeke's eyes glinted with determination. As far as I am aware, there is only one real way to achieve all our goals in a single move. We must destroy the dam that holds in all the water that has been collected over the past weeks of heavy rain, he explained. He knew from the detailed blueprints he had studied that the reservoir was situated just above them, and it was truly massive. We could flood the entire inner and outer districts, and the reservoir would not even be half empty, he added. Viola's expression was one of grave concern as she listened to his proposal, but she knew that they had to act fast and decisively if they were to succeed. That sounds like suicide to me, Zeke, Viola said, her eyes wide with concern. How would that help us get out of here? When I came up with the idea, I thought the same thing, Zeke replied, his voice steady and confident. But I figured out how to do it relatively safely by now. We can deactivate the shield that protects the caves from here, since this is the central control hub of the entire city. The shield will not turn off all at once, but in sections. This gives us and the adventurers outside enough time to escape this place. We have roughly 3 hours before the critical shields turn off and this place gets flooded. That's more than enough time to get to the outer district. How are we even supposed to reach the outer district? We are surrounded by monsters, Viola asked. That part is risky, but I believe the monsters will avoid me. I went outside earlier, and when I got close to the fence, the monsters backed up. I think it's a side effect of the dragon aura. They didn't seem terrified of me, but it should keep them away long enough for us to reach the tunnel to the outer district, Zeke explained. Viola considered the plan, her mind whirring with the possibilities. Though it was risky, she couldn't deny the potential for success. When do you propose we put this plan into action? She asked, turning to Zeke. He thought for a moment, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for the perfect moment. In roughly an hour, we'll begin the process of deactivating the shield. By my calculations, we should be able to escape the city just after midnight, using the cover of darkness to our advantage. Viola nodded, her determination solidifying. Let's do it. Zeke and Viola both took a moment to do some last-minute preparation before the start of their operation. An hour later, they met up in the central command structure of the research facility. Zeke gave the command to shut down the shields using his mind magic. He had memorized every single piece of research the Jiger had left there, and was confident in his ability to operate their machines properly. There was the distant sound of something that sounded like an impact and then the rushing of water. Zeke and Viola shared a nervous glance. There was no turning back now. Come on, we need to move quickly, Zeke urged, as they began to run through the hordes of monsters. My dragon aura seems to be keeping them at bay, but we can't waste any time. Viola nodded, pushing herself to keep up with Zeke's brisk pace. She could feel the monsters snapping at her heels, but she knew that as long as she stayed close to Zeke, she would be safe. After a while, the sheer number of monsters became too much for Viola to handle. She jumped onto Zeke's back, clinging tightly to him as he carried her through the throngs of creatures. Finally, they reached the tunnel leading to the outer district, and they both let out a sigh of relief. We made it. They had reached the tunnel to the outer district in well under 3 hours and began to sneak through in order to glimpse the situation in the outer district. As they crept through the tunnel, they could see that the guardian of the inner district had been overrun by the hordes of monsters that had forced their way through. Its metal body lay dented and torn in the middle of a giant field of slaughtered monster corpses. There were no adventurers nearby, but they could hear fighting in the distance. Zeke and Viola made their way through the winding tunnels, dodging panicked adventurers as the lower levels of the city filled with water. Not much further to the secret exit, Zeke called to Viola, who flew above them, keeping watch for any obstacles in their path. As they neared their destination, a loud crashing sound echoed through the tunnels, followed by the roar of an ocean's worth of water rushing towards them. We have to move faster, Zeke shouted, pushing himself to run faster. Viola swooped down to his side, her wind magic core working furiously as she fought to keep pace with him. We're almost there, she yelled over the deafening noise of the water. Finally, they reached the exit tunnel, and with one final push they emerged into the iron mine outside the city. They collapsed on the ground, panting and soaked but alive. Just as planned, Zeke breathed, a sly grin on his face. So, are we going back to the academy? Viola looked at him incredulously. What academy? Do you think you can go back like this? My own Gramps would probably rip your heart out if he found you. No, Zeke, you can't go home. Zeke looked at Viola, shock and confusion etched on his face. What do you mean I can't go back? What am I supposed to do then? Hide in the woods for the rest of my life? Viola let out a chuckle at the thought, but as she saw the agitation growing on Zeke's face, she spoke up. Of course not. You just have to lie low until I can inform your teacher of the situation. He is likely one of the few people you can trust right now. I trust you as well, Zeke said with a sincere smile, but Viola simply rolled her eyes. And what choice do you have but to trust me? Regardless, you'll need to hide out here for a few days until your teacher can make his way out to retrieve you. In the meantime, I'll inform the Academy that you're still on an important quest that can't be delayed." Zeke nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He knew that trusting Viola was his only option at this point. "I'll do as you say," he said, trying to hide the uncertainty in his voice. "I'll lie low here until my teacher arrives, but you must promise to fly home as fast as you can." Viola gave him a reassuring smile. "Of course, I'll be home in just a day or two. Just stay safe and keep a low profile. Your teacher is a very knowledgeable mage. He'll know what to do." With that, Viola took off into the sky, leaving Zeke to contemplate his next move. He knew that the next few days would be crucial, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He would have to be patient and trust in his teacher's abilities. Zeke found a small cave nestled in the mountains, just a short distance from the tunnel's entrance, and made himself comfortable within its shelter. He knew he would have to bide his time here for a few days until Viola could arrange for his safe return. Zeke settled into his cave, his thoughts heavy with contemplation. As he reflected on the events of the past few days, he couldn't believe his luck at having survived. But as he delved deeper into his thoughts, he was forced to confront a difficult truth about himself: he was not meant for this life. He had always dreamed of becoming a hero, a powerful battle mage, an adventure king. But now, having experienced the reality of adventure, he realized that it was not for him. He longed for the comfortable familiarity of Maximilian's study, the feeling of a new book in his hands, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee on the table beside him. As the hours passed, Zeke delved into the depths of his mind, contemplating the various fields of knowledge he had acquired from the Jiger. Though their methods of research were questionable, even criminal, the results were astounding. He thought of practical applications for the inventions he knew he could replicate, envisioning a self-harvesting greenhouse behind Maximilian's mansion. A content smile spread across his face as he lost himself in the possibilities. Zeke sat in his cave, lost in thought as he ate his breakfast. He had been holed up there for the past few days, consumed by his studies of magical theory and his training in the art of mind magic. As much as he enjoyed the solitude and the opportunity to focus on his craft, he couldn't help but feel the need for a proper shower and a functional bathroom. Additionally, his food supply was running low, a result of his prolonged isolation. The fact that it had lasted him this long was only thanks to his companion, Viola, who had graciously gifted him most of her own rations after their recent underground excursion. Zeke fiddled with one of the magical tools he had brought back from the underground empire, attempting to repair the trinket that was meant to filter the air. He was certain the issue lay within the magical energy converter, yet for some reason, the device refused to cooperate. Well, look what we have here." The sudden voice startled Zeke, causing him to spin around in surprise, but a moment later a wide grin spread across his face. "Old man, you made it." Zeke moved to embrace his mentor, Maximilian, but the older man held up a hand, pinching his nose shut in mock disgust. "Don't come any closer, boy. You are filthy." Despite Maximilian's exaggeration, Zeke couldn't deny that his current appearance was less than presentable. "Teacher, did Viola fill you in on everything that occurred?" Zeke's voice took on a somber tone as he spoke. Maximilian nodded in affirmation. "It seems the two of you have had quite the adventure. A dragon heart, fascinating. Allow me to take a look at your heart, my boy." Maximilian extended his hand towards Zeke, who willingly placed his hand in his mentor's grasp. The old man closed his eyes, channeling his magic as he probed the depths of Zeke's body, studying the young mage's heart with meticulous precision. "A marvel indeed," Maximilian said in wonder, studying the dragon heart now integrated into Zeke's body. "It appears that dragon possessed a remarkable level of skill, for it has melded seamlessly into your body. Make no mistake, my boy, had you not had the perfect body control spell engraved into your core, that beast would have taken complete control of your being. You were truly fortunate this time, Zeke." Maximilian's gaze met Zeke's own, his expression grave and earnest. The young mage knew that this was no trivial matter. He nodded in agreement, his own demeanor sober. Zeke responded to Maximilian's words with equal gravity. "Teacher, I believe my future does not lie in the path of an adventurer. My true passion lies in inventing new forms of magic and conducting research, much like yourself." Maximilian's expression didn't betray any surprise at this revelation, but his face contorted into a frown as he pondered his response. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. I regret to inform you that it is not so simple, my boy. At this moment, you do not possess the right to attain that dream. Zeke was perplexed. What do you mean I don't possess the right? Who made that decision? Maximilian continued to elaborate. Allow me to pose a question to you, Zeke. Why do you believe that I am the only one known to possess the ability to perform explosion magic? Zeke was at a loss. The answer seemed obvious to him. Because you are the one who invented it. Maximilian smiled, his eyes alight with understanding. Indeed, that is true. But why do you think the Feuerkrantz, Flammensturm, Brennbart, and all the other fire mage families did not force me to reveal the secrets behind my magic? Zeke was caught off guard by the question, his mind racing to find an answer. He had never considered why the powerful fire mage families had not sought to uncover the secrets behind Maximilian's explosion magic. From all he knew of these great families, they were not the sort to shy away from using underhanded means to achieve their goals. Oh, how was it that his teacher had never been forced to share his research with them? Zeke looked at Maximilian. Confusion etched across his face. I do not know, he said, shaking his head. Maximilian chuckled. It's not as complicated as you might think. The reason they did not force me to reveal my secrets is quite simple. They couldn't. Maximilian's face hardened, an evil grin spreading across his features. I have likely killed more fire mages of the Empire than any single knight family from the Valor Kingdom. Got so bad that the Emperor himself had to intervene. He issued a decree that no mage was allowed to try and force me to reveal the secrets of my magic. But make no mistake, my boy. The Emperor did not do this out of benevolence towards me. He would have been more than happy if all fire mages in the Empire were able to perform explosion magic. No, the reason he intervened was because too many mages were dying without any results. And when I declared that I would rather die than share my research, he had no choice but to put a stop to it. Zeke was taken aback by Maximilian's revelation of his violent past. He knew that Maximilian was not always the kind and patient mentor that he knew him as, but this exceeded his expectations. He looked at his mentor in a new light. Truly a man to be admired and respected. Even the powerful families had to call off their hunt for his research. As Zeke was still lost in thought, Maximilian continued his explanation. Let us take a different example to truly drive home my point. He poked Zeke in the chest, right above his heart. The heart you found, the very heart that now beats within you. If I had come across it and managed to integrate it into my own body, I would walk the streets of the capital with my head held high. The people would stare enviously at me. The Emperor would likely hold a grand ball to congratulate me on my great fortune. Maximilian's words painted a vivid picture in Zeke's mind of a returning hero flaunting his spoils with pride. You, on the other hand, Maximilian continued, gesturing to the cave that surrounded them, are forced to hide like a rodent in a cave, away from civilization just to survive. Quite unfair, isn't it? Zeke nodded, the reality of his situation causing him to feel dejected. Maximilian then posed a question to him. So what does this disparity tell you? Zeke thought for a moment. That the world is not a fair place. Maximilian chuckled. Indeed, my boy, quite right. But what you should truly take away from my words is this simple truth of the world. You only have the right to possess as much wealth as you can defend with your strength. It may sound simple when put into words, but there is much to unpack in that statement. Do you understand what I am saying? Are you saying that I am too weak to be a researcher because I would have to give up all my research? Zeke asked, feeling increasingly dejected. Maximilian nodded gravely in response to Zeke's words. Yes, but I fear the situation is much worse than you realize. If you're able to create spells with the Trinity Project, as I suspect you will, giving up your research should be the least of your concerns. Zeke was confused. The least of my concerns? What else could there be if I have to give up the very fruits of my labor? Maximilian's face grew so serious that Zeke felt a sense of dread before his mentor even spoke. If they find out that you can invent multiple spells a year, the Emperor would likely put the collar around your neck himself. He would keep you locked up in his private dungeon, or you would be forced to invent one spell after the other for his personal use. Zeke was so shocked by this revelation that he could only stare at Maximilian in disbelief. But he can't do that to me. I have rights, don't I? Maximilian sneered at Zeke's words. Rights? You have no rights in the face of overwhelming power. If the Emperor or the leader of the 5 families want something from you, they will take it, even if that thing is your very freedom. Listen to me, my boy, and listen carefully. This rule will always apply. You have the right to own as much as you can defend. If a peasant stumbles upon a phoenix egg in the forest, how long do you think he can keep it? He can keep it for exactly as long as he can hide it. The moment it is discovered, the village chief or local mage will take it from him. They, in turn, can keep the egg until a noble hears of the find and comes to take it. The noble can keep it until one of the great families hears of it, but if he is smart, he will offer it up to one of the 5 to gain their favor, knowing that he will lose it eventually anyways. And if the treasure is big enough, even the 5 families will fight over it. Perhaps the water, earth, and wind families band together to take the treasure from fire. There are no exceptions to this rule. Even the emperor has to give up some treasures to keep the noble families happy. He doesn't have the strength to keep all the treasures for himself. Zeke hung on every word of his teacher's tale, feeling increasingly despondent. Are you saying that I can't create or possess anything of value until I become an archmage? Maximilian smiled and shook his head. Not at all. You must understand that there are different forms of strength. You truly believe that anyone would dare to take something from your friend Viola's grasp? Zeke recalled the 4 bandits who had nearly wet themselves upon learning of Viola's identity and shook his head. No, I don't think many would dare, but she is one of the great families backing her, whereas I am just from a commoner household. Maximilian's face twisted with offense. What do you mean by just a commoner household? Are you forgetting that I adopted you into my own family, you foolish boy? Zeke just smiled sheepishly at his mentor. Zeke was struck by the weight of his teacher's words, understanding now the true nature of the world they lived in. So you're saying that I need to be strong not just in knowledge, but also in power, he said, his voice heavy with contemplation. Maximilian looked at Zeke with a sense of pride and purpose. My boy, you must understand that while I may be able to keep you safe for now, it is imperative that you learn to defend yourself. The world is a harsh place, and those who do not possess the strength to protect what they hold dear will inevitably lose it. You have a great potential, and it is my duty as your mentor to ensure that you are equipped to face the trials ahead. Zeke took his teacher's words to heart, nodding in agreement. He knew that the path ahead would not be easy, but he was determined to become strong enough to protect himself and his future research. With a flourish, Maximilian produced a magical artifact from his pocket. This, he said, is for you. I had it specially crafted to hide your dragon aura. It is crucial that you keep the heart hidden at least for now. Zeke took the artifact, examining it with wonder. He knew that it was a valuable tool, and he vowed to treat it with care. Thank you, teacher, he said, feeling a newfound sense of respect for the resourceful old man in front of him. Zeke examined the amulet with intrigue, studying the intricate engravings and the powerful aura emanating from it. The moment he placed it around his neck and fastened it in place, he felt a sudden snap as the amulet locked into place, covering his heart. He could feel the powerful magic within the amulet start to take effect, as if it was actively working to suppress the dragon aura within him. Fascinating, he murmured, running his fingers over the smooth surface of the amulet. This is truly a work of art, teacher. How does it work? Maximilian smiled, pride evident in his eyes. It is a special amulet I had commissioned for you, my boy. It uses advanced mind magic to suppress the dragon aura within you, making it so that others cannot detect it. Zeke's eyes widened in amazement. So this means I can finally leave this cave and return to the academy without fear of discovery. Maximilian nodded. Exactly. But do not become complacent, my boy. You must always be vigilant and be prepared to defend yourself. Remember, in this world, only the strong have the right to possess wealth and treasures. Zeke solemnly swore to himself to become stronger, to defend his dreams and possessions with all his might. He knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges and hardships, but he was determined to overcome them. He turned to his mentor, Maximilian, and bowed his head in gratitude for the invaluable wisdom he had imparted. Thank you, teacher, Zeke said earnestly. I will not forget your words. You're welcome, my boy, Maximilian replied with a smile. Now let us make our way home. The future is uncertain, but with hard work and dedication, I know that you will become a force to be reckoned with. As Zeke and Maximilian emerged from the cave, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. High above them, a massive airship hovered in the sky, its elongated balloon casting a shadow over the mountain. The ship itself was a marvel of engineering, resembling a grand sailing vessel attached to the balloon. The gleaming metal hull reflected the sunlight, casting a dazzling array of colors. Zeke couldn't help but stare in awe at the sight before him, his mind trying to catch up to what he was seeing. "Well, well, well," Maximilian said with a sly grin as they stepped out of the cave. "What do you think of our mode of transportation?" Zeke's eyes widened as they landed upon the grand airship hovering above the mountain. The ship was enormous, with an elongated balloon tethered to a sleek and ornate vessel. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. "Teacher, you have an airship," Zeke exclaimed in shock and awe. Maximilian chuckled. "Indeed I do, my boy. Allow me to introduce you to the Alexandria von Hohenheim. She is the unofficial third member of our family." The older man patted the side of the ship affectionately, a proud gleam in his eye. Zeke almost couldn't believe his eyes as he took in the impressive sight before him. He had had no idea that his mentor possessed something like this. The ship was majestic, with sleek lines and intricate details that spoke of both power and elegance. "Come, let us board," Maximilian said, gesturing towards the attached elevation platform. Zeke followed his mentor up the platform, his eyes scanning the ship's deck as they made their way aboard. Once on deck, Zeke couldn't help but wander off to explore the ship. He marveled at the intricate machinery and the detailed decorations that adorned the ship's interior. Maximilian smiled at his student's wonder, happy to see the young mage's excitement. He walked alongside Zeke, a proud smile on his face as he explained the various features and functions of the airship. "My boy, this is the pride and joy of our family. As you can see, the balloon is made of enchanted silk, a material that is both lightweight and durable. It allows us to reach great heights and travel at incredible speeds. The ship itself is crafted from the finest woods and metals, and each engraving and design has been imbued with powerful enchantments for protection and performance. The deck is spacious and open, allowing for easy movement and maneuverability. The helm, located at the front of the ship, provides a stunning view of the skies. The ship is powered by a combination of magic and engineering, with large propellers at the back that are powered by a complex system of gears and levers. The elevation platform makes boarding and disembarking a breeze, and our skilled pilots and engineers are able to navigate the skies with ease and precision, thanks to the ship's advanced systems and enchantments. But that's not all. The ship is also equipped with powerful defensive spells and enchantments, ensuring that we are protected from any aerial threats. This airship is more than just a means of transportation. It's an extension of our family, and I am proud to call her my own." Zeke couldn't contain his excitement as he explored the airship. He asked Maximilian question after question, eager to learn everything he could about the ship's mechanics and capabilities. As he gazed out the windows at the vast expanse of sky, a spark of determination ignited in his heart. He knew, without a doubt, that one day he would own an airship of his own. He made a silent vow to himself to become a competent artisan, to hone his skills and knowledge until he was capable of creating something as magnificent as the Alexandria von Hohenheim. He was filled with a burning desire to soar through the skies, free as a bird, with the wind in his hair and the world at his feet. As the airship soared through the skies, Zeke couldn't help but be enamored with every aspect of this queen of the skies. He spent the entire journey back home asking the ship's engineer endless questions about the intricacies of its design and function. He marveled at the way the enchanted silk of the balloon shimmered in the sunlight, and was fascinated by the complex system of gears and levers that powered the propellers. Not only that, but he even asked about the defensive spells and enchantments that protected the ship from aerial threats. The engineer, a seasoned veteran of the skies, patiently answered each one of Zeke's queries with a wealth of knowledge and expertise. As the journey continued, Zeke learned that the airship was not only a masterwork of metal crafting, but also a testament to the ingenuity of its creators. However, as he delved deeper into the ship's technology, he began to realize that the people of the Empire had not yet learned how to harness the power of mana and store it within technology. The ship's propulsion system, while impressive, was powered by conventional means and not by the manipulation of magical energy. Despite this, Zeke couldn't help but be impressed with the ship and the level of skill and craftsmanship that went into its creation. This further strengthened his wish to one day own an airship of his own, and that it would be a true masterpiece of magic and technology. As the Alexandria von Hohenheim descended towards the academy, Zeke's heart swelled with pride. He had never been more proud to be the student of Maximilian than at this moment. The dock for airships came into view, and Zeke couldn't help but notice the other ships that were docked there. They were impressive, to be sure, but they couldn't compare to the grandeur and engineering of the Alexandria. As the airship landed smoothly inside the dock, Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of envy from the other students and professors who were staring in awe at the ship. Maximilian, noticing his student's pride, gave him a pat on the back and a knowing grin. As Zeke and Maximilian disembarked from the Alexandria von Hohenheim, they were greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of the academy grounds. They stepped off the elevation platform and onto the lush green grass, the sun shining bright overhead. As they made their way through the academy, Zeke's eyes were drawn to the training fields, where students were locked in fierce combat, honing their skills and abilities. He watched in awe as the young mages unleashed powerful spells and incantations, their movements swift and precise. He felt a sense of distance and separation as he walked amongst his peers, like they were all part of their own little world. And he was watching them from the outside. The academy buildings and structures soon gave way to a more secluded area of the grounds, where a dense forest loomed ahead. They entered the forest and found themselves standing before a grand manor, nestled amongst the trees. "Welcome home, Zeke," Maximilian said, as he unlocked the door and gestured for his student to enter. Zeke stepped into the manor, his eyes taking in the familiar surroundings. The smell of wood and parchment filled his nose, and he felt a sense of comfort wash over him. This was where he had spent the last several months of his life, studying and learning under Maximilian's tutelage. "It is good to have you back, my boy," Maximilian said, a warm smile on his face. "Let us get you settled in." Zeke could only nod in agreement, his heart filled with a sense of belonging and purpose. He had been away from home for a month, and now that he was back, he was eager to continue his training and work on improving his magical abilities. "Maximilian," Zeke said, turning to his mentor, "what is the next step in my training? I am eager to continue my journey towards mastering the arcane arts." Maximilian stroked his beard, a thoughtful look on his face. "The first step, my boy, is to seclude ourselves for however long it takes to master your mind spell, perfect sensory recall. This spell is essential to unlocking the full potential of your abilities, and it must be engraved on your core before we can make any other plans." "I understand, teacher," he said. "I am ready to begin." After Maximilian and Zeke had made themselves comfortable in the lounge, the older mage began to explain the structure of the upcoming semester to his young apprentice. "Zeke, as you know, the second semester has just begun. With it comes a change in the curriculum for all students at the academy." Maximilian paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in before continuing. "You see, there are no more basic monoclasses that all students have to attend. Instead, the other students will use their mornings for combat classes, honing their elemental affinities and learning to harness the power of their chosen elements in battle." Zeke's eyes widened as he realized the implications of Maximilian's words. "But teacher, I don't have an elemental affinity. What does that mean for me?" Maximilian placed a reassuring hand on his student's shoulder. "It means, my boy, that you will not be participating in the combat classes in the morning. But have no fear, for this is not a setback. I have a plan to get around that." Zeke's mind raced as he processed this new information. "But if I don't have any morning classes, and my afternoon classes are with you, then why am I even still at the academy?" Maximilian's eyes gleamed with a hint of a smile, as if he were privy to a secret that Zeke was not yet aware of. "You see, there are more reasons to stay in the academy than just the classes. But I will tell you more about that at a later point in time." Zeke nodded, understanding that there was more to his mentor's words than what was immediately apparent. He knew that Maximilian always had a plan, and that the older mage had a way of revealing things in his own time. Maximilian stood before Zeke, his eyes alight with a fierce determination as he gestured towards a strange, shimmering mirror that stood in the center of the room. "This, my boy, is the memory mirror. It is a powerful device that will aid you in training your mind's ability to recall and retain information. When you stand before it and focus your thoughts, the mirror will reflect at you a series of images and memories. Your task is to study these images and commit them to memory as quickly and accurately as possible. With each successful recall, the mirror will present you with increasingly complex and detailed images, pushing the limits of your mind's capacity." Next, Maximilian led Zeke to a glowing orb that floated in the corner of the room. "This is the mnemonic orb. It is a device that will help you organize and categorize the information that you are trying to memorize. You will transfer the information you want to remember into the orb, and it will store it, allowing you to easily recall it later. Additionally, it will also test you on the information, helping to solidify the memories and make them more permanent. Finally, Maximilian gestured towards a strange, metallic gauntlet that lay on the table. This, my boy, is the memory gauntlet. It is a device that will help you to strengthen your mind's ability to focus and concentrate. When you wear the gauntlet and focus your thoughts, it will send a series of electrical impulses through your body, stimulating the brain and helping to improve your ability to focus and concentrate on the task at hand. It can be used in conjunction with the other devices to maximize the effectiveness of your training. With each passing day, Maximilian guided Zeke through the use of these devices, pushing him to his limits and beyond. Zeke's mind grew stronger and sharper with each passing day, his ability to recall and retain information improving exponentially. And as he stood before the memory mirror, recalling the most complex and detailed of images with ease, Zeke knew that he was ready to master perfect sensory recall. By mastering this spell and engraving it on his mind, he would be able to finally leave the identity of an apprentice behind and joining the ranks of mages. As Zeke stood before his mentor, Maximilian, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and nervousness. He had been training for weeks to master the spell perfect sensory recall, and now it was time for his final test. Maximilian watched with a critical eye as Zeke cast the spell, his magic flowing seamlessly as he reached deep into his mind and pulled forth memories with perfect clarity and detail. Maximilian had provided a tool that made it possible to project one's memories into the world, and Zeke had immediately fallen in love with the object. The older mage nodded in approval as he could feel the spell taking shape, impressed by his student's progress. Zeke activated the device, and a beam of light shot out from the projector, forming a holographic image of a scene from his past. The image was so vivid and lifelike that it seemed as though it were happening right before their eyes. The scene was of a specific moment during his training earlier this week, a memory that he had been tasked to recall with perfect accuracy as part of his final test. Maximilian watched in amazement as Zeke controlled the holographic image with precise movements, zooming in and out of specific details and even changing the angle of view to show different perspectives. Zeke then began to narrate the scene, pointing out specific details and describing the emotions and sensations he felt at the time. "Well done, my boy," Maximilian said, a hint of pride in his voice. "You have passed the test. You are now ready to engrave the spell onto your core." Zeke couldn't contain his excitement as he heard the words. He had worked so hard to master this spell, and now it was finally within reach. He was ready to take the next step in his journey as a mage. Just as he was about to celebrate, Maximilian's words brought him back to reality. "But before you do that, there is something you should know. Advancing from apprentice to mage is a big step, and it comes with changes. I won't explain them to you, for you will discover them for yourself soon enough." Zeke's excitement turned to confusion as he looked at his mentor. "What do you mean? What kind of changes?" he asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. Maximilian simply smiled. "All will be revealed in due time, my boy. Just know that the path of a mage is never easy, but it is always worth it. Now go prepare yourself, the surprise awaits." With that, Maximilian left Zeke to ponder his words, leaving him with a sense of anticipation and uncertainty as he prepared to engrave his core with the spell perfect sensory recall. He couldn't help but wonder what the future held, and what kind of changes would come with his advancement as a mage. As Zeke and Maximilian descended into the cellar one final time, Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. This was the moment he had been working towards for months. The engraving of his mind core with the spell perfect sensory recall. And as he stepped into the engraving chamber, the nerves he had felt before dissipated. He was ready for this. Maximilian stood by his side, a proud look on his face, as Zeke channeled his spell in the center of the formation of mirrors. The process was not as painful as he had feared, and as he finished channeling his magic, he let out a sigh of relief. The engraving ceremony took 40 minutes, and as Zeke stood up, he felt a strange sensation from his core shifting. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was unlike anything he had ever felt before. And then everything went black. When Zeke woke up, He was lying on the bed in his chamber, with Maximilian sitting beside him. The older mage looked down at him with a small smile. "Welcome to the rank of mages, my boy," Maximilian said. "You've taken the first step." Zeke sat up, rubbing the back of his head. He couldn't quite remember what had happened, but he knew that the engraving had been successful. Zeke curiously closed his eyes and focused on his core. As he did, he came across a strange sight. There had been a huge change to the shape of his core. Zeke stared at the tiny blood-red figure that now represented his magic core. The figure looked like a miniature version of himself, with a glowing blue brain and a shifting sphere of stars surrounding it. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Maximilian, what is this? My core, it's different," Zeke stammered, looking to his mentor for an explanation. Maximilian smiled. "Ah, yes. As an apprentice mage, your core takes on the form of a cube, representing the 3 affinities you possess. But as you advance to the next stage, that of a true mage, your core shifts to take on a more personalized form, reflecting the spells you have engraved upon it. The man you see before you is a representation of yourself and the magic you wield." Zeke looked back at the small figure in awe. "It's incredible," he said. "Yes, it is," Maximilian said, nodding. "And as you continue to advance through the stages of a mage, your core will evolve even further, becoming more powerful and attuned to your magic." Zeke couldn't wait to see what the future held for him as a mage. He had so much to learn and so much to achieve. And with Maximilian by his side, he knew anything was possible. Zeke had a general understanding of the different stages a mage would go through, but he did not know that they would go hand in hand with the changes to one's core. Maximilian had gotten up to get them both a fresh cup of coffee while Zeke was thinking. When he passed Zeke his cup, the latter asked, "Can you tell me a bit about the evolution of the core?" Maximilian stood before Zeke, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes flickering with knowledge and wisdom. "Zeke," he began, repeating his earlier words once again, "the path of a mage is a long and treacherous one. But it is also one of the most rewarding. You see, as a mage, you will evolve and change in ways that you cannot imagine. There are 6 evolutionary steps that a mage can go through, each one bringing with it new abilities and powers." Maximilian began to pace back and forth, his voice growing in intensity as he spoke. "The first step is that of the apprentice mage. This is where you were until just today. As an apprentice, you have just begun your journey and have the ability to engrave one spell on your core for each affinity you have. The second step is that of the true mage. This is where your core changes shape based on the spells engraved on it. It also becomes more durable, and your bond with your magical affinities increases. The third step is that of the grand mage. At this stage, your core is able to attract and attune ambient mana on its own, nourishing your body further. You will also find it easier to bond with your affinities, and your personality may start to be influenced by your core more than ever before. The fourth step is that of the archmage. This is where your core fuses with your body, turning your entire body into a magic core. The fifth step is that of the exarch. At this stage, you no longer use a core at all, and can attune ambient mana outside the body. And the final step, the sixth step, is that of the monarch. This is where the mage reaches the pinnacle of power, but no one knows what that truly entails. It is said to be a level of power that only a select few have ever reached. Maximilian stopped pacing and looked at Zeke, his eyes filled with determination. "That is the path that lies ahead of you, Zeke. It will be difficult, but I think with the tools I have imparted to you, you can reach the pinnacle of power." Zeke's mind reeled with the information that Maximilian had just imparted to him. He couldn't help but wonder when he would be able to take the next step in his journey as a mage. "Many years from now, my young apprentice," Maximilian said with a chuckle, as if reading his thoughts. "Reaching the fixed milestones of true mage at 15, grand mage at 25, and archmage at 100 is considered the mark of a true genius." Zeke's mind whirled in awe at the thought of reaching such heights. But what about the levels beyond that? Exarch and monarch, at what age do people reach those? He asked, eager to know more. Maximilian's expression grew serious. "Those who reach the levels of exarch or monarch are automatically considered legendary figures in the world of magic," he said. "It is a goal that only a select few dares to aim for, and even fewer have succeeded in reaching the end." Zeke nodded, taking in the weight of the words. He knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, but with Maximilian's guidance, he was determined to reach the highest heights of magical power. Teacher, what level have you reached? Zeke asked, his curiosity piqued. Maximilian's face grew somber as he replied, I am at the level of an archmage, my boy. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. An archmage, that's impressive, he exclaimed. But his admiration was short-lived as he asked, when will you become an exarch, teacher? Surely, with your skills and knowledge, you must be close to reaching that level. Maximilian let out a bitter laugh. My dear Zeke, the path to becoming an exarch is a difficult one that I may never reach. You see, the title of exarch is reserved for only the most powerful and accomplished of mages, and there is only one in the entire empire. The emperor himself holds that title. Zeke was shocked by this revelation and exclaimed in surprise. But you're an archmage, how is that possible? Maximilian let out a bitter chuckle. Just because I have reached the level of archmage years ago does not mean I am anywhere near the level of an exarch. The emperor, and only the emperor, even knows how to advance to that stage. How strong is he? Zeke asked, his curiosity piqued. Maximilian's expression grew grave. The emperor is a true monster. It would take the patriarchs of the 4 greater families joining forces to even stand a chance against him. Zeke furrowed his brow. But why only 4 families? Why not all 5? The 5th family, the J-Strike family, is the emperor's family, Maximilian explained. They would not dare to raise arms against him. Zeke couldn't quite comprehend the power and influence the emperor must possess to command such loyalty and fear, but Zeke's thoughts were suddenly pulled in a different direction. Wait, my friend Sophia, her last name is J-Strike. Does that mean she's part of the emperor's family? Maximilian looked surprised. I thought you knew, Zeke. Sophia is indeed a member of the J-Strike family, the emperor's family. Zeke shook his head, feeling embarrassed that he had not made the connection. I had no idea, he admitted. It's not surprising, Maximilian reassured him. The emperor is almost 1,000 years old, so Sophia is likely his great-great-great-great-great-niece, or something like that. This latest revelation came as another shock to Zeke, and he was just about to ponder the implications when Maximilian called out to him. My dear student, Maximilian began, we have spent enough time discussing the stages of mage advancement, but now it is time to focus on something far more important, something that will change the course of magic and our understanding of it. We have engraved all 3 spells onto your core, and it is time to begin the next phase of your training. Zeke's heart started beating with excitement and anticipation. The Trinity Project, Maximilian continued. Are you ready, Zeke? Maximilian and Zeke were seated in the study, surrounded by shelves filled with dusty tomes and ancient scrolls. The older mage leaned back in his chair, his bushy white eyebrows furrowed in concentration as he explained the intricacies of the Trinity Project to his young apprentice. Zeke, you must understand that the Trinity Project is not just about learning new spells, it's about understanding the fundamental principles of magic itself. Maximilian began, his deep voice filled with passion. You have the ability to observe the body of a mage while they are spell casting, to record all the information of the process, and to analyze it with your perfect body control. This is the key to unlocking the true potential of your magic. Ezekiel nodded, his golden eyes bright with understanding. I know, by using my perfect spatial awareness to observe the mage's body and my perfect sensory recall to record the information, I can then use my perfect body control to understand and analyze the spell casting process. Exactly, Maximilian said with a smile. And once you've seen a spell cast within your perfect spatial awareness, you can recreate the scene in your mind as many times as necessary. This will allow you to master the spell, to understand its nuances, and to improve upon it. Ezekiel's mind was racing with the possibilities. This really is a marvelous invention, Maximilian. It is truly amazing. I can't wait to get started. I've been lacking blood magic spells since coming to the academy. I'm glad you're excited, Zeke, Maximilian said, patting his apprentice on the shoulder. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Zeke couldn't help but look at Maximilian with a strange expression on his face, as the older mage finished his statement about responsibility. But Maximilian, he said, trying to keep a straight face, you're the inventor of explosion magic. I think you might have missed the responsibility memo. Maximilian's face turned red with embarrassment as he realized the irony of his statement. You brat, he said with a smile. But you're right, Explosion magic may not be the most responsible form of magic, and that's exactly why I never taught it to anybody. However, that's not the only function of the Trinity Project spell synergy. Zeke nodded, still confused about where this lesson was going. Okay, so what's the other function? Maximilian gestured for him to stand up. Walk around my office for a while, and then come back to me. Zeke did as he was told, walking around the room and taking in all the details of his mentor's workspace. After a few minutes, Maximilian called him back. Now tell me what you recorded with your perfect sensory recall, Maximilian said, looking at him expectantly. Zeke thought for a moment, trying to recall all the details he had taken in. I recorded the entire room, the desk, the shelves, the windows, the rug, the chairs, the door, and the books, he said, counting them off on his fingers. Maximilian smiled and nodded. And does that give you any ideas? Zeke thought for a moment, but couldn't think of anything. Not really, I don't know what you are getting at, he said, shrugging. Maximilian's smirk grew wider. Really? What about the books? Were they just recorded as a block of paper, or can you take a closer look? Zeke's face suddenly changed as he realized the implications of what Maximilian was saying. He focused on his saved memories and found that he could indeed recall all the books, page by page. Wow, Zeke said in amazement. I can recall every single book in this room, page by page. This is incredible. Maximilian nodded, pleased with his apprentice's progress. Exactly, the Trinity Project spell synergy can be used for much more than just mastering new spells. It can be used to enhance your memory, to improve your learning, and even to read books without physically reading them. After Zeke had realized the implications of being able to recall every book in the room, Maximilian explained to him the limitations and conditions of this function. Zeke, just because you can read all the books in your mind doesn't mean you have automatically gained all the knowledge that is contained within them, Maximilian said, his voice serious. This ability only gives you the option of reading them in your mind. However, by using your perfect body control to boost your brain, you could reach incredible reading speeds and truly absorb the knowledge contained within them. Zeke nodded, understanding the difference. So, it's like having a library in my mind, but I still need to study and understand the information. Exactly, Maximilian said with a nod. It's a powerful tool, but it's not a substitute for hard work and dedication. You'll still need to study and understand the information, but with the help of your perfect body control, you'll be able to do it faster and more efficiently. Zeke was excited by the possibilities. He could now read books at an incredible speed. And with the help of his perfect body control, he could absorb the knowledge faster than ever before. Maximilian told Zeke to start practicing reading in his mind while he prepared something for the next stage of the training. I'll be back in the evening, he said. In the meantime, start reading the books in your mind's library. Use this opportunity to improve your reading speed and absorb the knowledge more efficiently. Zeke nodded, excited to get started. He began reading the books in his mind's library, starting out just a bit faster than his regular reading speed. But after about an hour of practice, he was already at around twice his regular reading speed. He plateaued here, though, and didn't improve much anymore, so he decided to accelerate his brain using his perfect body control. By the time Maximilian returned in the evening, he found a red-faced Zeke sitting on the floor, steam almost coming out of his head. Maximilian, Zeke said, rubbing his temples. Why does my brain hurt so much? Maximilian smirked. Because you've never used it like that before. He explained that the intense and prolonged use of the brain in such a manner can be tiring, but the results will be worth it. But don't push yourself too hard, too fast. Take breaks and let your brain rest. Zeke nodded, understanding the importance of balancing his training. He was determined to make progress as fast as possible, but he knew that he needed to pace himself and not overdo it. Maximilian, what did you do all day? Zeke asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Maximilian smiled mysteriously. I prepared the next 2 stages of your training, he said. Zeke's eyes widened in excitement. What are they? The first thing I prepared for you was a tour through the library, Maximilian said. Most sections of the library are off limits to first-year students, but I've organized a guided tour for you. You'll be able to explore all the sections and copy all the books in Elementium. Zeke was overjoyed to hear this. He had always been curious about the library and had been looking forward to exploring it. That's amazing, Maximilian, thank you. But Maximilian wasn't done yet, and the second surprise was less positively received by Zeke. Maximilian had managed to get Zeke enlisted in the combat classes that happened every morning. Zeke's face fell. Combat classes? But I'm not a combat mage. Maximilian shook his head. You're not a combat mage yet, Zeke, but you will be. You might not want to walk the path of a combatant, but you need to be able to defend yourself, and that's what the combat classes will teach you. Zeke wasn't sure if he was ready for this, but he trusted in Maximilian's judgment. Okay, I'll give it a try, he said, determination in his voice, but Zeke thought that there had to be more to Maximilian's plan than just learning how to fight. Maximilian, is there a secondary reason for why you want me to take the combat classes? Zeke asked, as they walked to his bedroom. Maximilian nodded. Yes, there is, he said. The second reason is that only in combat can you get close enough to a huge variety of other mages and record their spell casting. Zeke's eyes widened in understanding. So by fighting other mages every single day, I'll save up a collection of combat scenarios and learn how to react in different situations. Maximilian nodded, pleased that Zeke had caught on quickly. Exactly. This will not only allow you to learn how other mages cast their spells, but also how to use them in real-world situations. There's no better way to do that than by facing off against other mages in combat. Zeke nodded, excited to put his training to the test. I understand, Maximilian. I'll make sure to take advantage of this opportunity and learn as much as I can. That's all I ask, Zeke, Maximilian said, clapping him on the back. Now you should really go to sleep. You have to get up early in the morning to make a trip to the library and start your tour. The future of mage kind depends on students like you. Maximilian winked at him and left. It was early in the morning, and Zeke was on his way to the Grand Library of Elementium. As he approached the imposing building, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder. He had never been inside the library before and couldn't wait to explore its many halls and shelves. As he entered the building, he took in the grandeur of the place. The high ceilings, the intricate carvings on the walls, and the rows upon rows of books were all breathtaking. He wondered how many books were in there and how much knowledge was contained within its walls. As he made his way through the foyer, he noticed something a bit strange. There were an unusual amount of cats strolling around the library. They seemed to be everywhere, lounging on the stacks of books, rubbing against the legs of the librarians and scholars. Zeke couldn't help but smile at the sight. He had always been a cat lover, and the presence of the felines made the library feel even more welcoming. As he made his way to the section where his tour was to begin, he paused to pet a particularly friendly cat. Good morning, kitty, he said, scratching behind its ears. The cat purred contentedly, and Zeke felt his stress and worries melt away. He took a deep breath and felt ready to begin his tour and explore the vast knowledge of the library when he was suddenly addressed by a strange-looking woman. She had wild, brownish-red hair, and her clothes were adorned with cat-shaped buttons and brooches. To top it off, there were cats climbing all over her, rubbing against her legs and purring contentedly. I like you, the woman said with a broad smile as she looked between Zeke and the cat he was petting. Zeke looked back at the woman with a strange look on his face. He wasn't quite sure what to make of her. I'm sorry, do I know you? He asked. The woman chuckled. Not yet, but you will, she said. My name is Olivia Katzenliber, head librarian of the Grand Library of Elementium, and I'm going to be your guide. Zeke raised an eyebrow. My guide, he repeated. Olivia nodded. Yes, your guide, she said. You see, your mentor came here yesterday and demanded that you get a personal tour through every single room of this library, and that's why you have the pleasure of my company for today. Well, I'm certainly grateful for the help, he said. Thank you, Olivia. Olivia grinned. No problem, Zeke, she said. Now let's get started. There's so much to see and learn in this library, and I can't wait to show you all of it. As Olivia led Zeke through the grand halls of the library, he was struck by the sheer magnificence of it all. She took him through the 4 huge halls, each dedicated to one of the elemental magics: fire, water, earth, and wind. As they walked through the fire hall, Olivia gave half-hearted commentary about the history of fire magic and the different techniques used to harness its power. Zeke was a bit disappointed, as he had expected more enthusiasm from his guide. As they moved on to the water hall, Olivia's commentary continued in the same vein. She told him about the various water spells and the different schools of thought surrounding the magic. Again, Zeke felt a bit let down by the lack of passion in her voice. The Earth Hall was no different, and neither was the Wind Hall. Olivia seemed to be going through the motions, and Zeke was gripped by boredom as he listened to her rattle off her exposition without any enthusiasm. He had expected more ardor and passion for books from the head librarian of the Grand Library. Zeke took his time as he walked through the halls, studying each and every bookshelf carefully. He was determined to create a copy of all the books in his mind's library, using his perfect sensory recall spell. As he made his way through the halls, Olivia watched him curiously. She couldn't understand why he was taking so much time to walk through each hall, as if he was looking for something specific. But she didn't question him. Instead, she entertained herself by playing with the cats that seemed to be everywhere in the library. Zeke finally asked her why she didn't seem more interested in the halls, and she let out a sigh. Giving tours of these halls is usually punishment duty for new library assistants, she explained. I've given this tour so many times. It's hard to get excited about it anymore. Zeke could sense a hidden trauma in her voice and let the matter drop. But as they made their way to the halls for the secondary affinities, Olivia's voice took on a hint of excitement. She began to talk about the rare books they had in those halls and the unique spells that could be found within them. As they walked through the halls, Olivia's enthusiasm grew. She told him stories about the most interesting books they had and the debates that the librarians had over them. Zeke was impressed by her knowledge and was grateful that she was sharing it with him so openly. After thinking about the change she went through compared to the earlier halls, it seemed to him that she didn't often get the chance to talk about anything other than the 4 elemental affinities. As they finished with another hall, Olivia gave him a small smile. I'm glad you're interested in the rarer affinities. It's nice to have someone who's excited to learn about them. As they walked through the halls of the secondary affinities, Zeke couldn't help but notice that Olivia never used the terms primary or secondary when referring to the different types of magic. He asked her about it, and she looked at him with surprise. Olivia considered Zeke's question, her mind spinning with possibilities. What, she asked, do you believe is the difference between the so-called primary and secondary affinities? Zeke opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. He closed it again, shrugging. Olivia smiled at his comical display, then pressed on. Is it that the practitioners of these affinities are stronger? No. Do they advance faster? Nope. Reach higher levels? Not at all. Possess some innate superiority? No again. She lowered each finger as she made each point, as if ticking items off a mental checklist. There's no factual argument that places these 4 affinities above or below any others, she said, looking left and right before leaning in conspiratorially. Do you want to know what I honestly believe? Zeke nodded eagerly, hanging on her every word. After all, Olivia was one of the most knowledgeable people in the Empire. Those terms you were asking about, I think they're just a naming convention propagated by the Arkenheim Empire and the 4 great families, Olivia explained. The idea of primary and secondary affinities is being used to implant the notion of magical superiority into the minds of the citizens. But in reality, all types of magic are equally valid and powerful. I believe that the individual mage and the available spells are what matters far more to determine actual strength. Zeke was taken aback by this revelation. He had always thought of his blood magic as secondary, inferior to the elemental magic that was taught at the academy. But if Olivia was right, then the entire concept was just a way for the powerful to maintain control over the less powerful. You mean to say that my blood magic is just as good as the elemental magic that the academy teaches? Zeke asked. Of course it is, Olivia replied. Each type of magic has its own strengths and weaknesses, but that doesn't make one type better than the other. It's all about how you use it. She seems to struggle to find a way to better explain the concept to him, and paused. After a moment of silence, she started talking about a seemingly unrelated subject. You've probably never heard of Linus Cronus Camino, Olivia asked, getting excited now. Zeke had indeed never heard of the man and shook his head. Well, let me tell you, he was one of the most powerful mages in history. Time mage with an exarch-level power. He could control the flow of time with ease. In battle, he would just stop time for his opponent's brains, and they would drop to the floor like sacks of wheat. And he wasn't the only one, Olivia continued, listing off other powerful mages with what the Empire would consider secondary affinities. Leona Sonestral with her light magic, Carlin Finsternes with his darkness magic, and so many more. They didn't let their affinities hold them back. They were true masters of their craft. So Zeke, Olivia began, her gaze fixed on him with a serious expression. I believe that there is no such thing as primary or secondary affinities. Let me give you an example. Tristan Bloodsword, the current patriarch of the Bloodsword family, is capable of cutting down the mages of our empire like they are cabbages during each battle with the Kingdom of Valor, despite only having a blood affinity. She paused and glanced around before lowering her voice to a whisper. But be careful, don't let anyone hear you say that. Tristan Bloodsword isn't well liked in these parts. Olivia's eyes then traveled to Zeke's bright crimson hair, and a smile graced her face. However, you, with your perfect blood affinity, have the potential to be just as powerful as any of those people I've mentioned. Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of validation and empowerment from Olivia's words. He had always felt like an outsider at the academy because of his blood magic, but now he realized that was exactly how the academy had wanted him to feel. He made a mental note to research more about the other types of magic and their potential uses. Are you not afraid of getting in trouble for saying all those things about primary and secondary affinities? Zeke asked, his voice tinged with concern. Olivia let out a snort of disbelief. Afraid, PSH, if someone wants to make trouble for me, they know where to find me, she said with a shrug. Zeke couldn't help but be impressed by her level of confidence. He had always been taught that speaking out against the established facts was madness, and yet here was Olivia, nonchalantly dismissing the idea as if it were nothing. But don't you fear the consequences of speaking out against the Empire's teachings? Zeke pressed. Huh? Afraid of what? The Empire's rules, PFFT, Olivia says with a roll of her eyes. I've been working in this library for years. I know all the secrets and where all the bodies are buried. If they want to take me down, I'll take half the noble houses down with me by revealing all the secrets I have picked up over the years. She winks at Zeke, a mischievous gleam in her eye. But in all seriousness, if you are looking for books on blood magic, then you are out of luck, Olivia said with a smirk. I'm afraid those are all outlawed by now. Outlawed, Zeke exclaimed, his excitement deflating. Is there no way to learn more about it? Olivia grinned. Just because they're outlawed doesn't mean I don't have them, she said, a hint of mischief in her voice. I love books almost as much as I love cats, and I've managed to acquire quite a few forbidden texts over the years. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Can I see them? If you want to, it's not much of a secret that I collect them anyway. I don't think anything would happen to me even if the word were to spread, Olivia said, leading him to a hidden door in the back of the library. But keep in mind, some of these books are illegal for a reason. They contain dangerous knowledge and should be used with caution. Zeke nodded eagerly as Olivia unlocked the door and revealed a room filled with books on all sorts of forbidden subjects. He couldn't believe his luck. He finally had access to the advanced knowledge he needed to advance his blood magic. Thank you, Olivia, he said, turning to her with a huge smile. No problem, but why are you acting like I am giving you a present? You can just take a look, not keep them, she replied, returning his smile. As the two made their way out of the forbidden section, Olivia was impressed by this little first year. Not many students had the determination and curiosity to seek out knowledge like Zeke did. Even fewer had the ability to understand and appreciate the true value of the texts that were hidden away in that section. As they walked through the grand halls of the library, Zeke was awed by the amount of knowledge contained within. He had always been a curious person, and the library had fed that curiosity in ways he never thought possible. Thank you, Olivia, Zeke said, turning to his guide with a genuine smile. I've learned so much today, and it's all thanks to you. It was my pleasure, Zeke, Olivia replied, smiling back at him. I'm glad to see that you have a thirst for knowledge, and that you understand the true value of what you learned today. As they made their way out of the library, Zeke was excited for what lay ahead. With a spring in his step, he made his way home, eager to inspect the hall of today's operation. Zeke practically sprinted through the streets, eager to return to his room and delve deeper into the forbidden knowledge he had uncovered in the library. He sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, his eyes closed in concentration as he delved into the mental library stored within his mind. He had spent the entire day in the grand library of Elementium, copying every single book he could find into this mental library. Now he had a treasure trove of knowledge at his fingertips. After delving into his mind using perfect sensory recall, he was greeted by an exact replica of the library, every detail captured in his memories. He made his way through the halls, his excitement growing as he approached the forbidden section. There, he eagerly scanned the shelves once more, taking in the names of the forbidden tomes of blood magic. He began by selecting a thick, leather-bound tome entitled The Dark Arts of Bloodletting. He spent hours poring over its pages, studying the intricate diagrams and arcane formulas that detail the methods of using one's own blood to fuel powerful spells. One by one, he began to go through the tomes, reading and taking notes on the contents of each one. He read about ancient blood magic rituals, blood incantations, and the dangers of delving too deeply into the power of blood magic. He read about the history of blood magic and the official reasons why it had been banned by the Empire. Finally, after hours of reading and note-taking, he emerged from his mental library, his mind buzzing with new knowledge and his notebook filled with notes. He knew that he had only scratched the surface of the forbidden knowledge contained in these books, but he also knew that he had something incredibly valuable in his possession. He had a newfound understanding of the power of blood magic. Zeke rose with the dawn, eager to put his newfound knowledge of blood magic to the test. He had spent the previous night poring over the forbidden tomes, jotting down notes and scribbling diagrams as he delved deeper into the secrets of this powerful and oft-maligned form of magic. As he stepped out into the crisp morning air, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation for the progress he would make today. With a deep breath, Zeke began to focus his magic, summoning the power of his blood to flow through his veins. He started with simple exercises, experimenting with different methods of channeling the magic and manipulating it to suit his needs. As he worked, he found himself growing more confident in some of the newly learned ways and more in control of his power. Just when he was trying to start his training in earnest, he heard someone call out to him. "Zeke, my boy," Maximilian called out as he approached Zeke on the training field behind the mansion. "It would be wise to save your energy for after you return from school today. Remember, today is the first day of your combat classes. You'll need all of your focus and energy to perform at your best." Zeke paused, considering his mentor's words. He had been eager to try out some new ideas he had come up with for his blood magic after reading through the forbidden tomes the previous night. But Maximilian was right. Today was an important day. "I understand, Maximilian," Zeke replied with a deep sigh, "but I am confident in my abilities. I had a lot of experience hunting monsters last semester, and now that I have just advanced to a true mage, I am certain that I will dominate the combat class even without being at full strength." Maximilian smiled, his eyes twinkling with pride, but Zeke also noticed a hint of playfulness. "I have no doubt that you will do well, Zeke, but remember this, it is always wise to conserve your strength and not look down on your opponent. Take it easy before class, and you will be sure to perform at your best." With a curt nod, Zeke conceded, shouldering his stubbornness and setting off towards the school with brisk strides. His thoughts, however, remained centered on the impending day and the untapped potential of his blood magic. Upon arriving at the training fields, a sense of disquiet washed over him. Despite his best efforts, he had always remained an outsider in school, and it appeared that this particular class was going to be no different. Zeke stood alone on the training field, the early morning sun casting a warm glow over the bustling crowd of students. He could hear snippets of conversation from the groups of classmates that surrounded him, their words blending together in a cacophony of sound. Some talked excitedly about the day's lessons, while others gossiped about the latest school rumors. As he listened, Zeke realized that some of the talk was about him. He could hear snippets of his name being mentioned, and with his curiosity piqued, he strained to listen more closely. He was surprised to hear that not all the talk was negative. Most of the other students were simply confused by his presence, wondering why he had not attended any of the combat classes until now. As he stood there, lost in thought, an instructor finally arrived. Zeke watched as the man strode confidently across the training field, calling out orders and barking commands. The students quickly fell into line, and Zeke found himself being pulled into the throng, the press of bodies and the din of chatter enveloping him once more. The instructor, a tall man with a stern expression and a scar running down his cheek, surveyed the students assembled before him. He nodded curtly to the group, and then his gaze fell upon Zeke. The instructor's eyes narrowed, studying him for a moment before he spoke. "You must be the new student, Ezekiel," the man said, his voice deep and commanding. "I am Instructor Darian, and I will be your instructor for the semester. I expect nothing but the best from all of my students, and I will not tolerate any slacking." Instructor Darian didn't wait for Zeke to reply and started his pacing again. He strode around the training field, his battle-worn armor clinking with each step. The students immediately fell silent, standing at attention as the instructor surveyed the group. "All right, listen up," the instructor began, his voice deep and commanding. "Today we're starting again with some physical training. I want you lot to give it your all, push yourselves to the limit. Remember, a strong body makes for a strong mind." The students began to stretch and warm up, and Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of ease. As a blood mage, his body was naturally stronger and more resilient than that of an elemental mage. Plus, he had a secret weapon: his ability to perfectly control his body, thanks to perfect body control. He moved through the exercises with ease, gracefully executing each movement with precision. As the class progressed, Zeke couldn't help but feel that this was going to be a breeze for him. He had always excelled in physical activities, and this class was no exception. But after half an hour of training, the instructor called the students back together, his expression as serious as ever. "All right, that's enough of that," the instructor called out, his voice echoing through the training field. "It's time for sparring, pair up and begin." As the students began to disperse and find partners, the instructor's voice cut through the chatter once more. Hold on. Before you all start, I have an opportunity for one of you. The chance to fight against our first-ranked student on the exams, the only Affinity mage at the academy right now." Zeke's heart skipped a beat as he realized the instructor was talking about him. He couldn't tell if the teacher was purposely trying to cause trouble for him, but it seemed to have caught the attention of some of the stronger-looking students. Before anyone else could respond, a tall young man stepped forward. He had a feral smile on his face as he looked around the gathered students. "I'll take that challenge," he said. "My name is Leonard, but you can call me Leo." Zeke sized up his opponent, studying the lean muscles that rippled beneath Leo's skin. The young man was not only strong but also agile and fast. A predatory glint in Leo's eye made Zeke's pulse quicken. He wasn't sure what the young man's affinities were, but he knew that he needed to be ready for anything. Leo deftly braided his dirty blonde mane of hair into a loose shape behind his head in preparation for the fight, not taking his eyes away from Zeke for even a moment while doing so. After finishing a moment later, he gave Zeke a nod, indicating he was ready. "All right, let's do this," Zeke said, his voice steady. Leo grinned, a flash of teeth that was more animal than human. "Let's see what you can do, Affinity," he said, his voice low and menacing. Zeke didn't flinch. He knew that Leo was trying to intimidate him, but he wouldn't let it work. He focused on his core, calling forth the power of his blood magic. He could feel the familiar rush of energy as his body began to change, his senses sharpening and his muscles bulging. Zeke was ready for anything that Leo could throw at him. As the instructor signaled the start of the match, Zeke and Leo both remained still, sizing each other up. Zeke was sure that Leo was one of the strongest fighters in this class, evident by the reverence in the eyes of the other students and the predatory gleam in his gaze. Zeke knew that he couldn't afford to wait for Leo to make the first move if he wanted to seize the advantage. Fueled by a sudden surge of adrenaline, Zeke launched himself forward, brandishing his staff in preparation for battle. Leo, however, seemed to anticipate all his strikes. Each swing of Zeke's staff was met with a fluid dodge, and before long, Zeke found himself growing increasingly frustrated. He could see Leo's movements clearly but couldn't seem to land a single blow. It was as if he was fighting a shadow or the wind. "You've got a pattern," Leo said with a smirk as he dodged to the left, easily slipping past Zeke's strike. "Cutting off my most likely escape route is a decent strategy, but when it's the only move you make, it's all too predictable." The turn of events took aback Zeke. He had anticipated the elemental mages would maintain a distance, employing spells to keep him at bay. However, the reality was far from his expectations. Leo was playing with him in close combat, disregarding magic altogether. Zeke felt embarrassed as he struggled to keep pace with Leo in melee combat. The thought of resorting to magic seemed like a defeat. How could he claim victory if he couldn't even hold his own in close combat? After a while, Zeke paused in his onslaught of attacks, panting for breath. This was not working. He needed a new strategy. While deep in thought, Zeke could feel the weight of the instructor's gaze upon him, watching, waiting to see what he would do next. Even if you alter your approach, it's inconsequential when your intent betrays itself in your gaze. I'll always know where your next strike is headed if you fixate on a single location like a cow, Leo tutored, seemingly mimicking someone else's words as he continued. Fighting people is different from battling monsters, as evidenced by the surplus of force behind each of your swings. When sparring against others, raw power holds less sway, as there are no hides to pierce or scales to shatter. Zeke gritted his teeth as he charged at Leo once more, determined to land a hit by force of will alone. But no matter how hard he swung, Leo always seemed to be one step ahead. It was as if he could predict Zeke's every move, slipping and weaving out of the way with ease. Finally, Zeke had to pause his offensive for good. He was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face as he realized that this was not working. He looked up at Leo, who stood tall and confident, a slight smirk on his lips. "You're good," Zeke said, panting. "But you're not invincible. I'll figure out how to beat you." Leo's smirk only grew wider. "I am looking forward to it," he said, his voice a low rumble. Zeke gritted his teeth, frustration building within him. He had always prided himself on his ability to read and predict his opponents, but what Leo was doing was different. He was in a completely different league. It was as if he could see right through Zeke's tactics and anticipate his every move. "Get ready," Zeke warned through gritted teeth. "Let's see how you'll deal with this." With a surge of determination, Zeke channeled his blood magic, letting it flow through his veins. He swung with renewed vigor, each strike becoming faster and more precise. Leo's smirk faltered a little as he struggled to keep up with Zeke's sudden burst of power and speed. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he dodged, his movements becoming increasingly frantic. Finally, with a cry of triumph, Zeke landed a glancing blow on Leo's chest, sending him spinning backward. Leo lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as the other students looked on in shock. "I may not have had any chance against you in terms of technique while we were on equal footing," Zeke said. "But you have no way of compensating for the difference in our physical abilities." "You're right, Zeke," Leo said, catching his breath and stretching out the kinks in his body. "My instincts and movements are good, but if I can't even keep track of you, then it's all for naught. But you've forgotten something too." Zeke's eyes narrowed in confusion. "What have I forgotten?" "That you are not the only mage in this battle," Leo replied with a predatory grin before charging towards Zeke. With that, Leo went on the offensive for the first time, instead of just dodging. He had still not drawn the saber that was hanging on his hips and seemed to charge with his bare fists instead. As Leo arrived before him, Zeke made to counter Leo's attack, but somebody pushed him from behind, and Zeke fell forward. He immediately used his perfect spatial awareness to identify his hidden attacker. The hidden attacker was an earth spike coming straight out of the ground. Before Zeke could do or think anything more, a knee hit him right in the side of his face, almost knocking him out in a single hit. Zeke lay on the ground, dazed and disoriented. As Leo stood victorious, "You can't win a battle with just one method of attack," Leo instructed, offering Zeke a hand to help him up. "You need to be ready for anything and always be one step ahead." Zeke fought with all his might, but was no match for Leo's mastery of earth magic. The earthen spikes that Leo summoned was seemingly alive, appearing at the exact moment to disrupt Zeke's every move. Leo's ability to read the flow of combat was beyond compare, and his nimble movements left Zeke struggling to land a single hit. Despite his valiant effort, Zeke found himself pummeled by Leo's earth spikes and powerful strikes from his bare fist. The sheer ferocity of the attack left Zeke little room to unleash his own spells, leaving him feeling like a child facing an insurmountable opponent. As the onslaught continued, Zeke realized that he had severely underestimated Leo's prowess and knew that defeat was inevitable. The fight had only just begun, but Zeke could already sense that the outcome was set in stone. Just before the instructor finally signaled for them to switch partners, Zeke found himself being sent flying by yet another of Leo's earth spike spells. He looked around and saw that all the other students had already switched partners at least twice. Leo walked over to him and offered him a handshake as he picked himself up from the ground. "Good fight," he said with a grin. "Let's do this again when you've improved a bit." Despite the words, Zeke couldn't help but feel excited. Leo seemed like a straightforward person who only respected strength and nothing less. His eyes would light up with excitement whenever they talked about combat strategies. Zeke couldn't wait for their next match. As Zeke sat on the sidelines, he couldn't help but ponder his own goals in the academy. His passion for magic research had become his primary focus, but he couldn't ignore the reality that being a researcher also meant being a target. He needed to be able to defend himself and not be left vulnerable to those seeking to exploit his knowledge. He watched the other students sparred, each displaying their unique abilities and strengths. Even though he knew that he couldn't match Leo's instincts and feel for the flow of battle, but he also knew that there were other ways to become a formidable combatant. Zeke made a mental note to explore different forms of magic to find ways to complement his research with practical combat skills. He would not let himself be left behind. Zeke laid down on the grass in an empty area of the training field, taking a break after his devastating loss against Leo. He surveyed the other students, watching as they sparred and trained with their various forms of magic. They moved with a precision only repetition could teach, their spells and movements honed by countless hours of practice. As he watched, Zeke felt a twinge of insecurity. His status as an outcast at the academy had led to more than just social isolation. It seemed that being disconnected from the other students had also put him at a disadvantage in the combat training. Despite his confidence in his abilities as a blood mage, Zeke couldn't shake the feeling that he was lagging behind. In a world where fast-paced, long-ranged combat was the norm, his affinities and instincts seemed to fall short. The sense of inadequacy he felt was palpable, and he couldn't help but wonder how he would fare against the other students in combat. Just as Zeke was beginning to sink into a state of deep contemplation, someone approached, casting their shadow over Zeke's form on the ground. The tall, brown-haired student sneered down at him. "What's the matter, farm boy? Can't keep up with the rest of us?" Zeke felt a surge of anger. He had immediately recognized the person who spoke to him by his voice alone. It was Samuel. He still remembered the day when Samuel had come to him in order to taunt him with his betrothal to Lily. But with an effort of will, he pushed down his anger and relaxed his clenched fist. He had learned long ago that letting his emotions get the better of him was a sure way to lose a fight. He stood tall, meeting Samuel's gaze with a steady one of his own. "How about we find out?" he said, his voice steady and calm. Zeke made his way to a nearby training field without hesitation, eager to put his skills to the test against the brash Samuel. His gaze briefly met Lily's as he walked, noticing that she was observing the exchange from a distance. Though she had once been a close childhood friend, Zeke struggled with how to interact with her now. The pain from their past was a constant reminder of why they could never return to their former closeness. The emotions that welled up within him at the mere thought of Lily were so intense and painful. It was almost as if they had a physical presence, leaving Zeke certain that they would never reconcile. As they arrived at their positions, Zeke banished all distractions and got ready to face the sneering boy on the opposing side of the field. After a referee gave the signal, they both sprung into movement, and the fight between Zeke and Samuel had begun. It was clear from the first move that the Wind Mage had the upper hand. He moved with extreme speed, darting away and harassing his opponent with a barrage of spells and attacks that left Zeke struggling to keep up. The young blood mage tried his best to fend off the attacks, summoning his magic to boost himself and strike back. But it was no use. He didn't even manage to reach his opponent. His spells were too slow and clunky in comparison to Samuel's. When Zeke tried to use his spatial freeze spell, Samuel would just use a small gust of wind to create a dust cover and disrupt Zeke's line of sight. The Wind Mage was able to dodge and deflect each of Zeke's attempts with ease, staying far enough away to invalidate almost all of Zeke's strengths. Even with his lacking experience, Zeke realized that this was a bad matchup for him. Samuel was faster than him and was specialized in long-range attacks. This left Zeke with no other choice than to either turtle up using spatial barrier consistently or try to catch his opponent with a lucky spatial freeze for long enough to land a blow, but he was not optimistic in either scenario working out. As the fight stretched on, Zeke's strength began to wane. His magic core was depleted, and he knew he couldn't keep up the pace much longer. His blood magic and perfect core would have given him a huge advantage in terms of sustainability under normal circumstances. But the constant need for healing was draining his core at an unbelievable speed. "Damn it," Zeke cursed as he blocked another wind blade with his forearm. His right arm was already packed with recovering cuts, a testament to how often this same scene had already repeated itself. Zeke knew that he had to act now, or this fight would be over. Just as he was about to cast one final spell, Samuel delivered a devastating blow that sent Zeke crashing to the ground. Dazed, Zeke tried to rise, but the many cuts on his body bled freely and he felt lightheaded. In defeat, Zeke lay his head back, surrendering his attempts to continue the fight. As expected, Samuel sneered, "A waste of time. Stay down, peasant. It's where you belong." He turned and strode away as if Zeke was beneath his notice. Zeke lay there bruised and beaten, his body aching from the relentless attacks. He felt a sense of defeat wash over him, but he would not let this feeling consume him. He had to get up, to keep fighting. After a couple of minutes, he managed to push himself to his feet, determined to show Samuel and the others that he was not someone to be underestimated. As he stumbled over to where the healers were, he could see the other students staring at him with a mixture of pity and amusement. They had all expected him to lose, and he had done just that. But Zeke was determined to prove them wrong. He knew that he had to find a way to improve, to adapt his blood magic to the long-ranged, agile combat of the academy. The rest of the combat class was a blur for Zeke. He was still reeling from his defeat at the hands of Samuel, and it seemed that his luck wasn't going to change any time soon. He fought several more students, but he was unable to defeat any of them. He was outmatched and outclassed, and it was becoming increasingly clear that he was not going to excel in this class as he was right now. Zeke couldn't quite pinpoint the reason for this string of defeats, but he was starting to believe that he was missing something that all the other students here seemed to have. What that was, he couldn't rightly say. Exhausted and frustrated, Zeke left the class early and headed home. He walked through the grounds of the Elementium Academy, lost in thought. He couldn't shake off the feeling of inferiority that clung to him like a cloak. He had been aware that he was different, that his focus on blood magic set him apart from the rest of the students at the academy. But it had been a while since he felt so alone and out of place as he did now. He found himself wandering aimlessly until he came across a small pond. He sat down on the bank, staring at the water as it rippled in the gentle breeze. He couldn't help but reflect on his weakness and his inability to keep up with the other students. If Olivia had been right and blood magic was just as strong as elemental magic, then why was he beaten so badly? Didn't that mean that he was the problem? Just as he was about to sink deeper into despair, someone approached him from behind. She sat down next to him, her warm smile and kind eyes a welcome sight. "What's on your mind, Zeke?" she asked softly. Zeke let out a sigh, running a hand through his hair as he looked into Sophia's eyes. "I just can't seem to keep up with the other students in combat class. I feel like I've fallen behind." "Tell me what happened in class today," Sophia prompted, her gaze steady on his. "I got beaten by Samuel badly," Zeke admitted, his shoulders slumping. "He was just so fast and agile with his magic, and mine just feels useless in comparison." Sophia placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't beat yourself up too much, Zeke. The students here are being trained to fight blood mages, you know. You must be aware that the focus on elemental magic means we do not have any kind of elite troops that focus on melee combat. To compensate for that, all our mages must be able to protect themselves in a close combat scenario." "But I'm not just a blood mage," Zeke protested. "I also have space and mind magic." "Of course, but you're just starting to duel other mages," Sophia pointed out. "This is very different from fighting monsters, and it's going to take some time to adjust. Plus, you're a tri-affinity mage, which makes it even harder to find a working combat style for you. It's something that many mages struggle all their life with." Zeke let out a sigh. He knew she was just trying to make him feel better, but it was working. "I guess you're right. It's just hard to shake this feeling of inadequacy." Sophia gave him a small smile. "I understand. I'm always here for you, Zeke." Zeke looked at her, a question in his eyes. "Sophia, I always wondered, why are you being so nice to me? Since the beginning of the first year, you always went out of your way to cheer me up." Sophia tilted her head to the side, considering her words. "Why do you think that is, Zeke?" "I don't know," Zeke admitted. "I've just always wondered. You're part of the Emperor's family, and I was just a nobody from a small village." Sophia's expression softened. "I didn't like how you were caught up in the political games and schemes of the nobles, despite not being equipped to deal with either. I wanted to help you out since I felt responsible for how you were treated by the nobility in this country. I know it's not much, but I wanted to make sure you had someone to rely on." Zeke let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. "Thank you, Sophia. That means a lot to me." Sophia placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and comforting. "You just have to find your own way, Zeke. You are a true mage now, and you have more power than you realize. You just have to trust yourself and your abilities." Zeke felt a new sense of motivation rising within him. Sophia was right. He had to find his own way. He couldn't keep trying to conform to the traditional ways of combat. Zeke stayed by the pond after Sophia had left, his mind still heavy with thoughts of the day's combat class. With a wave of his hand and a silent incantation, he cast his perfect sensory recall spell, replaying the fights in his mind one by one. He watched himself clash with Samuel, his opponent's movements lightning fast and precise as he expertly dodged and escaped, always staying out of Zeke's reach. He felt the frustration and inadequacy all over again as he remembered the crushing defeat. But he didn't give up. He went through each fight, searching for any exploitable weaknesses that he could have used to turn the tide. But try as he might, he couldn't find any glaring vulnerabilities in his opponent's strategy. Feeling defeated, Zeke slumped against the tree beside the pond. But as he sat there, a thought came to him. He didn't have to focus on exploiting his opponent's weaknesses, he needed to focus on his own strengths. He had a unique combination of magic affinities, something that not many people possessed, and he needed to learn how to harness that power effectively. Zeke sat by the pond, replaying the fights in his mind over and over again with his perfect sensory recall spell. He focused on himself, searching for any hidden talents he might have that could give him an edge in future battles. But as he watched the fights again and again, he couldn't help but notice how much more skilled and composed his opponents were. Especially Leo. Leo seemed to know exactly how to move and how to catch Zeke off guard, while Zeke stumbled around aimlessly, trying to hit his opponents in a straightforward manner. He couldn't find anything he was particularly good at. Feeling defeated, Zeke decided to just focus on what he could determine about himself objectively. He realized that while he may not have a natural sense for combat, he had a strong will and determination, bolstered by his incredible self-healing ability. Zeke began to notice something peculiar. Despite being amongst the most heavily injured in almost every fight, he had the endurance to fight 7 battles in one morning. He also realized that he had improved a little from every fight to the next. He had no idea how to move in his fight against Leo, but by the time he had fought his 7th and final fight, he had a rudimentary grasp of positioning. It dawned on him that he could substitute for his lacking combat sense and instincts by gaining an overproportional amount of experience through repetition. He made a vow to always take time after combat classes to review the fights and devise strategies to improve. He knew it would be a long and grueling process, but he was determined not to be humiliated again and become a formidable opponent in the eyes of his classmates. As the sun began to set, Zeke rose to his feet, feeling a renewed sense of hope. He would focus on his strengths and work tirelessly to improve on his weaknesses. He had a long road ahead of him, but he was ready to face the challenges head-on. With a smile on his face, he walked back to the academy, ready to begin his journey of self-improvement. It was the next morning, and Zeke found himself standing once again on the training field. He was still a little embarrassed from the previous day's defeat at the hands of Samuel. The class had already finished their daily dose of physical training, and the other students were starting to pair up and begin their sparring. Zeke couldn't completely shake off the sense of defeat that had lingered since his lackluster performance the day before. He was determined to demonstrate his determination and prove to Samuel and others that he was not someone to be underestimated. As he scoured the training grounds, he noticed a striking absence. Samuel, the brown-haired wind mage who always seemed to be causing trouble, was nowhere to be found. Zeke was taken aback. He had anticipated that the cocky wind mage would come seeking a confrontation, but it appeared that Samuel had elected to maintain his distance. Leo approached Zeke, observing the latter's scan of the training field with a glint in his eye. With a smile that betrayed his excitement at the chance to share some juicy gossip, Leo leaned in to whisper to Zeke, "Word is that Samuel's been in hot water, my friend. Seems like someone put the squeeze on his family, and he won't be attending classes for a while." Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of both satisfaction and annoyance at the news. He had been bullied and belittled by Samuel, and to know that the wind mage was now getting a taste of his own medicine was a small victory. On the other hand, this also meant that Zeke could not get back at the cocky bastard himself. It might even look to other people as if he had told on Samuel for bullying him, like a little child, instead of facing him like a man. But at this time, there was nothing Zeke could do about either of those things. All he could do was get ready to set the record straight. For the next time he had a chance to fight Samuel. With a newfound sense of resolve, Zeke began to train harder than ever. He fought every student he could get his hands on, determined to improve himself. He didn't care if they were wind mages, earth mages, fire mages, or water mages, he was going to fight them all. Furthermore, he knew that the only way to get better was to fight and learn from his mistakes. The morning was a blur for Zeke. He was in a zone, fighting one student after another. He fought with all his might, summoning his blood magic to boost himself and strike back. He fought with a ferocity that he didn't know he had. Exhausted and covered in bruises, Zeke made his way back to the pond where he had first reflected on his defeat. He sat down on the bank, staring at the water as it rippled in the gentle breeze. As he sat there, thinking about the results of today's fights, he began to realize that his struggles in combat class were not due to a lack of skill or power, but rather a lack of experience and compatibility. On further analysis, it became immediately clear that he had the hardest time against wind mages because they could outrun him and chip away at him with their spells. Water mages had too many ways to restrict his movement and keep him at bay, but at least he had a chance against them. Fire mages did a lot of damage to him, and the fight was decided by whether he could reach them before he couldn't go on anymore. Earth mages, on the other hand, were the most advantageous style for him. They weren't fast and didn't do a lot of damage, so he had a 50/50 chance against them. It always came down to a battle of attrition, and he was at least confident in those. Zeke knew that in order to improve his win ratio, he had to understand his strengths and weaknesses, and find ways to adapt his blood magic to the long-range style of the elemental mages. He began to contemplate his mistakes during the fights that day and how to improve. He knew that he had to find a way to make his blood magic stronger and more versatile, to integrate his other magic schools into his fighting style, and to outsmart his opponents and turn their strengths into weaknesses. Zeke continued to sit by the pond, contemplating his mistakes and ways to improve. He was deep in thought, and the sound of the water and the chirping of the birds were the only things that could be heard. That is, until he heard a commotion coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Sophia walking toward him, trailed by two guys who looked like typical spoiled nobles. The presence of the two tagalongs immediately dampened his excitement upon seeing Sophia. Sophia didn't look pleased to have them following her around either. It seemed to Zeke as if she was looking for a reason to tell them to leave. She came over and sat down next to Zeke. But the two guys followed, standing behind her. "So how did today go?" Sophia asked, her eyes fixed on Zeke. "It was tough," Zeke admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "But I learned a lot. I've been thinking about how to improve my blood magic for long-range combat, and I think I've got a few ideas." The two guys standing behind Sophia couldn't help but snicker. "Oh, please, you think you can keep up with the real mages, do you now, blood boy?" One of them sneered. "You'll never be able to match the rest of us." Zeke's jaw clenched, but he refused to be baited. "I may not have come from one of the great families, but that doesn't mean I can't improve. I'm not giving up just because it's difficult." The other guy rolled his eyes. "You'll never be more than a second-class mage, with your mismatched set of affinities. You should just accept your place and stop trying to be something you're not. Go home and learn how to till the fields with the rest of the commoner-born scum." Sophia's expression grew dark. "That's enough," she said, her voice firm. "Zeke is working hard to improve, and he deserves respect for that. You two can leave now." The two guys, taken aback by Sophia's sudden assertiveness, hesitated for a moment before turning and walking away, their tails between their legs. Sophia smiled happily as she watched them leave, but as she turned to Zeke, her smile turned rueful as she said, "I'm so sorry for those guys." "It's fine," Zeke said, sitting back down next to her. "But I have to ask, why were they following you around in the first place?" Sophia let out a sigh. "They're just some brats trying to ingratiate themselves to me because of my family status. They think that by being close to me, they'll gain some sort of advantage." Zeke nodded, understanding all too well the games that nobles like to play. "I see, and you don't want anything to do with them." Sophia shook her head firmly. "Not at all. I don't like spending my time around nobles if I can avoid it. I came here to study and become a better mage, not to be a pawn in their political game. Zeke couldn't help but smile at Sophia's mindset. It reminded him of his own. I know how you feel. The nobles around here always seem to be playing some kind of game. It's almost like they didn't come here to become mages, but politicians. So tell me, Sophia said, her voice light and curious, how did today go? I saw you out on the training field with the others from your class, but I didn't want to interrupt your focus. Zeke let out a sigh, running a hand through his hair. It was rough, he admitted. I had a hard time against the wind mages. They were just too fast and agile for me, and the water mages had too many ways to restrict my movement. I managed to hold my own against the fire and earth mages, but it was a close call. Sophia nodded, her expression thoughtful. I can imagine. It's not easy to adapt to the different styles and techniques of the other students. But you're making progress, and that's what's important. Zeke nodded, a small smile crossing his face. Yeah, I know. And speaking of progress, I heard that Samuel got in trouble with his family. Do you know what happened? Sophia's expression turned a bit mischievous. Oh, I might have an idea. You see, Viola came out of her secluded training with her grandpa yesterday, and I happened to mention what you told me about Samuel's behavior in class. And let's just say, she didn't take kindly to Samuel's actions. I think she might have sent someone to the Luftschloss family to make trouble. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I don't like the idea of Viola getting involved in my fights. I want to handle them on my own. Sophia shook her head. It's not just about you, Zeke. Samuel went against the Wintenzer family by following Alexander's orders to provoke you. That's a betrayal, and Viola had to do something about it. Samuel's probably going to have a bad time for a while. Zeke let out a sigh, understanding the reasoning behind Viola's actions. I see. Well, I guess I'll just have to work harder and become stronger, so I can handle my own battles in the future. Sophia just nodded, but didn't say any more on the topic. After that, the two of them talked about a piece of news that Sophia had heard regarding a new magical invention that was now available in the capital, before she had to excuse herself for the day. As Sophia left, Zeke sat there for a moment longer, lost in thought. He couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards Viola and Sophia for standing up for him and for understanding his situation. He knew that they had his back, and it filled him with a certain warmth when he thought of what the two of them were doing for him. Zeke turned his attention back to his own problem, determined to find a way to improve his battle style. He had to find a way to adapt his battle style to counter the fast-paced, long-ranged combat of the academy. He thought back to the fights he had earlier that day and realized that he still had the hardest time against wind mages. They could keep him at a distance and fight the battle at their own pace, making it almost impossible for him to get close enough to strike back. He thought about his perfect body control spell, which allowed him to control every aspect of his body, from his blood flow to his muscle movement. He realized that he could use this spell to boost his strength and agility by a much higher amount when he was not as concerned with safety, even if it meant causing some minor damage to his body. He knew that it would be a gamble to damage himself by overtaxing his body, but he was willing to take that risk if it meant improving his chances in combat. With renewed determination, Zeke got up from the pond and headed back home. He had a lot of work to do if he wanted to improve, and he was ready to put in the effort. He planned to dive into his research in order to develop new spells that would shore up his weaknesses and give him an edge in combat. It wouldn't be easy, but he was determined to show the other students at the academy that he was not to be underestimated. A day passed and Zeke was stumbling out of combat class again, his body aching and covered in bruises. His injuries were healing quickly as he walked, but he still felt drained and a little wobbly from repeated blood loss. He had been pushing himself harder than ever, fighting every student who would agree in an attempt to improve his skills. He was determined to prove to himself and everyone else that he was not a quitter, to show that he was not someone who was just going to accept his lot in life. As he left the training field, Zeke was drawn to the tranquil pond where he had first ruminated on his defeat. He settled onto the bank, gaze fixed on the calm waters. Despite the serenity surrounding him, his thoughts and heart raced, the fire within him refusing to be quenched. His heart still pounded from the earlier fights, a phenomenon that he had grown all too familiar with. It had even become challenging to calm down using perfect body control at times. Sitting there, Zeke meticulously dissected his mistakes from the day's battles, seeking ways to improve as he had vowed after each passing day. He realized that the best avenues for improvement right now were to find new ways to use his blood magic, integrate his other schools of magic into his combat style, and outmaneuver his opponents using combat experience. But all of that was easier said than done. As he sat there lost in thought, he heard steps approaching from behind him. "Zeke, you're back early," Sophia said, her tone concerned. "Are you all right?" Zeke turned to see Sophia and Viola approaching, both of them looking at him with worried expressions. He forced a smile, trying to brush off their concern. "I'm fine, just a little banged up," he said. "You've been pushing yourself too hard," Sophia said, her tone stern. "You need to take care of yourself or you'll burn out. There's no need for you to catch up with the others today or tomorrow. You should take all the time you need and do this the safe way." Zeke knew she was right, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency. "I have to get better," he said. "I can't just stay like this forever." "You don't have to prove anything to anyone," Viola said, her voice gentle. "You just need to focus on improving yourself and your abilities a little each day." Zeke knew that they were both right, but somehow he couldn't bring himself to agree with that statement. He had the feeling that he did have something to prove, if not to the rest of them, then at least to himself. He chatted with them for a bit longer, promising to take it easy in the future, without having the intention of actually following through. After a short conversation, he said his goodbyes before making his way home, his mind already turning to new ways to enhance his abilities and strategies. Once home, he spent the rest of the evening researching elemental mages and working on new spells to counter them. He was determined to get better, to become the strongest mage in his grade. He knew it would take time and effort, but he was willing to do whatever it took. So he fell into a routine, a cycle of going into combat class to fight as much as possible, reflecting by the pond about ways to improve, chatting with Sophia or Viola, sometimes both of them, and then going home to spend time researching magic and working on new spells, only to repeat the same cycle the next day. He was driven by a constant, burning need to improve. And deep down, he was starting to question where this new drive, this feeling of not wanting to be beneath anyone, came from. He did not waste much time questioning his own motives, though, as the drive to be better today than he was yesterday seemed like something anybody should aspire to have in his opinion. Zeke's eyes narrowed as the blonde girl continued to dart around him, her wind blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. He gritted his teeth, determined to take her down. Her affinity for wind magic made her incredibly nimble and fast, but he wasn't completely without options to counter her. It was time to put his theories to practice. With a fierce determination, Zeke overdrafted his perfect body control spell, the blood magic coursing through his veins as he pushed his body beyond the breaking point. He felt his muscles bulge and his reflexes sharpen as he charged towards the blonde girl. Her lips formed into a smirk as she unleashed another wind blade to cut off his approach, but this time Zeke was ready. He spun around the projectile in midair without losing any momentum, closing the distance between them in a split second. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as Zeke appeared before her, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one slamming into her with a force that made her bones rattle. Her features quickly turned into a grimace of pain as she stumbled back, her wind magic faltering. Zeke pressed the attack, his fists a blur as he relentlessly pounded her. Finally, with one last powerful punch, he sent her crashing to the ground. Panting heavily, Zeke looked down at the blonde girl as she groaned in pain. "Looks like you were not fast enough today, Melanie," he said with a smirk. The girl glared up at him with a mixture of anger and respect. "This is just crazy. How did you make such quick progress, Zeke?" she said through gritted teeth. Zeke grinned, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. It had been 3 weeks since his first fight with Leo, and he had improved a lot since then. He had worked hard to master his blood magic and train his body, and it was paying off. "Come on, let me help you up," Zeke said as he offered his hand to Melanie. She accepted it, grumbling as she got to her feet. "You know, you're getting pretty good," she said, rubbing her jaw where Zeke had punched her. "Thanks, I've been practicing non-stop after school," Zeke replied with a grin. "Bullshit," Melanie retorted. "I know for a fact that it's not just from training after school. The way you're always analyzing your opponents, thinking of countermeasures, it honestly gives me the creeps. That's how you're improving so quickly." Zeke couldn't help but chuckle. "Okay, you got me. But I can't tell you all my secrets, now can I?" Whatever, I don't care. Just know that this one win means nothing. You'll still have a hard time against wind mages like me, Melanie said, with a smirk. We can always outpace you if we focus only on escaping, and you would not have won that match if I had not gotten sick of running circles around you. Yeah, I'll figure something out eventually, Zeke replied with a shrug. How about you and M? Are you ready? Leo clapped Zeke on the shoulder, interrupting Melanie's question. Zeke turned to face his friend, a determined look in his eyes. I've been waiting for this all week, he said. Leo grinned. The two of them had made a tradition of their weekly battles. And although Zeke had yet to come out victorious, he always looked forward to their battle. Zeke could measure his own improvements best against an opponent like Leo. Leo nodded, a small smile still playing on his lips. Good, he said, his voice low and serious. I hope you're ready for a real fight this time. Zeke's heart raced with excitement as he followed Leo to the training grounds. He had been waiting for this moment for an entire week, ever since their last battle where he had come so close to pushing Leo to his limits. He had been training non-stop since then, honing his skills and coming up with new strategies to defeat Leo. As they reached the training grounds, Zeke could feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle, but he was more than ready for it. He had studied Leo's fighting style, analyzing his strengths and weaknesses and coming up with ways to counter them. And today he would finally show off the surprises he had kept hidden just for this moment. The two of them stood across from each other, their eyes locked in a fierce stare down. Zeke could feel the tension in the air as they prepared to begin. He took a deep breath and activated his perfect body control spell, feeling the blood magic coursing through his veins as he pushed his body to the limit. Leo, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He had also fought Zeke several times by now, and he knew that this was going to be a tough battle if he didn't play to his strengths. He had seen the progress that Zeke had made, and he knew that he had to be prepared for Zeke to pull out some new trick or strategy. The two of them charged at each other, their movements swift and precise. They clashed in a flurry of punches and kicks. Zeke moved with a fluid grace, dodging each of Leo's earth spikes with ease. He'd gotten accustomed to relying on his perfect spatial awareness spell in battle. The spell allowed him to detect even the tiniest of movements, making it almost second nature to avoid the deadly protrusions. He had been simulating battles against Leo for weeks now, and had come to understand his opponent's fighting style. Leo, for his part, seemed to still be holding back. His earth spikes were powerful, but Zeke knew that he was capable of much more. He had discovered that Leo also had a fire affinity, but had yet to see him use it in battle. Come on, Leo, Zeke taunted. Don't hold back on me, I want to see your full power. Force me then, Leo snarled as he absorbed a hit from Zeke's staff with his earthen armor. Zeke was determined to push Leo to his limits and had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. After a fierce clash, the opportunity presented itself. Leo had backed Zeke into a corner, leaving him with no choice but to jump over a summoned earth spike right into Leo's already prepared follow-up kick. Zeke only smirked. As this was exactly what he had been waiting for, he could not let this moment pass him by. As Leo lashed out with the expected high kick, Zeke used his momentum to kick off an invisible wall, changing direction midair. This move caught Leo off guard, and he could not react in time to Zeke's counterattack, sending him flying back with a powerful kick to the chest. Leo lay there dazed, taking a moment to gather the fortitude to continue. How did you do that? He muttered in disbelief. Zeke felt a sense of victory as he looked upon Leo, having landed a strike upon his elusive rival. He extended a hand to assist Leo to his feet, and explained his technique. I use the same method I apply to compress space for my spatial barrier spell to create footholds in the air. This grants me extreme flexibility in midair and opens up new angles of attack. Leo was surprised by the innovation Zeke had demonstrated in such a short time, but he refused to be daunted. A feral grin spread across his face as he looked back at Zeke. You won't catch me off guard again. Despite Leo's warning, Zeke continued to experiment with the air step spell, but with limited success as Leo had adapted to the unorthodox attacks. Leo remained true to his word and was not caught off guard by the same trick again. Zeke and Leo continued their spar, the intensity of their battle rising with each passing moment. Zeke looked down at his left arm that was now sporting a swollen bruise that was visible through his torn training shirt. The arm still worked fine for now, but he would need some time later for the wound to heal properly. Despite the damage he had sustained, Zeke knew he had to push even harder if he wanted any chance of making Leo go all out. After weeks of studying Olivia's outlawed tomes on blood magic, Zeke had finally developed his first offensive spell. As Leo landed a heavy jab to the side of Zeke's face, he retreated, giving Zeke the opportunity he had been waiting for. "Blood whip," Zeke shouted, as he swung both his arms outwards, creating a finger-thick cord of condensed blood that shot through the air with a shrill sound. Leo was caught off guard, but his beast-like reflexes allowed him to dodge one of the whips. The other, however, hit him straight across the face, tearing through the protection of his earthen armor spell and leaving a bloody gash in its wake. Zeke would not let such an opportunity slip away. He unleashed a furious onslaught of whip strikes, leaving Leo with no choice but to curl up behind his earthen armor to weather the storm. But Zeke's barrage was relentless. Leo soon discovered that once summoned, the whips could be kept out almost indefinitely. Zeke watched the whips chew through Leo's earthen defense with each hit. He thought victory might finally be within his grasp. But just as he was about to claim victory, two earth pillars shot out of the ground, ensnaring the string of a whip each. Zeke hung suspended between the two pillars for a moment, and before he could free himself, he was sent flying backwards. His chest charred from the hit he had just taken. Zeke lay on the floor, groaning in pain. His former blood whips were now two smears tracing his trajectory across the ground, ending at the point on his hands where they used to be attached. The spell had returned to its liquid form when Zeke had lost concentration, but even in his defeat, he was ecstatic. He had finally pushed Leo to go all out with his magic. Zeke stood tall, his clothes smoldering from the flames that had engulfed him moments before. The fabric of his uniform was burned away, the entire front half missing, revealing the amulet he was still wearing over his heart, as well as red and blistered skin all across his chest. But even as he made his way towards Leo, his wounds were already beginning to heal. Leo stared at Zeke in disbelief. "I thought when I finally used my fire magic, I would teach you a severe lesson," he said, a hint of petulance in his voice. "But you just walked it off like I had slapped you with a pillow." Zeke's smile widened. "I don't know what kind of pillow you sleep on, but mine usually don't burn half my skin off. But to each their own." Leo laughed and slapped Zeke on the shoulder. "Want to go again?" Zeke thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I can't today. I promised to meet up with Viola later." Leo nodded. "All right, see you next time." As Leo went off in search of another sparring partner, Zeke made his way over to the second-year students. His walking speed was purposefully slow in order to give the wounds all over his body time to heal before his eventual arrival. He didn't want Viola or Sophia to see him this injured. The two had a tendency to get overly worried. Zeke grabbed a replacement shirt from a prepared pile and started his slow trek across the training fields. As Zeke approached the group of second-year students, he was still deep in thought. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment for what he had achieved today. He had finally pushed Leo to go all out and had even managed to walk away relatively unscathed. But his triumph was short-lived as he was met with the stares and whispers of the students, as Zeke walked into the second-year sparring area with a sense of unease. He always felt out of place in the second-year student sparring area, despite getting along with most of the first-year students. Now, the second-year students seemed to despise him. Their open disdain for him was palpable each time he visited to meet with Viola or chat with Sophia. First, Zeke had thought that someone had it out for him, but he soon realized that the reason for their hatred was something far less nefarious. As Viola flew across the field and body-checked him to the ground, the reason stared him right in the face. Viola, sitting on top of him with a pout on her face, exclaimed, "Zeke, you won't believe what Sophia did to me today." The stares of the second-year students bored into him as he lay there, confirming his suspicions once again. They were jealous. Not only did he have a close relationship with Viola, but he also got along with Sophia, who was notoriously standoffish with nobles who tried to approach her. Zeke couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all as Viola helped him to his feet. Despite their jealousy, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness for the second-year students. By antagonizing him so openly, they were missing out on any possibility of friendship with Viola and Sophia. As Zeke rose to his feet, Sophia made her way over to him as well. She had apparently been Viola's opponent before the latter launched herself across the training field. Zeke greeted Sophia with a smile as he fought off Viola's attempts to climb onto his back. She eventually gave up and was now flying circles around his head instead. "Do you have plans this weekend?" Viola asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Zeke knew by now that she was bored and hoped that he would entertain her. But for once, Zeke had plans of his own. "Yes, I'm going back home to Feldstad over the weekend," Zeke said, his eyes meeting hers. Viola was surprised. "It's not often that you go home over the weekend. Is there any special event?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Zeke looked at her, disappointment etched on his face. Viola started to sweat, unsure of why she was getting the death stare from Zeke. Sophia came to her rescue. "It's his birthday this weekend, Viola," Sophia said, her voice soft. Zeke looked at Sophia with grateful eyes. At least one of his friends remembered. Viola pouted upon seeing his face lighting up, not liking to be outdone by Sophia, especially not when it came to Zeke. She stared at the other girl challengingly and said, "Well, I bet you don't have as good a present as I do." The moment Sophia and Viola locked eyes, there seemed to be a tension in the air. After a moment of silence, Sophia smirked, her face displaying a look of self-assurance, her confidence riling up Viola, who was not one to back down without a fight either. "Bring it," she exclaimed, her voice filled with determination and a hint of mischief. The two girls turned on their heels and walked away, leaving Zeke standing there, surrounded by the second-year students. He felt out of place, unsure of why he had even come to this sparring area in the first place. He just stood there, in the midst of the bustling activity, pondering his purpose. The two girls, Sophia and Viola, had vanished in the crowd, leaving him behind without a second thought. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as the other students parted respectfully for the two of them, while he was left standing there, feeling lost. He shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of confusion as he began to make his way back to his home. Still unsure of what the purpose had been for calling him to this place. Zeke had always felt like a simple boy from a small village at heart, but as he grew older, he became more and more aware of the limited opportunities such a life had to offer. As he walked through the streets of the capital today, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia wash over him. He had come so far since leaving home, and yet it seemed like only yesterday that he had been just a farmer's son with dreams of becoming a mage. He made his way to the crafter's quarter, where he knew his childhood friend Marcus was working as a blacksmith. The boy had always been a good friend to Zeke. Even when the world seemed to have turned against him, Marcus had remained a steadfast supporter. Zeke was excited to see his friend again, even though Marcus was reserved with other people. He had always been like a reliable older brother to Zeke. "Marcus," he exclaimed as he stepped into the smithy and found his friend polishing a sword in the far corner. "You're still as ugly as ever." "Hey, watch it," Marcus laughed. "It's good to see you too, you little runt. Are you going home over the weekend?" "I wouldn't miss Mom's birthday meal for anything," Zeke said with a chuckle. Yeah. I'm just glad you've come to visit. Oh, I can finally get a rematch in our arm wrestling competition. All this blacksmithing has been doing wonders for my biceps," Marcus teased. "You wish," Zeke grinned. "I've been training as well. I'll still whoop your butt, and I always will." "Oh, please, look at those puny noodles you have for arms, mage boy," Marcus laughed. "I know they don't look like much," Zeke replied, looking down at his own arms and then comparing them to Marcus' much bulkier-looking arms with a grimace. "But let's see you talk big after you had a proper taste of my noodle arms. That'll teach you some respect." "Is that so? I can't wait to see you try," Marcus grinned. "I've missed the old days, all the nonsense we used to pull." "It's good to see you again," Zeke said with a smile as he finally reached his friend and gave him a warm hug. "I've missed those days too," Marcus said, "but look at you now. You're a mage, a warrior. I couldn't be more proud of the young man you've become." Marcus wiped a fake tear from his eyes, acting like a proud father. Zeke rolled his eyes. Yeah. You just missed having someone around who puts up with your shit." "You bet I do. It's all hard work for me as well," Marcus laughed. "Now, come on, let's catch up on what's been happening. You can tell me all about how you're still failing at Elementium. And I'll tell you all about the tales of that dashingly handsome new blacksmith called Marcus, who has taken the crafter's quarters by storm in exchange." Zeke rolled his eyes again. "You're such a cunt, you know that." "I know," Marcus grinned, "but you love me anyway." Zeke couldn't suppress a grin as he started telling his stories with excitement clear in his voice. "Yeah, I do. Now, Let me tell you how I kicked Leo's butt yesterday during combat class." So the two friends spent the day catching up, teasing each other, and laughing about the old days. Marcus was overjoyed to see his old friend, and he couldn't help but be proud of how well Zeke seemed to be doing now. As the day came to a close, Marcus presented Zeke with his birthday gift. It was a heavy reinforced staff, crafted by Marcus himself. The staff was made of dark oak wood and was reinforced with iron bands that ran along its length. The iron bands not only added strength to the staff, but also gave it a menacing look. The staff had a dragon skull-shaped metal orb at its head, which was enchanted with earth magic to increase its weight and impact. The staff also had an iron-tipped bottom, which could be used as a spear tip. Zeke was overjoyed with the gift, knowing how much effort Marcus had put into creating it for him. He admired the craftsmanship and the amount of detail that Marcus had put into it. It was not only a weapon, but also a symbol of their friendship to Zeke. He thanked Marcus and promised to put it to good use. As he boarded the carriage for his journey home, Zeke held the staff closely. The weight of the staff made him feel more powerful, and he couldn't wait to test the weapon in combat. As the carriage rolled on, he held the staff and closed his eyes, feeling the vibrations of the iron bands and the wooden shaft. He imagined the different ways he could use it in battle, and the different ways he could make it his own. He was excited to start training with his new weapon and to see how it would enhance his already formidable abilities. After arriving home, Zeke was immediately attacked by his family, hugs and kisses raining down from all sides. He knew that he would have to return to the academy soon. But for now, he was happy to be home. On the evening of his birthday, his mother cooked his favorite meal, as was tradition in his household. Zeke enjoyed the dinner and didn't have the heart to tell his mother that he had found several dishes during the time in the capital that he liked a lot more than the simple fare that they used to eat here in the village. The moment he saw how much love and attention his mother had put into the meal, even the thought of requesting something else died on the spot. Zeke smiled at his mother, who looked at her son with a gaze full of warmth and affection. She presented him with the biggest plate of food. The dish that was a combination of rice, vegetables, and some sparse strips of meat had once been something that Zeke looked forward to for weeks before his birthday. Now, though, what he really appreciated was the love his family had put into the meal instead of the taste of the dish itself. After the meal was over, Zeke spent the rest of the evening telling his family all about his adventures in the academy. He always left out the negative events when talking about his life in the capital and made sure that his family only ever learned of the bright side. He could see in the way his parents sometimes exchanged glances that they were suspicious, but neither of them ever pressed him for more details. Despite being home for his birthday, Zeke still spent the majority of the time training with his new staff and focusing on his magic. He was catching up to the other first years, but the lack of any real offensive long-range spells was really holding him back. Zeke had decided not to try to compete where he was weak though, and instead decided to double down on his strengths. He had always been fascinated by the intricacies of the human body and how it related to magic. And so, he had made it a priority to create a spell that utilized his ability to exactly see the body of another person in order to determine his opponent's strengths and weakness in just the blink of an eye. He had begun by studying the anatomy of the human body and how it related to magic. He had already read countless books and scrolls from the growing collection of his mental library and practiced his magic until his mind was bleary. He was determined to use this weekend to develop a system that would allow him to quickly and accurately assess the strength of another person. Eventually, he succeeded in defining a system that he called the body composition assessment. It was a scale of values that let him look at the composition of another person's body and assign weighted numbers to the various findings. For example, he would assess the strength of a person's bones, the density of their muscles, and the elasticity of their tendons. He would also take into account the person's overall health and any physical or magical abnormalities. With this system, he could quickly determine the distinguishing features of another person's body and how it related their effective strength. The idea was that it would eventually be able to predict how well they would perform in battle and what kind of magic they were most suited for. He was excited to put his new system to the test and to see how it would help him in his quest to become a top-ranked mage at Elementium. But for as long as he was home, he would practice the spell on his little sister, who was eager to help him out. "All right, little sis," Zeke said, holding his sister up in front of him. Time for your body composition assessment. He closed his eyes, focusing on the spell analyze. He could feel the magic flowing through him, and he could sense the aura of his sister's body. He opened his eyes and began to assess her body, measuring her weight, muscle mass, bone density, and overall health. Finally, after adjusting and analyzing all the data he deemed necessary, he got a result he was happy with. Results of analyze. First name, Maya. Last name, von Hohenheim. Age, 10. Gender, female. Height, 1.3 m. Strength, constitution. Agility, intelligence. No magic core detected, no affinity rank, none engraved spell, none. Not too shabby, he mumbled to himself. But we can do better. Continued to focus on the spell, comparing her body to a baseline he had defined. He had measured a lot of common, healthy farmers and taken the results as the average. He designated the value of 10 in every category for a healthy grown man. The data he received was usable, and he made mental notes of what he could improve on. He also developed a diet and training plan for both himself and Maya, based on the data he had collected. All right, little sis, he said, setting her down on the ground. Looks like we've got some work to do. But don't worry, with my help. You'll be the strongest 10-year-old in the Empire in no time. His sister giggled. I'm going to be stronger than you, Zeke. We'll see about that, Zeke replied with a grin. But for now, let's get you some food and rest. We've got a long road ahead of us. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Zeke sat cross-legged on the grass, his sister mimicking his position across from him. He began to guide her through the meditation technique he had developed as a child. His sister had been meditating with him for years, but he had never taken the time to properly show her how it was done. Though he was uncertain of its scientific validity. The technique had worked for him after all, so he saw no harm in teaching her. As he watched her breath and focus her mind, he noticed something peculiar in the way the ambient mana interacted with her body. Through the use of his perfect body control and perfect spatial awareness abilities, he could observe a change in the flow of mana around her. He realized that his intuition had been right all along. The meditation technique he had developed as a kid was more than just make-believe. It was a way to tap into the ambient mana and redirect it to the center of the body, potentially leading to the manifestation of a magic core. Zeke couldn't believe it. He had started to assume that his ability to use magic was a fluke, a rare occurrence in his family with no explanation. But now, seeing the meditation technique work for his sister, he couldn't help but wonder if the same was true for his friends Marcus and Lily. He had always wondered how it could be possible that all three of them had turned out to have a magic core. The statistical possibility for this to happen were astronomically small, since none of them had any mages among their ancestors as far as Zeke knew. He couldn't wait to tell Maximilian about his discovery. He had always been puzzled by his own abilities, and now he might finally have an answer. But before that, he had to test his theory further. He instructed his sister to continue with the meditation technique and started to observe her progress closely. He also knew that this revelation, if it turned out to be true, would have far-reaching implications. If his technique could be used to manifest magic cores in non-mage families, it would revolutionize the way magic was taught and perceived in the world. The possibilities were endless and exciting, and Zeke knew that this just might be the beginning of a new era of magic. As he sat on the lawn behind his house with his sister, deep in thought, Zeke realized that his life had just taken a drastic turn. He couldn't wait to see where this new discovery would lead him and those around him. The world of magic had just become a lot more interesting. He spent the next few days training and observing his sister and practicing with his new staff. Zeke knew now more than ever that he had to be at the top of his game if he wanted his strength to keep up with his scientific discoveries. Results of analyze. First name, Ezekiel. Mage name, none. Last name, von Hohenheim. Age, 15. Gender, male. Height, 1.71 m. Strength, 18. Constitution, 22. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 20. Blood magic. Perfect affinity rank, mage engraved spell, perfect body control. Space magic. Greater affinity rank, mage engraved spell, perfect spatial awareness. Mind magic. Greater affinity rank, mage engraved spell, perfect sensory recall. Blood magic. Perfect body control. Active and passive. This spell allows the caster to control his own body functions and gives the caster a complete understanding over the body. Blood spike. Active. This spell allows the caster to create solid spikes of blood that grow out of his skin. Blood whip. Active. This spell allows the caster to manifest whips made of condensed blood. These whips can be used to strike and cut opponents, as well as to bind and control them. The spell requires a significant amount of blood for its initial cast, but the whips can then remain summoned for a minimal mana cost. Space magic. Perfect spatial awareness. Passive. This spell allows the caster to have perfect awareness of everything happening in a radius around him. Spatial freeze. Active. This spell allows the caster to stop people from moving by compressing the surrounding space. Spatial barrier. Active. This spell allows the caster to create a barrier in front of him for protection. Air step. Active. This spell allows the caster to manipulate the surrounding space, allowing him to step on air. Mind magic. Perfect sensory recall. Active and passive. This spell allows the caster to recall anything that happened within the area of his spatial awareness in perfect clarity. Analyze. Active. This spell allows the caster to view collected data in a comprehensive form. Zeke returned to the academy, his heart light with the memories of the weekend's events. And as soon as he set foot on academy grounds, he was pleasantly surprised to find two familiar figures waiting for him. "Viola, Sophia," he exclaimed, a smile creeping across his face. The two girls, his closest friends at the academy, beamed back at him. "We've been looking all weekend for the perfect present for you, Zeke," said Viola, her face alight with excitement. "It's your job to judge who had the better present," added Sophia, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Zeke's heart swelled with gratitude as he looked at his friends. He knew that they both had a tendency to be competitive with each other, but he didn't want to have to deal with their rivalry when it came to his birthday presents. So he thanked each of them from the bottom of his heart before taking their presents and fleeing home, promising that he would tell them whose present was better at a later date. Zeke, of course, had no intention of doing anything of the sort. Zeke sat in his room, surrounded by the familiar comforts of home. His gaze fell upon the two wrapped presents sitting on his bedside table. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement as he examined them closely. The first present from Viola was large and heavy, the wrapping straining under its weight. He could hear the sound of stones rattling within as he shook it lightly. The second present from Sophia was smaller and fit easily in one hand. He was fairly certain it was a book, but he had purposely avoided paying attention to his perfect spatial awareness spell to ruin the surprise of the gifts by peeking inside. Zeke carefully unwrapped Viola's present, eager to see what lay inside. As the vibrant fabric fell away, he was greeted with the sight of a black, polished marble box, divided into 3 equal-sized sections. Each section was filled with small, sparkling crystals of different colors. Zeke picked up a purple crystal and held it in his hand, studying its surface critically. As he looked closer, he felt a strange sensation, as if the crystal was trying to influence his mind. He quickly dropped the crystal back into its section, feeling a sense of unease. He picked up the small card that had accompanied the gift, reading the message written in Viola's elegant script. Read, "Hey Zeke, I hope this gift serves you well on your journey as a mage. If you don't know what these crystals are, then you should ask your mentor. Use them wisely, and they will aid you in your studies and your future. With love, Viola." Zeke felt truly moved by Viola's gift and the heartfelt message she had left for him. He didn't know what those beautiful stones were used for, but he could sense the potent magical power contained within them. He carefully placed the box back on the table, vowing to study and learn how to use them properly. He then turned his attention to Sophia's present, carefully unwrapping the delicate paper. As he had suspected, it was a book, but the title caught him by surprise: Basics of Telekinesis in the J-Strike Style. Zeke knew that the Emperor's family kept their mind magic secrets closely guarded, so he couldn't help but wonder if this book would get Sophia into trouble. Zeke opened up the first page of the book and started to read the introductory text. Welcome to the world of telekinesis in the J-Strike style. This book is designed to provide you with a comprehensive introduction to the basics of this powerful ability. In the J-Strike tradition, we focus on fine control and precision, rather than raw power. While this approach may not be as immediately impressive as other forms of telekinesis, it is the key to true mastery. Please note that until full mastery is achieved, telekinesis in the J-Strike style is not recommended for use in combat. However, with patience and practice, you will discover the many ways in which this subtle and sophisticated approach to telekinesis can enrich your life. So, without further ado, let us begin our journey into the fascinating world of telekinesis in the J-Strike style. Zeke was not disappointed by the book's claims of the spell not being immediately useful for combat. He had always thought of telekinesis as a useful tool in day-to-day life instead of a weapon in battle. He picked up the small card that was attached to the cover of the book. It read, "Dear Ezekiel, I know you have always been interested in learning more about mind magic, and I wanted to give you something that would help you on your journey. This book contains information on the J-Strike style of telekinesis, a technique that is closely guarded by my family. Use it wisely and be careful who you share it with. With love, Sophia." Zeke felt a mix of emotions as he read the card. He was grateful for Sophia's gift, but also concerned for her safety. He knew that Sophia had put herself at risk by sharing this knowledge with him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility for her well-being. Zeke carefully placed the book back on the table, vowing to study it in secret and use the information wisely. He knew that the knowledge contained within the pages of that book would be invaluable to him, no matter what path he chose to take in the future. Zeke picked up the box containing Viola's gift and set off in search of his mentor, Maximilian. He found the old man holed up in his study, surrounded by books and papers. Zeke knocked on the door frame, and Maximilian looked up from his work, surprised to see him. "Maximilian, I have something to show you," Zeke said, holding out the box. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he took the box from Zeke. He carefully opened it and peered inside, his expression turning from one of curiosity to one of shock. "Where did you get these?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Viola gave them to me as a present," Zeke explained. Maximilian let out a string of curses, muttering something about spoiled little girls and too much wealth. "Teacher, what is it? What's wrong?" Zeke asked, confused by the old man's reaction. "These are affinity crystals," Maximilian explained. "They're the best way to advance your core after reaching true mage level. They allow you to absorb specific types of magic directly into your core, greatly accelerating your progress." "Why can't I just gather ambient mana from the air like I've been doing until now?" Zeke asked, confused. "That method still works," Maximilian said, "but it's too slow. It would take you decades to reach the next stage by only absorbing ambient mana." Zeke was shocked by this revelation. He had never considered that there might be a faster way to progress. "I had no idea there was such a way. Why isn't everyone doing this all the time then?" he said. "Do you remember how the other space mages treated you on your first day?" Maximilian asked, his face hiding a certain amount of concern upon bringing up painful memories for Zeke. Zeke nodded, his face growing dark. "Yes, I remember. They were cold and distant towards me. I had the strong impression that they didn't want me around. I always felt like it was weird, since all the other groups of mages seemed to welcome newcomers." "That's because of this," Maximilian said, picking one of the white crystals out of the box with extreme care. "This is a space affinity crystal. It's one of the rarest and most sought-after affinity crystals. They're not found on this planet, and the only known source is from meteors that land here." Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. "No wonder it's so expensive," he said, looking at the crystal in Maximilian's hand with wide eyes. "Exactly," Maximilian said, impressed. "I'm amazed at how much of this crystal Viola was able to gather for you. It's a very costly present. You should be grateful to that little girl." As Zeke looked at the box of affinity crystals, a smile spread across his face. He realized that she must have spent a lot of her money on this. As he thought about how she must have rushed around the capital for the entire weekend, he felt a sense of warmth in his chest. The gesture must have not only been meant as a birthday present, but also as an apology for initially forgetting about his special day. He couldn't help but feel touched by Viola's thoughtfulness. He then turned to Maximilian, eager to learn more about these powerful crystals and how he could get more of them in the future. Maximilian nodded, his expression serious. Affinity crystals can be found where there is a lot of the property they are bonded to. For example, fire crystals are found in volcanic regions, and water crystals are found in the ocean. Then where do blood and mind crystals come from? Zeke asked, looking up at Maximilian with a curious gleam in his eyes. Mind crystals are not rare at all, Maximilian replied. In every big city where there are a lot of people gathered, mind affinity crystals will form in people's homes and in public spaces. The people of the capital actually make a good bit of money when a crystal forms in their home. They can sell it to the Mages Guild for a nice profit. Really? Zeke asked, glad to hear that he wouldn't have to be worried about those crystals at least. Yes, in fact. I was able to gather a small mountain of those crystals in preparation for when you would need. Maximilian nodded before going on, but blood crystals are a different story. They only form in places of great bloodshed. Ancient battlefields are a good place to find them, or places where monster hordes usually clash outside the civilized parts of the world. I still managed to get a decent amount of them, but I was really worried about how we would get our hands on space affinity crystals in the short term. It makes a lot of sense that something that can only be found periodically would be highly coveted, Zeke said. I assume scarcity determines the price of essence crystal. It's a major factor, yes, Maximilian said. Most nations trade affinity crystals with each other though. The Empire exports almost all other crystals and imports an obscene amount of elemental affinity crystals. That's also one of the reasons why there are no prominent mages from other affinities in the Empire left. They can't even get the resources to advance past the stage of true mage without paying a premium. Zeke shook his head in disbelief. He had never realized the extent of the resources needed to advance in magic. He looked back at the box of crystals from Viola, feeling a newfound appreciation for the gift. Why would the Empire trade with other nations if they're at war with most of them? Zeke asked, confused. Maximilian leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers thoughtfully. The Empire could never gather enough elemental affinity crystals within its own borders to satisfy the needs of the great families, he explained. These crystals are vital for the advancement of any mage, and the Empire simply doesn't have the resources to provide enough for all of its citizens. So they must rely on outside sources. Zeke nodded, understanding. But who would even trade with the Empire considering the war? That's where the Merchant Union comes in, Maximilian said. They have their own small city-state in the middle of the continent, and they are a neutral power. They trade with every country, and almost all international trade is done through them. The Empire may be at war with its neighboring nations, but they still need these crystals to survive. So they sell them to the Merchant Union, who in turn sells them to other countries. Zeke was fascinated by this new information. The politics and economics of the world were far more complicated than he had imagined. And what about the Merchant Union? How do they survive in such a war-torn climate? Maximilian grinned. They have some of the strongest mages on the continent protecting their city-state. It's rumored that they even have exarch-level powerhouses in their employ. Even if the Empire had twice the strength, they wouldn't dare attack the Merchant Union directly. With a reputation for being fair business partners and never taking sides, they have the respect and loyalty of many nations. Zeke sat back in his chair, taking in all of this new information. He had much to consider, and much to learn about the world outside his small village. Nodding slowly, Zeke began to understand the strategic importance of this trade. But what about the other nations? Why would they trade with the Empire if they are at war? They have to realize that they are giving the Empire the resources it needs to train even more mages. Maximilian smiled wryly. War is a costly thing, Zeke. Even the most powerful nations need resources to keep growing. The Merchant Union offers a way for them to acquire those resources without directly dealing with the Empire. It's the only way for the nations to conduct business as usual during the war, without cutting off all means of acquiring resources. I see, Zeke said. I had no idea there was a power like the Merchant Union on the continent. I'll have to do some more research on them. Yes, you should, Maximilian said. It's important to know and understand the different powers at play in this world. The Merchant Union is a force to be reckoned with, and they are a valuable connection to have. Zeke nodded, taking in the information that Maximilian had given him. He was grateful for the old man's knowledge and wisdom. He knew that he still had much to learn about the world and the powers that governed it. Maximilian then showed Zeke how to use the affinity crystal in his magical advancement. He guided Zeke through the steps, and as Zeke put one of his blood crystals on his open palm, he tried to absorb it in the same way he would do with ambient mana. The moment he started, he felt an absolute flood of blood-attuned mana invading his core. It was overwhelming, almost too much to handle. He closed his eyes, focusing on the influx of power, trying to control it and direct it towards his core. After a few minutes, the flood slowed, and Zeke opened his eyes. The crystal in his hand had transformed into a dull stone that looked like it could have been picked up by the roadside. He looked up at Maximilian, who grinned at him. "Quite the rush, eh?" Maximilian asked. Zeke couldn't help but agree with Maximilian. The feeling of the blood-attuned mana flooding his core was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Even after a long moment of trying to grasp what he had just experienced, the feeling remained something he could not put into words, but in the best way possible. He held up the dull stone, now nothing more than a lifeless rock, and examined it closely. "Wow," he muttered, still trying to process the new sensation. Maximilian chuckled. "I told you, it's quite the experience, and you should be aware of it yourself. You've probably made more progress in a few minutes than most people would make in weeks of absorbing ambient mana." Zeke sat in awe as he looked at his blood core. The small, blood-red figure representing his blood affinity had grown a little, and now appeared to be more substantial. He couldn't believe the amount of progress he had made in such a short amount of time. "This would have taken me months of absorbing ambient mana," he said to Maximilian. The old mage nodded. "Your perfect affinity makes the absorption a lot more efficient than it would be for others," he said. "But don't expect to make the same amount of progress with your mind and space cores. They only have a greater affinity, not a perfect one." Zeke couldn't help but feel grateful for his perfect affinity. He knew that if he had a lesser affinity, the cost of resources would be astronomical. He couldn't imagine the struggles that other mages with lesser affinities had to go through. But what was at the forefront of his mind was the progress he would make in the future with the help of these affinity crystals. Zeke sat in silence, still processing the rush of power that had coursed through him after absorbing the crystals. But as the initial excitement subsided, he noticed a strange sensation in his core. It was a feeling of strain, like he had overburdened a muscle. "Maximilian," Zeke said, turning to his mentor, "what is this feeling in my core? I've never experienced it before." Maximilian's expression turned serious as he listened to Zeke's question. "Absorbing affinity crystals puts pressure on your core," he explained. "You have to take a break after each session and give it time to recover. It is very easy to damage one's core permanently. Otherwise, if that wasn't the case, all the mages from the great families would just absorb crystals for a couple of days uninterrupted, and then advance to the next level." Zeke nodded, understanding the gravity of Maximilian's words. He had not considered the potential risks of using the crystals. "I see," he said. "I'll be sure to take my time and use them wisely." Maximilian gave a small smile, proud of Zeke's maturity. "That's all I can ask for," he said. "Just remember, these crystals are a powerful tool if used appropriately, but can just as easily turn into a stumbling block if used incorrectly. Be careful, and always come to me if you have any questions or concerns." Zeke nodded, determined to use the crystals responsibly and to learn as much as he could from his mentor. He examined his core closely, analyzing the strain that Maximilian had warned him about. He noticed that his blood affinity core would take around 3 days to fully restore itself, while his mind and space affinity cores would take 5 days to a week to be fully restored again. He marveled at the advantages that a perfect affinity brought him. With a perfect affinity, he was able to absorb more essence and recover faster than other mages. It was a small reminder of the power that came with it. Perfect core. Just as Maximilian was turning to leave, Zeke remembered something else he had wanted to share with his mentor. "Maximilian," he said, catching the old man's attention. "I've been meaning to tell you about something I developed when I was a kid, a meditation technique." Maximilian listened to his story, his expression one of mild curiosity. Zeke explained how he, Lily, and Marcus had used the technique as children, and how they had all had magic cores when they were tested at Elementium. He also mentioned how Marcus' core wasn't pure enough to be accepted into Elementium, but he still had a core. As Zeke spoke, Maximilian was listening attentively, but his interest in the story thus far seemed limited. But then Zeke made a dramatic pause for effect, and his mentor's eyes widened as he continued with his revelation. Over the weekend, I could finally confirm through observations on my sister that the meditation technique I developed as a kid was actually beneficial to the formation of a core, Zeke said. I've observed and recorded it with the Trinity Project. Maximilian's eyes almost popped out. This is incredible, he exclaimed. You've discovered something truly revolutionary. We must document this immediately and share it with the other mages. This could change the way we understand magic and core formation. Zeke felt a sense of pride and excitement at his mentor's reaction. He knew that his discovery could have a significant impact on the mage community and that he was on the cusp of something truly groundbreaking. Maximilian's excitement was palpable as he pummeled Zeke with question after question about his discovery. How effective is the technique? He asked. Can it be improved? What is its success rate? Tell me everything and anything. Zeke did his best to answer, but he soon realized that he had not considered many of the questions Maximilian was bringing up. His mind was not yet attuned to the ways of academic research like his mentors. As the hours passed, Maximilian's questioning became more intense as he delved deeper into the specifics of Zeke's discovery. Zeke found himself struggling to keep up with the older mage's relentless questioning. Finally, Maximilian was done with his questions, but his interest in the subject had not lessened in the slightest. He appeared about ready to force Zeke onto the airship, so that they could visit his sister for further study. We must document this immediately and share it with the magic community, Maximilian exclaimed. It is of paramount importance that we document every facet of the process of core formation. Zeke tried to calm his mentor down by bringing up logical arguments, such as the point that it was Sunday night and that his sister was likely in bed by now. Maximilian didn't seem convinced, his excitement for the discovery still undiminished. But Maximilian, Zeke pressed, I also have classes tomorrow morning. I can't just drop everything and leave now. Finally, this seemed to calm his mentor down. Zeke decided to strike while the iron was hot, promising Maximilian that they could visit his sister next weekend. And in the meantime, they could look around the capital for willing participants to test the meditation technique on. That sounds reasonable, Maximilian said, his expression softening. We'll plan to leave next weekend, and in the meantime, we can start gathering test subjects here at the capital. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his mentor had come around to his point of view. He knew that the discovery was important, but he also knew that he needed to balance his research with his responsibilities as a student. All right, Maximilian, Zeke said, feeling grateful for his mentor's understanding. I'll write a letter to my parents, telling them that I will be back for another visit next weekend. In the meantime, I'll write a notice at the Adventurers Guild asking for willing participants in the research. No, Maximilian said, clapping a hand on Zeke's shoulder. This discovery has the potential to change everything. We must handle it with care and caution. I will arrange for some trustworthy participants. Myself. We must make sure that we keep this as discreet as possible until we are ready to release our findings. There are many people who would get in the way of our research the moment they get wind of what we are working on. Zeke nodded, feeling a weight of responsibility and excitement as he considered the importance of their research, but he was puzzled by the thought of those who might stand in their way. Why would anyone try to impede our research? He asked his mentor. Surely, the technique would be beneficial for all. Maximilian's expression became strained at Zeke's question. For a moment, it seemed as though he might lash out in frustration. However, he quickly regained his composure and let out a deep sigh. You are correct, Zeke, he said. The technique would benefit everyone equally, but there is a powerful faction within the Empire that is not at all interested in equal opportunities for all. I am sure you, of all people, can deduce the rest. Zeke pondered Maximilian's words, feeling foolish for not realizing the answer sooner. It became clear to him that the noble families must already have a secret method to guarantee their offspring have a magic core. Although he couldn't imagine how they were accomplishing it, he was convinced that the method was not accessible to the public. This realization only fueled Zeke's excitement for the project even more. He was passionate about the idea of bringing a measure of equality and fairness to the world. He went to bed with a content feeling in his stomach. Today really had been a great day for him. The next morning, he went to the combat field, and the first thing he did was use his analyze spell on anybody in range. He was shocked by what he discovered, but not as shocked as he was when he finally used the spell on Leo. Results of analyze. First name, Leonard. Mage name, none. Last name, none. Age, 15. Gender, male. Height, 1.72 m. Strength, 13. Constitution, 14. Agility, 14. Intelligence, 18. Fire magic. Greater affinity rank, mage engraved spell fire manipulation. Earth magic. Greater affinity rank, mage engraved spell earth manipulation. Fire magic. Fire manipulation. Active. This spell allows the caster to control the element freely. This spell offers extreme flexibility in exchange for lowered efficiency and slower cast time. Fireball. Active. This spell allows the caster to create a ball of fire that can be thrown. The spell can be cast quickly and is useful in both medium and close range. Fire lance. Active. This spell allows the caster to create a spear-like projectile made of fire. The spell can be cast quickly and can be used for both long range and close range. Earth magic. Earth manipulation. Active. This spell allows the caster to control the element freely. This spell offers extreme flexibility in exchange for lowered efficiency and slower cast time. Earthen armor. Active. This spell allows the caster to cover their body in a layer of earth, creating a protective barrier that can absorb and deflect attacks. Earth spike. Active. This spell allows the caster to summon blunt earth pillars from the ground to impact his opponents. Leo's stats were not even close to his own. How was it possible that he kept losing against Leo with such a huge stat advantage? He had to do more research into this. He couldn't shake the feeling of confusion and frustration that had settled in his mind upon this discovery. Was his system not working properly after all? Was it working properly, but the numbers were meaningless? Questions upon questions, and not a single answer was forthcoming. Zeke had always believed that he had similar stats to the other students, but it seemed that this was not the case. He needed to understand why he was losing even with such an advantage, and how he could improve. Zeke spent the rest of the day deep in thought, staying out of the way in class. He kept observing all of Leo's battles that day, searching for any clues that might explain how Leo could be so dominant in all his battles, even in close combat, despite his stats being the way they were. He asked for advice from his classmates, but none of them could give him any answers. All he could hear were people repeatedly telling him that Leo was just a genius at combat. Zeke was getting sick of this reply. He did not understand how most people thought of that as a satisfactory explanation. Leo was a genius at combat. That much was obvious to anyone, but what did that mean? Zeke already knew that the secret to his strong performance was not something physical, otherwise he would have been able to observe it. He was aware that he needed to dig deeper, that there was something missing, and he was determined to uncover the truth. He was resolved to spend the next few mornings taking a step back from fighting instead. He would focus on studying his classmates and experimenting with his new spell, seeking out any information that might shed light on the situation. Zeke was certain that if he could figure out the formula that determined the true strength of a combatant, he could then use that knowledge to improve his own fighting abilities. Zeke returned from class, still deep in thought, to find a surprising scene. The yard around the house was filled with unfamiliar faces, with children playing and people chatting and drinking. Perplexed, Zeke made his way inside, only to find the house filled with even more strangers. After searching through the crowded rooms, Zeke finally spotted Maximilian, surrounded by a group of children. Deeply confused, Zeke approached Maximilian and asked what was happening. The older man simply grinned mischievously and gestured for Zeke to follow him into his study. It was there that Zeke finally received an explanation for the bizarre gathering. "I've invited all of my employees in the capital to bring their families over for an afternoon barbecue party," Maximilian said. Zeke didn't immediately understand the purpose of this, as he was still thinking about something else. But after focusing on the current situation fully, he suddenly realized, "It's all a cover for our experiments," Zeke exclaimed. Maximilian nodded, a twinkle in his eye. Exactly. We can use this opportunity to gather more participants for our meditation research without drawing too much attention to ourselves. And the best part is, we can do it in a relaxed and enjoyable setting. I thought it would be a win-win situation. Zeke couldn't help but be impressed by Maximilian's cunning. That's brilliant, he said, feeling a sense of excitement. I thought you'd think so, Maximilian said with a chuckle. Now let's get back to the party and start recruiting some participants. We have work to do. Zeke followed Maximilian out of the study, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He couldn't wait to see what they would discover through their research and how it would help the people around them. Contrary to Zeke's expectation, it was extremely easy to convince the parents to let their children be part of the experiments. The parents seemed to have a lot of trust in Maximilian when he told them that there was a high chance that their children could develop a magic core and that the only thing he would ask the kids to do was meditate. There wasn't a single one amongst them with kids at the appropriate age that didn't agree immediately. Maximilian also only granted this chance to his most trusted employees who had been with him the longest. Not only would those people's loyalty be guaranteed, but it was also a nice way of saying thank you for their years of dedicated service. What better reward than to give their children a chance in life that they themselves never had? Zeke couldn't believe his luck, as he had expected it would be a lot harder to convince the parents to participate in the experiments. Maximilian had a way with people, and his reputation as a respected mage and fair employer seemed to precede him. Maximilian had set up a meditation tent in his study, and the children were taking turns sitting in there and practicing the technique according to Zeke's instructions. Zeke watched as they closed their eyes and focused their minds, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the effectiveness of his own invention. He had the children try out different variations of his technique. Zeke and Maximilian had agreed to do this in order to find out ways to improve upon the original technique, and with the number of participants, he quickly learned what worked and what didn't. He realized once again how absolutely monumental the ability to observe and record every part of the process was. As the day progressed, Zeke could see the results of his technique firsthand. Several of the children had begun to show signs of developing a magic core, and their parents were overjoyed. It was only the very first signs that the technique might work for them, but that didn't diminish the parents' enthusiasm in the slightest. Zeke knew that this was only the beginning and that there was still much work to be done, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He turned to Maximilian and said, I never thought that we would be able to find this many willing participants of the right age for our experiments. The chance of a magic core is a powerful draw for common people, it seems. Maximilian smiled and nodded. Indeed it is, my boy, and this is only the beginning of our journey. With this technique, we may be able to change the way magic is taught and bring it to the masses. By the time we finally reveal our findings to the Mages Guild, the nobles will have no more chance to stop the research from being made public. I can't wait, Zeke exclaimed, his mind racing with possibilities. Helping so many people achieve their dreams with our research sounds almost too good to be true. We'll continue tomorrow then, Maximilian said, smiling. I'll send word to my employees to bring their children over for the experiments again. I'll set up some kind of program for them to follow to not draw any suspicions. We'll see what results we can get and go from there. Zeke nodded. His whole body was tingling at this new sense of purpose. He couldn't wait to see what the future held and how he could make a difference in the world of magic. The following days went by in a rush for Ezekiel. As he was fully immersed in his studies, he spent his mornings analyzing Leo and his classmates' combat styles, and his afternoons and evenings were dedicated to his meditation research. The days passed by so quickly that he barely noticed their progression. Friday arrived once again, marking the time for his weekly battle with Leo. Ezekiel used these weekly battles as a means of measuring his progress throughout the week. Last week, he had surprised Leo with his 2 new spells, and had managed to force the young man into using his fire magic. Leo had even joked that Zeke might be able to force him into using his saber this time. But after the battle, Leo was rather disappointed. Zeke had not improved by a lot compared to the previous week. What's wrong, Zeke? Leo asked after sending his opponent to the ground once again. You're not focusing, you're not even trying to use any new strategies. This is not like you. Zeke was also disappointed by his lackluster performance, but he had been working on his analyze spell all week and had no time to focus on his personal improvement. He told Leo that he was working on something big and that he could look forward to Zeke's performance next week. Placated, Leo left to go and fight someone else. Zeke had not been lying. He had finally realized what the missing component was to his analyze spell's ability to measure real combat strength. The parts that were missing were experience, instinct, and synergies. He had spent the entire week poring over his notes, trying to understand how to incorporate these missing components into his spell. The problem was that experience and instinct were hard to quantify, and synergies were even harder to measure. But he refused to give up. He knew that if he could crack this problem, his analyze spell would be unrivaled in its ability to measure real combat strength. But now that the weekend had arrived, Zeke had no more time to devote to his personal project. He had made a promise to Maximilian to visit his sister and observe her progress with the meditation technique. Zeke was filled with excitement as they boarded the Alexandria to journey to his hometown of Feldstadt. Part of this excitement was due to the opportunity to reunite with his family, but he was even more eagerly anticipating his second experience aboard the magnificent airship. However, Zeke didn't anticipate the reaction that the landing of a massive airship would cause in the small village. Fewer than 1,000 people. As the Alexandria descended, people stopped their work in the fields and gazed at the enormous flying behemoth in awe. Zeke observed some farmers running for cover, their faces contorted with fear and panic. He felt remorseful for not taking a carriage for the sake of convenience, knowing that his decision had caused so much distress. Maximilian took it all in stride, hopping off the boarding platform of the airship as if he had arrived in a regular carriage. Zeke just followed him silently, a little embarrassed by the commotion they had caused. The moment Zeke pointed out which house was his, Maximilian basically sprinted towards it and left Zeke behind. When Zeke caught up a minute later, he was witness to a truly comical scene. He could see Maximilian standing in front of his house and trying to talk down the angry pair of Zeke's parents, who were berating Maximilian in a way Zeke had not thought his parents were capable of. He approached the scene with the intention of rescuing his teacher, but he was not in a hurry to stop the ongoing tirade, as he was silently enjoying the show with glee. Upon getting closer, he could hear his parents' voices getting louder and more agitated. They were really upset about something, and it was clear that Maximilian was having a difficult time diffusing the situation. "You disgusting bastard son of a whore," Zeke could hear his mother yell. His father wasn't far behind her, and with his deep voice called Maximilian a disgrace to the human race that should have died in his father's balls. Zeke was laughing hard now. He was certain he knew how this misunderstanding had happened. He made his way over a little faster now, to stop his parents from doing something that they might regret. He reached them just as his father was about to take a swing at Maximilian, and he quickly stepped in between them. "Dad, stop," he said, holding up his hands. "What's going on here?" His parents, calming down a little upon seeing their son, started to explain the situation from their perspective, and Zeke laughed even harder as he heard the story. "This strange old man came to our door and asked if Maya was home," his mother said. "When I asked him how he knew my daughter, he told me he didn't have time to explain and needed to look at her body urgently." His father chimed in, "When I heard your mother screaming, I came running. This old man looked at me and told me to quickly go and get Maya. He said he couldn't wait any longer." By the time his father finished the explanation, Zeke was barely able to remain on his feet, struggling to breathe through his bouts of laughter. After calming down enough to speak normally, Zeke started to explain the situation to his parents. "I'm sorry I didn't explain this in my letter. We are both here to check on Maya's progress with the meditation we've been working on," he explained, still chuckling. "I really should have warned you ahead of time." "Mom, Dad," Zeke began, his voice steady and confident. "It's time that I introduce you to my teacher, and technically a member of our family, since I was adopted by him. This is Archmagus Maximilian Bombastus von Hohenheim. He is my teacher and mentor at Elementium, and an unrivaled genius when it comes to developing new spells and magical research." At the grandiose introduction, Maximilian calmed down a bit as well. He remembered that it would not behoove a man of his station to lose his temper over a simple misunderstanding. He had been furious with the insults that Zeke's parents had thrown at him. How dare they speak to him, an archmagus of the empire? veteran of 100 battles, and the commander of the Western Wall in such a manner. But then he realized how his arrival must have seemed to Zeke's parents, and he became a bit sheepish as he introduced himself properly. "My apologies, good sir and madam," Maximilian said, bowing his head slightly. "I did not mean to cause any offense. I was simply in a hurry to see your daughter, Maya, as I was eager to observe the progress she has made with your son's meditative technique." Zeke's parents looked at each other, then back to Maximilian, their expressions softening. "Well, we apologize as well," Zeke's father said. "We were just taken aback by your sudden arrival and urgency. Please come inside and make yourself at home." As they entered the small house, Maximilian couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement at the situation. He had never been spoken to in such a manner before, and yet here he was, in a humble farming village, simply accepting an apology from a couple of simple folk. Truly, the world was a strange and unpredictable place. As they sat and chatted over tea, Zeke couldn't help but notice that Maximilian kept stealing glances at his father, as if he recognized him from somewhere. Zeke asked Maximilian about it, but the old man just waved it off, telling him that it was just a feeling. Zeke's father didn't seem to recognize Maximilian either, which struck Zeke as odd. But the matter was quickly forgotten as they made their way to Maya's room. The girl was overjoyed by Zeke's arrival, and even more so when she learned that even his teacher had come to see how well she was progressing with the meditation technique. Zeke could definitely see the progress that his little sister had made in the past week. Using his perfect sensory recall spell, he compared the state of her nascent core with the recordings of the previous weekend. He discussed his findings with Maximilian. They both came to the conclusion that Maya would have a functioning core in about 2 years, if she continued at her current pace. Zeke had the realization that his understanding of the process of core formation must be incomplete, as he processed the information that he and Maximilian had just discovered. He couldn't figure out why everyone was made to wait until they were 14 to go through the evaluation with the Fatebringer crystal, when it was clear that a magic core could form earlier. Wouldn't at least the nobles want to give their children every advantage? Why then would they also wait for the same 14 years before sending their children to the evaluation? Maximilian, upon hearing Zeke's question, took a sip of his tea before elaborating. "Zeke, what you don't realize is that the Fatebringer crystal is more than just a tool for determining a student's affinities," he explained. "It also serves to awaken the magic core, making the student an official apprentice, and allowing them to start gathering ambient mana to strengthen their core." "But if that's the case," Zeke interjected, "why don't the noble families awaken their children's cores earlier to give them a head start?" Maximilian leaned back in his chair, considering the question. "Because it is an established truth that a core can continue to develop new affinities or improve up until the age of 14, he said. "After years of trial and error and a tremendous amount of data collected, the Mages Guild has found that there are never any cases of children developing new affinities after they turn 14. That's why 14 is the official cutoff point for awakening the core." Zeke sat in silence, contemplating the revelation that his mentor had just shared with him. The Fatebringer crystal, commonly used to determine a young mage's affinities, was apparently capable of much more than just that. It could also awaken the magic core, allowing the mage to officially begin their apprenticeship and gather ambient mana to strengthen their core. As he pondered this new information, Zeke's thoughts turned to his friend Marcus, who had undergone the evaluation but was not a student at Elementium Academy. He turned to Maximilian with a sense of urgency in his voice. "What will happen to Marcus? He has a metal affinity, and his core was also awakened by the Fatebringer, but isn't studying at any academy. Won't he go through the same pain that I went through with my core? If he doesn't master a spell to engrave in time, his core might even collapse." Maximilian, who had been waiting out Zeke's panicked rambling with a patient expression, spoke up in a calm, reassuring tone. "My dear boy, there is no need to fret. Marcus's situation is not unique. Many people, like your friend, have their cores awakened at the evaluation but do not attend any academies. It is not a requirement to attend an academy to become a true mage. Marcus will simply have to find a different way to get his hands on a metal magic spell. Alternatively, there is a service provided by the Mages Guild that lets people get rid of their magic core painlessly. This is usually used as a last resort for people that did not manage to find a spell to engrave in time. Either way, Marcus only has a lesser affinity. It will take him years or maybe even decades to be at the point of advancement. Zeke sat there, deep in thought, his mind racing with worry about his friend Marcus. Though he knew his fears were not entirely unfounded, he also realized that the situation was not as dire as he had initially thought. Marcus would need years to reach the point where he could advance to a true mage. Even if he began to feel the pain of his oversaturated core, it would likely take even longer for that pain to become a problem, given Marcus' slow rate of gathering ambient mana. Despite this, Zeke was determined to help his friend in any way he could. He wondered if he could develop a spell for Marcus to engrave on his core, something that would aid him in his chosen profession of blacksmithing. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was the solution to Marcus' problem. With a newfound determination, Zeke turned to Maximilian, his mentor and teacher, and explained his plan. Maximilian listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as Zeke spoke. "It's a sound idea, Zeke," he said when Zeke had finished. "You should definitely explore this further, but if you really want to help your friend find the perfect spell for blacksmithing, you might want to do some research on the subject. It's never a good idea to assume to know what people of an unknown profession need or want to be successful." Zeke felt a weight lifted from his shoulders as he and Maximilian discussed the idea further. They spent a few minutes discussing potential spells and smithing techniques and how to go about learning more about the subject. Both of them excited at the prospect of helping Marcus achieve his goal. Zeke, in a great mood after having made so much progress, remembered that Maya was still here with them. Tentatively, he looked over at his sister, scared at what he might find. Maya's face was distorted after being ignored for so long. Her eyes were starting to redden, and Zeke saw the first traces of tears in the corner of her eyes. Zeke sneakily nudged with his elbow to get the old man's attention. Maximilian, after interpreting Zeke's frantic signaling, nodded his understanding. They both focused back on the girl they had initially come here for. Zeke and Maximilian took their seats on either side of Maya, opting for the comfort of her small bedroom floor. The young girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly described her experiences with the meditation technique that Zeke had taught her. Zeke was astounded by the progress she had made in just a week of practice, and he could see the pride shining in her voice. He and Maximilian had decided to teach Maya the newest version of the technique whenever they came to check on her. "Maya, I want you to close your eyes and focus on your breathing," Zeke instructed, his voice calm and steady. Maya nodded, her eyes fluttering shut as she began to breathe deeply and steadily. "Now I want you to imagine a bright light at the center of your chest," Zeke continued. "This light is your magic core, and we are trying to make it stronger. With every breath you take, try to hold it in your chest for as long as you can. Imagine the light in your chest like a seed. It is nourished with every repetition, growing a little bit bigger every time you hold a breath in your chest." Zeke continued to guide his sister through the steps of the newly improved meditation technique. Maya seemed to be really talented at this form of training. If Zeke had to guess, he would say that Maya's vivid imagination was what let her adapt so well to the technique, but only time would tell how she would develop. After they had finished the session, they had dinner at Zeke's parents' house. Zeke's parents were happy to see him, and they were delighted to finally get to know Maximilian, as he was his mentor. As the evening came to a close, the two mages said their goodbyes, promising to return the following weekend to check on Maya's progress. Maximilian was pleased with the progress Maya had made, and he was happy to return next week. Maya was the student who had been practicing the meditation technique for the longest time, and he wanted to check on her progress as often as possible. As they journeyed back to the academy, Zeke felt a swelling sense of pride. He had aided his younger sister in her journey to becoming a mage, and he was eager to see where the future would lead her. And Marcus, he would do whatever it took to support his friend. He had trusted Zeke's guidance for years, never protesting about the untested and unproven meditation technique. Even though Zeke knew that his friend never enjoyed the practice, he would not let the core that Marcus had formed through his hard work go to waste. Zeke stood in front of the field his combat class was held on, his heart pounding with excitement and nerves. He had spent the past week poring over his recordings and experimenting with different techniques, determined to make breakthroughs in his analyze spell. And now, as he stood before his classmates once again, he was confident that he had succeeded. Zeke had learned a lot about the different stats that were displayed by his system over the past week. The most important discovery was that what he had named intelligence was not actually intelligence. It did not indicate the ability to solve complex problems. Instead, it only measured the capability of the brain to process information. Zeke had learned that higher intelligence stat gave you better dynamic vision. For example, the brain was simply faster in processing the visual data that were recorded by the eyes, allowing a mage to follow faster movements and react in time to incoming attacks. But all those revelations still paled in comparison to his new additions. He had added new metrics to his spell to compensate for the missing parts that had previously hindered its effectiveness. Experience, instinct, and synergies were the key components he had identified as missing. He had worked tirelessly to incorporate them into his spell. Experience, in this case, referred to combat experience, the ability of a fighter to adapt and react to new situations in battle. Instinct was the fighter's innate ability to respond to danger and unpredictability, and synergies referred to the compatibility of all bodily stats, spells, and fighting styles. Zeke had spent hours devising a metric to incorporate the realizations that had come to him during his last week of combat classes. He had, for example, seen the same spell, levitate, used by different students with vastly different results. When Viola, a prodigy in wind magic, used the spell, she became an agile, flying terror that was almost impossible to pin down. But when bulkier, less proficient mages tried to copy her style, they often lost mobility and became easy targets instead. This was a perfect example of how stat and spell synergy worked and how it could affect the outcome. Zeke had finally found a way to incorporate this information into his analyze spell. He had realized that it was not enough to simply measure a person's bodily stats to determine real combat strength, but also to take into account the unique characteristics and abilities of the spell and the fighter using it. He had spent the last few hours working on a new formula to incorporate this data, and he was excited to test it out in this combat class. Zeke focused on the fight happening in front of him and scanned the first of the two mages. Results of analyze. First name, hands. Mage name, none. Last name, none. Age, 15. Gender, male. Height, 1.65 m. Strength, 10. Constitution, agility, 13. Intelligence, 14. Wind magic. Greater affinity rank, mage engraved spell, gust. Wind magic. Gust. Active. Sends a gust of wind against a target, can destabilize a target and cause it to fall. Wind steps. Active. The spell allows the caster to step on air and increase a moderate boost to movement speed with each step. Wind blade. Active. The spell allows the caster to summon blades of wind that can strike at distant targets. This target has an estimated combat experience of 22. This target has an estimated instinct rating of 13. This target has an estimated combat synergy rating of 20. Estimated real combat strength, 120. Zeke could see that his spell was working as intended, but he didn't need to see all this information, so he focused for a second to shorten the result the spell would show him before using it on the second fighter. Results of analyze. First name, Tobias. Mage name, none. Last name, Loveschloss. Age, 15. Gender, male. Height, 1.75 m. Real combat strength, 100. Strength, 15. Constitution, 13. Agility, intelligence, wind magic. Greater affinity rank, mage engraved spell, wind blade. Zeke watched intently as the two fighters, Hans and Tobias, stepped into the arena. Both were gifted in wind magic, but Hans had a significantly higher real combat strengths according to his calculations, and as the fight began, it quickly became clear that Hans was the superior fighter. Despite having comparable stat totals numerically, Hans had a distinct advantage in combat experience and a much better synergy between his spells and body. He moved with precision and grace, his spells flowing seamlessly with his physical movements. Tobias, on the other hand, seemed to struggle with coordination, his spells often coming out clumsily and not in sync with his bodily movements. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Zeke made note of the difference in their fighting styles and the effects it had on the outcome of the fight. He knew that this was just the beginning of his tests, but these two fighters were the perfect pair to start with. As he continued to watch the fight, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement for the insights and discoveries that lay ahead as he worked to perfect his analyze spell. Zeke made his way around the training field, his eyes scanning the various fighters as they engaged in battle. He was determined to test the accuracy of his analyze spell and predict the outcome of each fight he came across. In the beginning, his predictions were hit or miss, with an accuracy rate of around 70%. This was not a great number when considering that a random guess would predict the winner accurately for half the fights. But as he continued to observe and rank the mages, he noticed that his predictions were becoming increasingly accurate. Initially puzzled by this development, Zeke soon realized that his system was starting to gather enough data to understand which spell combinations synergized well with which fighting styles and with each other. As he collected more and more data, his predictions became increasingly accurate. He watched with satisfaction as his spell correctly predicted the outcome of almost every fight, and he knew that he was getting closer to perfecting his analyze spell. With each passing fight, he was one step closer to unlocking the full potential of his magic and understanding the various factors of what made for real combat strength. As Zeke continued to make his way through the training field, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration about one of his shortcomings. Despite all of his progress, there was still one major problem that he was facing: his perfect spatial awareness spell. The range of the spell had grown significantly since he had advanced to True Mage, but it still wasn't enough. Since he had started using space essence crystals to increase the speed of advancement, the expansion of the spell's range had increased at an even faster rate, but Zeke still felt like it was not large enough for his purposes. He could now perceive everything within a radius of a little over 3 meters around himself. But this was not enough distance to scan the mages in the midst of combat if he was not fighting himself. But despite the limitations of his spell, Zeke was not deterred. His saving grace lay in the fact that he had fought most of the people on the training field at least once already. This guaranteed that he had a clean recording of most of their abilities. For those of his classmates who had advanced to True Mages as well, he could usually tell what spell they had engraved by the shape of their core. He could, for example, easily recognize the tiny white cloud shape of Viola's levitate spell and the fiery red shape of Leo's fire manipulation spell. Using this knowledge, he was able to collect data on which spell and stat combinations led to the most victories by observing all of his classmates' fights. Zeke's recent obsession with his research was driven by his own uncertainty. He had no idea which combat style would work best with his physical stats and abilities, and this uncertainty gnawed at him. He spent all day collecting data on the different combinations, evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of each fighting style and spell combination. Furthermore, he was determined to design the perfect fighting style or his affinity combination, one that would make the most of his strengths and minimize his weaknesses. He knew that this was no easy task, but he was willing to put in the work to find the answers he needed. He pored over his recordings, analyzing the data he had collected, and working tirelessly to understand how to combine his physical stats, abilities, and future spells in the most effective way possible. This was not just about winning battles for him. It was about finding the true potential of his affinities and becoming the best mage he could be. Zeke spent the rest of the class collecting as many recordings as he could. He was excited to go over all this data later and come up with the perfect fighting style that would complement his own abilities. He ran around the training field all morning, and by the time he went home, he felt truly content and happy with today's haul. Furthermore, he had a beaming smile on his face all throughout the meditation practice in the afternoon. The kids who saw his expression were congratulating each other. They were sure that they had made excellent progress today. In the evening, Zeke was sitting on the floor in his room, his back against the massive wooden frame of his bed. He went over all the fights he had observed that day. He had observed the results of a total of 252 fights that morning. As he went through the data, he made notes and observations, trying to find patterns and connections. He was determined to find the perfect combination of spells and abilities that would make him an unstoppable force in combat. He spent hours poring over the data, his eyes growing heavy, but he didn't stop until he had analyzed every single fight. As he worked, a pattern began to emerge. Despite the seemingly endless variety of abilities and spell combinations, there were only a select few that consistently led to victory. Interesting, Zeke muttered to himself, scribbling notes furiously. He had always known that the key to success in combat was finding the perfect balance between one's abilities and fighting style, but he had never realized just how small that pool of effective styles truly was. As the day wore on and the sun began to set, Zeke finally sat back with a sigh of satisfaction. He had done it. He had gone through all the recorded fights and sorted them into a total of only 4 strategies. To his surprise, every element had one style that was overwhelmingly represented in the majority of victories. He named them according to the element they were most prominently used by. Satisfied, he looked down at the descriptions of the styles he had written down. Blazing Barrage. This fighting style focuses on utilizing fire magic to create a constant stream of powerful and fast-moving projectiles that can overwhelm the opponent with sheer firepower. Earthen Armor. This fighting style focuses on utilizing earth magic to create powerful defensive barriers and constructs to protect the user while they launch counterattacks. Tempestuous Tactics. This fighting style focuses on utilizing wind magic to allow the caster to move around the battlefield with blinding speed and attack the opponent with precise long-range spells. Aqueous Assault. This fighting style focuses on utilizing water magic to create powerful waves and currents to control the battlefield and trap the opponent in powerful water-based attacks. Clenching his fists with a sense of triumph, Zeke began to crystallize the styles down to a single concept each. He scribbled furiously in his notebook, breaking down the core elements of each style and distilling them into something tangible: fire, offense; earth, defense; wind, speed; water, control. Began to think about his own 3 affinities and how he could use these core concepts with each of them. The first thing that became immediately clear was that space magic was perfect for mobility. This was the concept that almost all wind mages based their fighting styles around. The concept was incredibly simple to grasp. If you're not getting hit, you can't lose. Zeke's mind was alight with possibilities as he considered how he could incorporate this universal truth into his own fighting style. He knew that his space magic gave him a unique advantage in terms of speed. He was certain that by focusing his space core on mobility, he could become a formidable force in battle. As he thought more about his second affinity, mind, an idea began to form in his head. He remembered how the water mages he had observed had used their magic to control the battlefield and therefore their opponents, guiding their movements and actions to gain an upper hand in battle. He was starting to believe that this was a tactic he could also use to great effect, and he began to develop a plan to incorporate mind magic into his fighting style. With each new idea, the image of his fighting style became clearer in his mind, and he knew that with the right combination of his affinities, he could stand unrivaled amongst his peers. Mobility, he muttered to himself, his eyes flicking to the notes on the wind mages and their emphasis on evasive tactics. That's the key concept for space magic. If I can keep myself out of harm's way, I can't lose. He turned his attention to the mind magic and the strategies employed by the water mages. Control, he murmured, a sly grin creeping across his face. That's the key concept for my mind magic. If I can control my opponents, I can dictate the pace of the battle. But as he considered his blood affinity, his expression grew more uncertain. Offense, he said hesitantly, that has to be the key concept for blood magic, but how can I use it at range? My blood whip spell is only medium range at best, and it's too costly to use in every battle. He leaned back against his bed, tapping his chin thoughtfully. I'll have to think on this one, he said to himself, but I'm getting close. I can feel it. And with that, Zeke returned to his notes, eager to continue his search for the perfect fighting style to complement his unique affinities. As Zeke delved deeper into his research, he quickly noticed a problem. He had an almost complete list of all the abilities available to first-year students, and even knew how to cast them all by having recorded his classmates using them in combat. However, the problem was that pure space and mind mages didn't attend combat class. The students who had an elemental affinity as well as a mind or space affinity were not yet skilled enough to use either of their elements effectively. This meant that Zeke didn't have a selection of space and mind magic spells to fight with. Zeke sat on the floor, surrounded by stacks of notes and diagrams, feeling a sense of both excitement and frustration. He had spent the past few hours poring over his research, trying to piece together the perfect fighting style for his unique combination of affinities. But now, as he looked at the rough outline he had created, he realized that he was missing an important piece of the puzzle. He knew that mobility was key for his space affinity, control was key for his mind affinity, and offense was key for his blood affinity. But without the specific spells to put those concepts into action, his plan was nothing more than a pipe dream. Sighing, Zeke leaned back in his chair and ran a hand through his hair. He knew that he needed help. There was only one person he could turn to, Maximilian. "This will be your last week of combat classes," the instructor announced, his voice stern and commanding. "At the end of this week, there is only 1 month remaining before the end of the year exam. The exam will be held in a tournament style, and your results in the tournament will decide your ranking. There won't be any practical or theoretical exams anymore." A murmur of excitement ran through the class, but the instructor raised his hand for silence. "First-year students, listen closely. I recommend that you take this seriously. The bottom 25% in the rankings will have to repeat the year." The class fell silent, the weight of the instructor's words sinking in. "Classes will not be held during the last month to allow you to train on your own and keep your techniques a secret for the tournament. If you have struggled to win fights in class, I highly recommend that you put in extra effort to develop a secret weapon before the tournament begins. Utilize the remaining time wisely to give yourself the best chance for success." Zeke was determined to gain as much combat experience as possible before the end of the year exam. He knew that it was impossible to develop his new fighting style during this last week of combat classes, even if he invested all his time in doing so. So, he decided to focus on improving his overall battle experience and combat sense by fighting as many people as possible. Zeke was completely devoted to his training, and he pushed himself to his absolute limits every single day. He engaged in combat with students from all levels of skill, including the most skilled in his grade, as well as the least skilled. Over time, Zeke came to understand that each battle was a valuable opportunity for growth. He meticulously documented the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents and utilized this information to refine and perfect his own techniques. As Zeke stepped into the fighting ring to face one of the top Earth magic students, he felt a sense of unease wash over him. He knew that this would be a tough fight, and he had to be at the top of his game if he wanted to come out on top. The student was focusing on endurance, and Zeke found himself struggling to break through his defenses. He tried everything he could think of, but nothing seemed to work. As the fight dragged on, Zeke realized that only his strongest ability would even have a chance of putting a dent in his opponent's earthen armor. With a deep breath, Zeke summoned his blood whip spell. Zeke was prepared for a long drawn-out fight, as he had come to expect when fighting a formidable earth mage. He planned to create distance with his first couple of attacks, trying to keep the moving mountain of earth out of arm's reach. To his surprise, his very first hit cut a solid chunk out of the earthen shell surrounding the student. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and Zeke could see the panic begin to set in. Regaining his composure first, Zeke capitalized on this surprising turn of events, and with a couple more swings, the student was forced to surrender. Zeke almost didn't believe his eyes as he watched the dejected form of his opponent leave the arena. He had not expected his spell to have such a powerful effect. On his way to the exit of the arena, he saw Leo, who had been spectating, walk over. The other boy had also just finished a fight and roughly shoved his sweat-covered, dirty blonde mane into a ponytail behind his head as he approached Zeke. "Nice work, Zeke," Leo said, clapping him on the back. "I've never seen anyone take down Sebastian with such ease. You're getting stronger every day." Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at Leo's words. "That spell of yours," Leo began, "can cut through pretty much anything, you know that." Zeke nodded, still in shock from the power of his spell. He had been surprised by the amount of damage his spell had caused to the defenses of the Earth Mage, and he couldn't help but wonder why. As he thought about it, a realization dawned on him. "I think that is because of my blood," he began. "It is permanently soaked in my mana, and it gets stronger and stronger over time. If only your supply was not so limited, you would be a real terror." Leo joked before walking away, waving over his head. Zeke couldn't help but chuckle at Leo's comment, but the truth of it hit him hard. He had always known that his blood magic had a limited supply. He had long since realized just how much of a hindrance that could be in battle. Zeke wandered the training ground in search of his next opponent, but he had remained deep in thought as he aimlessly walked around. He had just realized that the shorter range and limited supply of his blood magic came with the upside that his attacks were absolutely devastating when they landed. He had not realized before that the destructive potential of his spell was that much above average, and the thought of being able to do it consistently was a powerful motivator. Zeke was already thinking about ways to improve on the shortcomings of his spell as he waved over his next opponent, a shy girl that was skilled in water magic. As he stepped into the fighting ring, Zeke was well aware that he had to be strategic with his blood whip for now. He couldn't just recklessly use it without a plan. He needed to conserve it and use it at the right moment, to take out the opponents he could not win against otherwise. Over the next few days, Zeke got better and better at pacing himself in the use of his limited blood supply. The improved proficiency in the usage of whips also boosted his strength by a substantial margin. As the week of combat classes came to an end, Zeke had his final fight against Leo. "This is going to be your last chance before the tournament. Show me what you've got, Zeke," Leo said before launching a barrage of fire lance spells at Zeke. Zeke had a hard time staying in the fight as Leo used his fire magic from the start. He bobbed and weaved, trying to avoid as much damage as he could, but he soon realized that he would succumb to the damage before Leo would run out of mana if this continued. Knowing he had to change his approach, Zeke increased the power in his legs as much as possible using his perfect body control. He could actually feel the tendons in his legs strain under the pressure. He followed that up by using his air step space magic a few times in quick succession to approach Leo from the air. But Leo was quick to react, casting his earthen armor and summoning several stone pillars to cut off Zeke's route of advancement. With no other options left, Zeke summoned his two blood whips and used one to swing around Leo's most recently erected pillar. With the other whip, he began to tear into Leo's armor, hoping to end the battle before the other students could recover. The fight only increased in intensity as Zeke started to use both of his whips to dismantle Leo's defensive spell as possible. Zeke was slashing and whipping in a frenzy, only to be surprised by Leo suddenly charging at him. The other boy had cast off his earthen armor and was charging straight at Zeke. The two were only separated by a few scant meters already. Zeke tried to use his whips to intercept his charging opponent, but his still lacking proficiency with the weapons at close range, as well as Leo's beast-like combat instincts, saw him flailing ineffectively instead of landing a single blow. Leo used the recoil of a flame lance to close the last meters of distance between them, and with a graceful spin of his body, drew his saber and held it against Zeke's throat. Zeke was stunned by this display, and Leo had a wide smile on his face. Leo retracted his saber slowly, giving Zeke one last challenging smirk before walking away. But not before calling out to Zeke over his shoulders, "I am looking forward to your performance in the tournament." Zeke was left standing with his mouth agape, trying to come to terms with the unexpected turn of events. Despite the shock, he was extremely satisfied with the battle. He had given it his all, which wasn't enough this time. As he made his way back home later that day, Zeke couldn't help but replay the fight in his mind, analyzing where he had gone wrong and what he could have done differently. He knew that if he wanted to have a chance at winning against Leo at the tournament, he needed to improve his skills and learn new spells. He made a vow to himself that their next fight would turn out differently. With his goals clearly laid out, all he had to do was get started, and he knew just the person to help him with that. Maximilian. Zeke arrived at the mansion in the woods that he had called his home for the past months and went to find his mentor. He knew where to start his search, as the old man was most often in his study at this time as of late. As he entered the room, Zeke found his mentor where he had expected. The old man was writing at his desk, and he couldn't help but be awestruck by the precision and focus with which Maximilian approached his work. The older man sat at his desk with a straight posture, surrounded by papers and journals, his quill moving swiftly across the page as he recorded the latest findings of their meditation research. Zeke approached quietly, not wanting to disturb the old man's concentration. He couldn't help but admire the way Maximilian approached each problem with a structured and methodical mindset. It was something that Zeke knew he needed to emulate if he wanted to make the most of his own research and training. As he read over the notes and hypothesis that Maximilian had written, Zeke felt a renewed sense of determination. He was aware that if he reached a similar level of focus and dedication, he could achieve anything he set his mind to. Zeke cleared his throat, catching Maximilian's attention. "Zeke, my boy," the old man greeted with a smile, "what brings you here so early?" "Teacher," Zeke began, his voice filled with uncertainty, "I have decided on my combat style. I have analyzed the most successful fighting styles in my class and determined a good combination of concepts to focus on from that data. I want to focus on mobility with my spatial affinity, control with my mind affinity, and offense with my blood affinity. Those three concepts put together with my fast regeneration, natural endurance, and the quick decision-making from my increased intelligence would make for an effective style, I think." Maximilian's eyes lit up with interest as he listened to Zeke's plan. "That's a sound strategy," he said, nodding in approval. "But remember, combat style is not something that can be chosen in a day. It takes time and practice to hone your abilities and truly master a style. You also don't want to be so simplistic in your views of your affinities, but I guess this will give you a good position to develop from." Zeke nodded, understanding that this limited view of his affinities was the result of his inexperience. He knew that this was only the beginning of a long journey, but he was excited to get started. "I understand, teacher. I will train tirelessly to perfect my style." Maximilian smiled, proud of his student's dedication. "I have no doubt that you will. But remember, a true warrior must also possess a sharp mind and a strong spirit. The physical and magical aspects of combat are only two pieces of the puzzle." "Old man," Zeke began, "do you have a lot of experience fighting alongside or against space and mind mages?" Maximilian's face twisted into a sour expression at the mention of mind mages, but he didn't start his explanation by talking about them. "Space mages are not usually used for direct combat but in a supporting role," he said. "But those with a dual affinity can be a real terror in combat. There are two dominant battle styles for space mages." Maximilian began his explanation. "Most of them focus on extreme range combat and reposition immediately if they are threatened. Or they focus on extremely close ranges, not giving you any chance to create any distance by using their space magic to stay on top of you at all times." Zeke listened intently as Maximilian spoke, his mind whirring with possibilities. He was already trying to come up with ways he could incorporate this new knowledge into his own fighting style when Maximilian continued with his explanation of mind magic. "The only well-known mind mages on the continent are the J-Strikes." Zeke listened intently as Maximilian spoke, a sense of unease creeping over him as he heard the tone Maximilian used when talking about mind mages. "The J-Strikes, eh?" he asked, his voice tight. "I've heard rumors of their powers, but never anything concrete." Maximilian nodded gravely. "Yes, they are a force to be reckoned with. Their mind magic is unparalleled, able to bend the wills of even the strongest warriors with ease. In war, they seek to break the minds of their opponents, leaving nothing but a shell of a person behind. It is a tactic that has earned them a reputation as ruthless and feared by many." Zeke shuddered at the thought. "But how do you fight against such power?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Maximilian's expression turned grim. "It is not easy, my boy. The only way to stand a chance is to strike them down before they have the chance to use their magic on you." Zeke sat in silence, contemplating the weight of Maximilian's words. So, in a battle against a mind mage from the J-Strike family, the only chance of victory is to kill them before they can break my will? Zeke asked, his voice a mixture of dread and curiosity. Maximilian nodded solemnly. "Exactly. Their mind magic is unparalleled, and once they have control of your mind, there is no coming back from it. It is a fate worse than death, to be nothing more than a puppet under their control." Zeke and Maximilian were sitting in the study, the mood heavy after Maximilian's revelation about the mind mages of the J-Strike family. "So," Zeke said, trying to change the mood, "do you have any recommendations for movement-related spells for space mages?" The question seemed to snap Maximilian out of his thoughts. "Do you know why it is said that space mages only reach their full potential by the time they become archmages?" he asked. Zeke didn't know the answer and shook his head. Well, it's because teleportation of any kind puts an enormous strain on the body, Maximilian explained. If an apprentice mage tried to teleport, the side effects from traveling through space would tear them apart. But at the archmage level, the body goes through a significant transformation. After reaching that realm, even the physically weakest of mages is strong enough to survive long-range teleportation with minimal problems. Do you understand? Zeke thought about Maximilian's words for a moment before replying. What you're saying is that it would be possible to learn short-range teleportation much earlier if the mage's body was strong enough. Maximilian looked at Zeke with a proud look on his face. That's exactly what I'm saying, my boy. Now, you told me that you've been working on your new analyze spell, right? Marvelous idea, by the way. How about you use it on me to find out what stats you would need to survive long-range teleportation? Zeke swallowed nervously. He had never used the spell on his teacher out of respect, but that didn't mean he wasn't curious about what the stats of an archmage looked like. I can do that, he stammered. Maximilian nodded. Good. I'll be standing right here whenever you're ready. With a deep breath, Zeke focused on his spell and cast it on his teacher. He watched as the information flowed into his mind, analyzing Maximilian's physical abilities. As he studied the data, his eyes widened in surprise. The numbers were much higher than he had expected. Results of analyze. First name, Maximilian. Mage name, Bombastus. Last name, von Hohenheim. Age, unknown. Gender, male. Height, 1.85 m. Strength, 88. Constitution, 102. Agility, 72. Intelligence, 75. No magic core detected, no affinity rank, none engraved spell, none. Zeke was impressed by Maximilian's physical stats. He couldn't determine anything about Maximilian's magical core. He was aware that at the archmage level, the core of a mage would fuse with his body. Therefore, he would first have to calibrate his spell to be able to work with the body of an archmage. At this point, Zeke did not need such an adjustment, though, since the only archmage he ever really had any contact with was his teacher. This being the first time Zeke had used his spell on an archmage, he was curious about how his teacher compared to others of the same rank. Do you think you're on the physically stronger or weaker side for an archmage? Zeke asked. Maximilian puffed up his chest in pride as he answered. I'm one of the strongest ones in the Empire. Not only do I have a dual affinity of fire and earth magic, but the earth affinity also strengthens the body the most out of all elemental affinities. It's not comparable to your blood affinity, but it's still noticeable when you get to my level. Zeke nodded, understanding what his teacher meant. He knew that his blood affinity gave him a powerful body, but he was also aware that it was not the only affinity with similar effects. He couldn't help but imagine that if he could combine the power of his blood affinity with the physical resistance of an earth mage, he would be like a walking fortress. He was reminded of Theodor Steiner, who he had seen a couple of times in his blood magic class. Since the Steiner heir had been in that class as well, it was pretty obvious that he had a blood affinity in addition to his earth affinity. He felt a moment of jealousy towards the young earth mage, but then he remembered that he, in fact, had 3 affinities himself. He got his mind back to the present and thought about what Maximilian had told him, starting his calculations. Zeke ran the numbers and realized that if his teacher's words were true, then the average archmage was 4 times as durable as Zeke. Even if he rated Maximilian's constitution as 20% higher than average. Maximilian saw the look on Zeke's face and smiled. He was aware that Zeke had realized the vast chasm between the ranks of mages. Before Zeke could fall into despair, Maximilian reassured him with a calm voice. Long-range teleportation puts a much larger strain on the body than short-range teleportation. You also have to remember that I told you that even the weakest of archmages could endure the strain of long-range teleportation. If you want to calculate accurately how much endurance is necessary, then you don't have to consider the average, but the lowest possible value. I would say it only needs about half my constitution to be able to successfully teleport without incurring much damage. Zeke sat in silence, his mind whirring as he considered the numbers Maximilian had presented him with. Teleportation magic had always seemed like such a far-away dream to him, but with this new information, the subject suddenly seemed much more attainable. If the old man's speculations were to be believed, then Zeke would only need a total of around 50 constitution for long range teleportation, and he estimated around half that for short range. That meant that he would only need around 25 constitution to start learning this spell. The excitement began to bubble within him as he thought about the possibilities this newfound knowledge presented. He turned to Maximilian, his eyes alight with excitement. "Where can I learn how to perform teleportation magic, Maximilian?" he asked, his voice resolute. Maximilian's face twisted into a bitter smile. "Unfortunately, all teleportation-capable mages need to be registered with the Mages Guild. The guild won't even consider teaching you until you've advanced at least one more stage and become a Grand Mage." Zeke's heart sank, but Maximilian continued. "I think you have two options. First, you could wait until you advance to Grand Mage and learn it the legitimate way. Or second, you could just find someone who knows how to perform the spell and try to copy what they are doing." Maximilian's tone suggested that he meant the second option as a joke, but Zeke's eyes were shining with a greedy gleam. He couldn't wait to start learning teleportation magic no matter what it took. Maximilian watched as Zeke's eyes shone with excitement, a look he had come to recognize as the young man's desire for new knowledge. He could tell that Zeke was getting strange ideas that might lead him down a risky path. Just as he was about to intervene, Zeke spoke up again in a transparent attempt to change the subject. "So what can you tell me about mind magic spells?" Zeke asked, his voice eager. Maximilian could sense that the young man had realized that he was about to convince him to give up on teleportation for now. He sighed and let it go, knowing that Zeke's curiosity would not be easily quenched. "I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you about mind magic spells," Maximilian began, his voice heavy with regret. "The J-Strife family, who are known for their expertise in this field, do not share their secret techniques with anyone outside their family." Zeke's face fell, but Maximilian continued. "You should consider yourself lucky. The fact that Sophia gifted you with the telekinesis spell, despite it not containing any core secrets, is a rare privilege." Zeke nodded, understanding the gravity of Maximilian's words. The young man may have been denied access to the J-Strikes mind magic, but that didn't mean that he had given up on his plans. He sat quietly in his mentor's study, lost in thought. Maximilian watched him, a small smile playing on his lips. "You're thinking about other ways to get your hands on mind magic spells?" Maximilian asked, breaking the silence. Zeke looked up startled. "Yes," he replied. "I realize that if I want to achieve my goal, I'll likely need to create the spell myself." Maximilian nodded, his smile growing wider. "I had a feeling that's what you were thinking," he said. "Don't be daunted by the task ahead of you. Creating new spells is a challenging and rewarding process. And I know for a fact that there is nobody in the Empire who is better equipped to succeed. You should just consider this situation as practice." Zeke felt a rush of excitement at his mentor's words. The thought of creating his own mind magic spell was daunting, but also exhilarating. His mind was already spinning with ideas on how to go about it. Maximilian watched as Zeke's expression turned more certain, and he, in turn, grew more assured that his young apprentice was ready for this new challenge. With a satisfied smile, he turned back to his own work. Leaving Zeke to his thoughts, the two were consumed by their work as the hours passed. Zeke groggily opened his eyes as Maximilian's hand shook his shoulder, rousing him from his deep concentration. "It's time for our daily meditation research, Ezekiel," Maximilian reminded him, his voice stern. "You mustn't let yourself become too distracted. Our research is still the most important project at the moment." Zeke nodded sheepishly as he banished his earlier thoughts about inventing his own mind magic spell. He knew that Maximilian was right and that he couldn't afford to let his focus stray from their number one priority like that. As he joined his mentor and the children in their daily session, Zeke could already feel the progress they had made in just 1 week. The changes to the meditation technique had already led to a 10% increase in efficiency when forming a magic core. He pushed all thoughts of mind magic aside for the moment and poured his full attention into the work at hand. Zeke sat in quiet contemplation, his mind racing with the discovery of the 3 young children who had shown such promise in their meditation training. A boy of 12, with only 2 years left before the evaluation exam, and a pair of 10-year-old twin girls. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at the thought of the three of them developing magic cores. There was something special about those three, especially the twin girls, something that set them apart from the others. As he watched them leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that their cores were like fire and water, or perhaps light and darkness. It was too early to tell, but Zeke made a mental note to keep a close eye on the three of them as they continued their training in the coming years. After wrapping up his work on the research for the day, Zeke returned to his room. Now he was finally able to tackle his own projects. The boy sat at his desk, surrounded by books and notes, as he meticulously formulated his list of tasks. He knew that the end-of-the-year tournament was fast approaching, and he needed to be prepared. The difficulty of the tasks ahead weighed heavily on him as he wrote them all down, each one more daunting than the last. Raise Constitution to a minimum of 25, he muttered to himself as he jotted it down. He knew that this would be a tall order, as one's constitution was not something that could be easily increased in the short term. He would have to push himself to the limit, both physically and mentally, in order to achieve this goal. Learn short-range teleportation. He added to the list, his mind racing with the possibilities that this skill could bring. The thought of being able to instantly transport himself to different locations was both exhilarating and intimidating. Invent a mind spell to use for control in battle. This task was perhaps the most daunting of them all. Zeke knew that mind magic was a powerful tool, but also one that was highly guarded and closely monitored by the J-Strife family. He would have to tread carefully if he hoped to succeed in this task. Improve the utility and control of my blood magic spells. He finished the list, feeling a sense of hopelessness wash over him. His blood magic was a powerful and dangerous tool, and Zeke was not using it to its utmost right now. With proper control and mastery, it could be a much more formidable weapon in battle. Zeke looked over his list once more, feeling a sense of overwhelming pressure pressed down on him. How was he supposed to accomplish all of this in just 1 month? He let out a sigh and buried his head in his pillow. The road ahead would be long and difficult, but he hoped that if he gave it his all, he could manage to achieve his goals. Zeke sat up in his bed, staring at the list of tasks he had written with a renewed sense of determination. He was aware that it would be almost impossible to achieve everything on the list before the end-of-the-year tournament on his own. As his eyes wandered from one improbable goal to the next, he couldn't help but feel a sense of hopelessness once again. He let out a deep sigh and ran a hand through his hair. Instead of confronting the entire list at once, Zeke tried a different tactic and started by only focusing on a single task. One thing that he was sure of how to achieve was to raise his physical stats. Thanks to his perfect body control spell, he knew the best way to improve his body was through training, and he was already devising a training regimen in his mind. Sighing again, he muttered to himself, "I guess I'll have to go and visit Marcus tomorrow. He'll be able to create some equipment for my training." He hoped that his friend would be able to create the specialized equipment he needed to push his body to the limit. Zeke lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. His mind already working on the blueprints he would present to Marcus. He had something in mind that would challenge his body to the extreme. Zeke woke up well before the sun rose, his mind already set on the task of the day visiting Marcus. He knew that the blacksmiths in the crafters' quarters began their day early, and if he wanted to catch Marcus before he started his work for the day, he would have to be even earlier. He got out of bed and prepared himself in a hurry, determined to reach the smithy as early as possible. As Zeke approached the building, he almost collided with a man in a formal-looking black suit who was just leaving through the front door. The man's strict eyes and no-nonsense demeanor reminded him of Maximilian's butler. The stranger paid Zeke no mind as he walked right past him and entered a luxurious carriage that was parked right outside the smithy. Zeke, not dwelling any further on the encounter, quickened his pace, eager to see his friend. As he entered the shop, he saw Marcus and his uncle, Armin, talking in a corner of the room. Armin noticed Zeke approaching and gave him a warm smile and a wave before walking into the smithy, leaving the two friends alone to talk. Zeke approached Marcus with a growing sense of unease, noticing the troubled look on his friend's face. "Is everything okay?" he asked, concern etched on his face. Marcus let out a sigh and looked up at Zeke. "Did you see the man who just left? He was a messenger of the imperial family," he said, his voice heavy with derision. "He was ordering all smithies in the capital to prioritize the orders of the imperial family. There's going to be a significant war offensive planned, and they want their soldiers equipped. Zeke grimaced at the news, knowing all too well the Toll War took on a kingdom and its people. He had come here to ask Marcus to work on a private project for him, but it seemed that his friend's priorities had just shifted. He still turned to his friend, a trace of hope remaining in his voice. "Is it possible that you could work on something else for me instead, or are you going to get in trouble for that?" he asked, trying not to sound too desperate. Marcus scoffed at the question. "What trouble? The imperial family pays like dirt, and the amount of money you left with me last time really helped me in practicing my craft. Whatever you need from me, I'll get it done in no time," Marcus promised as he brought his clenched fist up to his chest in a show of determination, his voice unwavering. Zeke was touched by Marcus's words and wasted no time as he began to describe what he needed his friend to make for him. As he spoke, Marcus raised an eyebrow, listening intently to the description. The smith looked over the blueprint Zeke had brought, and by the look on his face, it was clear that he was intrigued by the design. "This is quite an ambitious project, Zeke," Marcus said, his voice filled with admiration. "But I promise you the prototype will be done in the next few days." Zeke's heart lifted with relief and gratitude. "Thank you, Marcus," he said, smiling at his friend. "I knew I could count on you." As Zeke made to leave the smithy, Marcus reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Zeke turned to face his friend, who seemed hesitant to speak. Zeke could sense the boy's apprehension, and in an effort to ease the tension, he playfully punched his friend in the chest and jokingly said, "Who is this little girl in front of me acting all bashful? Spit it out, man." Marcus's face relaxed at Zeke's words, and he began to speak. "I wanted to ask you for a favor," Marcus said, "but I don't rightly know how difficult it will be for you." He paused, looking intently at his friend's face. Zeke simply nodded, indicating that he was listening, waiting for Marcus to continue. Encouraged by Zeke's nonchalant demeanor, Marcus continued, "There is a blacksmithing competition happening at the moment." Marcus looked at Zeke, hope in his eyes. Zeke stared at Marcus in disbelief. "You're not seriously considering competing in the blacksmithing competition? It's for master blacksmiths, Marcus, not apprentices," he said incredulously. Marcus shook his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. No, I know that. I just wanted to ask if you could help me get a ticket to watch the competition. The commoner tickets sold out almost instantly. And I don't want to miss it," he explained, a hint of defensiveness creeping into his tone. Zeke felt a twinge of confusion at his friend's request. "That's it. That's why you were acting so hesitantly. You wanted me to help you get a ticket?" he asked. A hint of amusement had now crept into his voice. Marcus nodded, his face flushing a deep red. I know it sounds silly, but I have no idea what kind of position you have in the noble hierarchy and if it would cause problems for you," he stammered, looking down at his feet. Zeke couldn't help but feel touched by his friend's concern. He clapped Marcus on the back, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Don't worry about it, my friend. I'll take care of it. Leave it all to me," he said confidently. Marcus's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Zeke. I know it might be a small matter to you, but this is a competition for masters of my craft, and I even heard that both of last year's finalists were metal mages like me." Zeke nodded, understanding Marcus's passion for the competition even better now. "Don't worry, Marcus. I'll see to it that you get a ticket. My status as heir to the von Hohenheim family, and as Maximilian's personal disciple, should make it easy to obtain one. I'll make sure you'll get the best seat in the house. You'll feel like you are sitting in the lap of the blacksmiths competing." Marcus looked up at him, his gratitude evident on his face. "Thank you, Zeke," he said, before turning back to his workbench and starting to work on the project that Zeke had requested of him. Zeke watched his friend's back for a moment, a sense of contentment washing over him. Zeke would be able to repay his friend for his support when nobody else had been there for him, and that was all that mattered to him. With a smile on his face, he turned and made his way back home, his steps light and easy. On his way home, Zeke remembered that Marcus' birthday was in a little over a week, just after the competition. He thought over Marcus' request, and the outline of a plan started to form in his mind. Zeke hurried home and immediately went to find his mentor. He asked Maximilian if he could get tickets to the competition. Maximilian snorted at the question. "Why don't you just go and ask the butler, David, for such a little thing? You don't have to come to me for such mundane requests. You know, I don't just need regular tickets, old man," Zeke said, a bit of red creeping in his cheeks after being reprimanded. "I want the best spots that money can buy. I made a promise to Marcus. Maximilian looked at Zeke with a raised eyebrow, clearly waiting for an explanation for this demand. Zeke had no other choice but to divulge his plan to Maximilian. After the old man had heard his plan, he burst out laughing and said, "That's quite the birthday present you have in mind, my boy. Very well. I'll secure the necessary tickets for your scheme." Zeke was relieved upon hearing that his mentor was going to support him in this endeavor, as he had no idea how he would have gone about pulling it off without the old man's support. As the first pieces of training equipment arrived at the von Hohenheim estate the next morning, Zeke could barely contain his excitement. The suit of armor, modified by Marcus with the help of Zeke's detailed blueprints, resembled that of a knight. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the intricate gears and springs attached to the metal plates and joints. To the uninformed, it may have seemed as though these mechanisms were meant to aid movement. But Zeke, as the inventor, knew the true purpose of these contraptions. They were there not to assist, but to resist and hinder each movement made by the wearer. With bated breath, Zeke donned the suit and took a few steps forward. He could feel the resistance of the gears and springs as he moved. It didn't take him long to realize how grueling and demanding any kind of exercise in this suit would be. As he was about to start to test the suit in earnest, Viola, whom he had told about his plans, arrived at the training field behind the mansion. She watched silently from her perch in midair. She looked the contraption on Zeke's body up and down. The feline grin that appeared on her face was mocking. She seemed convinced that his invention would be a complete failure. But Zeke was not deterred. He had faith in his invention and in Marcus's craftsmanship, after having already felt the effectiveness of the suit in his first few steps. Clenching his teeth, he made to continue. He would not be defeated. He would master it, and in doing so, master himself. He took a few more steps and then stopped, sweat already pouring down his face. Viola, who had been watching the proceedings with a cat-like grin, flew over to inspect the suit. "What's wrong? Is the suit not working?" she asked, her voice tinged with amusement. Zeke didn't reply for a moment, but then, with slow and strained movements, he brought up his hands to remove the helmet. Viola's grin faltered as she saw the sweat pouring down Zeke's face and the veins bulging on his neck. Even walking around in the armor was taking everything out of him. Around 15 minutes later, Zeke was lying on the ground, panting for breath. Even Viola was worried after witnessing how strenuous the training had looked. She helped him out of the suit and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Zeke didn't answer right away. He seemed to be staring at something in midair that Viola couldn't see. Slowly, a grin started to take shape on his face, and he began to laugh. Viola was a little creeped out by the strange display, but then Zeke, now free from the armor, stood up and hugged her. "It works. This is so much better than I had expected," he exclaimed. Viola, flustered, pushed him away and pointed at his chest. Zeke looked down and saw that his shirt had been torn apart while removing the armor. He had not taken a good look at himself in some time. But as he looked down at his own body, he could see the toned chest of a man. He had grown a lot over the past few months, now standing at around 1.75 m. His crimson hair fell almost onto his shoulders, and his once scrawny body had packed on a solid layer of muscles. He couldn't resist but run his hand over his defined abs and toned chest. He was amazed by how much his body had changed since his advancement to true mage. At this moment, he heard someone breathing roughly nearby. He looked up to see Viola staring at his body with a red face. She was covering her face with both hands, but it was painfully obvious that she was doing a horrible job of obstructing her sight. As Viola noticed Zeke looking back at her, she made a high-pitched yelp sound and immediately took to the air, escaping without saying anything. Zeke couldn't help but laugh at Viola's antics, but when he remembered the hug from moments ago, his own face also turned a little red. Before he could become too distracted, he once again took a look at what his analyze spell had shown him earlier. He had tasked the spell with checking on the changes happening to his body, and this was the result. Results of analyze. Strength increased by 0.18. Agility increased by 0.07. Constitution increased by 0.15. Zeke almost couldn't believe how much progress he had made in only around 15 minutes of training. With his regeneration, he would be able to train with the armor at least 3 times a day. The gains from the training would reduce from repeating the same exercises over a long time. But he was still confident of bringing his constitution to 25 without a problem. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon as Zeke stepped away from the training ground. The resistant suit now lay discarded on the ground beside him. Zeke could feel the cold morning air biting at his skin as he made his way over to where Viola and Sophia were standing. The two girls were watching him with a sense of admiration. He had been training with the suit for 3 days now. Each session seemed to have brought visible improvements to his body. As he approached them, he couldn't help but notice how much colder it had become during the past week. The end of the year was not too far away. And with it came the tournament. This competition would determine the ranking among the Academy's first-year students. "You're getting better every day, Zeke," Viola said with a smile, her long silver hair blowing in the wind. "You're going to do great in the tournament if you can keep this up." Sophia, on the other hand, behaved as expected of a proud daughter of the J-Strike family. She merely nodded in agreement with a serene smile on her face. As usual, she was exhibiting the etiquette expected of high nobility. There were only 3 more weeks before the start of the tournament, and the holidays would follow right after. The time pressure made Zeke aware that he had to push himself harder than ever before. "So what are your plans for the day?" Viola asked Zeke as they walked through the courtyard. "I'm going to accompany Marcus to the blacksmithing competition today. He has been looking forward to it for weeks. After that, I'm going to start working on my secret birthday present for him," Zeke replied with a smile. Viola and Sophia both perked up at this. "What are you getting him?" they asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. "Didn't I just say?" "It's a secret," Zeke said with a grin, refusing to give away any more information. Changing the subject, Zeke turned to Sophia. "Speaking of secrets, Sophia, do you have some time for me in the next few days? I had some questions about mind magic that I was hoping you could help me with." Sophia's expression grew troubled at this request. I'm not sure if that's a good idea," she said hesitantly. Zeke noticed the expression on Sophia's face and immediately went to reassure her. "Don't misunderstand. I don't want you to teach me any of the J-Strike's secret spells. I have some theoretical questions about how mind magic works in general." Sophia seemed to relax at that and nodded readily at his request now. After a short back and forth, the two of them promised to meet up in 2 days from now. Viola looked from Zeke to Sophia, unhappy at being excluded. After a moment of thought, she flew in front of Zeke and puffed out her noble chest. "I also have a surprise for you," she said in a proud voice. Zeke looked at her with expectant eyes. Viola's smile grew even wider at this interest. Finally, she revealed her surprise. "I found a mage in my family who meets your specifications," she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zeke felt a sense of anticipation at this news. He had been searching for someone who could help him with his dilemma for a long time. The thought of finally finding someone who met his requirements was making him giddy. "Really?" he asked, his voice filled with excitement. "Really?" Viola confirmed, her smile growing even wider. "I can introduce you to him tomorrow if you want." Zeke was grateful for having someone like Viola in his life. She was always so eager to help him out. Now she had even found a mage that might be able to help him with his new obsession. He couldn't wait to meet this person and find out if his plan would come to fruition. Zeke parted ways with Viola and Sophia after changing into his best set of clothes. He was on his way to pick up Marcus for the smithing competition. He wanted to surprise his friend with the VIP tickets Maximilian had gotten for them. As Zeke walked through the academy grounds, he could feel the stares of people on him. The attention didn't bother him anymore. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Despite the fact that his relationship with most of the first-year students had improved, the change didn't extend to the higher grades. He could see the sneers and stares from the second-year students, and the third years were even worse. They were the ones who bullied him the most when he first arrived at the academy, but Zeke had learned to ignore them. He had come too far to let their petty jealousy and misguided hatred get to him. Zeke made his way across the academy and through the crowded streets of the capital. He couldn't help but notice that there were more criers in the streets than usual. It was the first time he had seen them so candidly, recruiting soldiers for the war effort in the capital. Zeke had heard that the military would usually recruit people from the outer provinces and leave the capital alone. The capital was home to many influential families. Therefore, most talented individuals who called the capital their home had connections to one noble house or the other. It was a telling sign that the army didn't care about any political ramifications. They were even recruiting near the Elementium Academy. Zeke couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as he walked past the criers, or had long since become the usual state of the Empire. The continental powerhouse was always trying to conquer something, always expanding its border. It just never had felt this close to Zeke. Zeke passed the recruitment stand. He scanned the faces of the gathered men. He could see determination and also fear in the eyes of the young men who were signing up to fight. Idly, he wondered if Marcus would be recruited. Zeke was aware that his friend was a skilled blacksmith and that the army always needed good smiths. The boy made his way to Marcus's workshop, trying to push these thoughts to the back of his mind. He had a competition to attend and a birthday present to prepare. Zeke stepped up to the back entrance to the smithy and knocked. A moment later, Marcus opened it with a smile and exclaimed, "Zeke, you're early, I'm not ready yet." "Don't worry about it, I came early, so you still have time." Zeke reassured his friend and entered the house. Marcus let his friend in and went upstairs to change into his good clothes. Zeke didn't mind the wait and walked through the shop to admire the weapons on display. Marcus and his uncle were truly gifted blacksmiths. If they had a high-ranking metal mage in the family, they could have been among the best in the capital. Unfortunately, they hailed from a family of commoners. Even though Marcus had turned out to have a magic core, it would be years before he could advance to a true mage. Even then, it would take longer still until he could start using his magic in his crafting for real. Zeke picked up a finely crafted sword and examined it closely. He could see the intricate details and the precision of the workmanship. He recognized Marcus's craftsmanship in the way the hilt was shaped. Marcus had evidently put a lot of effort into creating the sword, and he was sure it would be sold in a few days at the latest. As Zeke looked through the weapons on display, his thoughts drifted to his own staff. Marcus had crafted the weapon for him as a birthday present. Zeke had used it every day in combat class since, and he enjoyed the hefty weight of the weapon. Nonetheless, he knew that he would be using it less and less in the future as he came to rely more on his magic. He felt a twinge of regret when he thought about the effort and love Marcus must have poured into the beautifully crafted staff. He recalled the elaborate craftsmanship of his weapon. The shaft seamlessly transformed into an artistically designed dragon's head. He had often spent minutes staring at his weapon in silence while recovering after a spar. Marcus truly had a way with metal that couldn't be called anything but a gift. Zeke picked up a sword and felt its weight in his hand. It was a good weapon, but it didn't have the same feeling as his staff. It didn't have the same personal touch that Marcus had put into it. As Marcus descended the stairs, Zeke put the sword back and turned to his friend. "This is amazing, Marcus. You and your uncle are masterful blacksmiths." Marcus casually brushed off the compliment. "There's still so much to learn and improve upon," he said. "Every time I look at one of my older weapons, I can't help but cringe at the mistakes I made." Zeke chuckled and asked, "That is the mark of a future expert blacksmith, no? Will we see you on stage next year?" Marcus confidently nodded. "Absolutely, I'll show those old-timers who the true master of the craft is." Zeke was surprised by his friend's bold assertion. He couldn't help but smile from appearing on his face at the thought of Marcus's strong determination. The two of them locked eyes, and a moment of silence passed before they both burst into laughter. Marcus clapped Zeke on the shoulder and said, "Come on, we don't want to be late. I don't want to waste the tickets you got me." With that, the two friends set off to the blacksmithing competition. Zeke was also excited to see what the best smiths in the capital had to offer. As Zeke and Marcus made their way through the bustling city, they chatted and laughed. The excitement for the upcoming blacksmithing competition built within them. When the giant stadium finally came into view, both of them stopped in their tracks, staring in awe. "Have you ever been in there before?" Marcus asked his friend. Zeke shook his head, taking in the majestic sight before him. The stadium was a giant Colosseum-style amphitheater. It was being used for both martial and civil contests. At this moment, people were streaming into the building from all sides. The sight reminded Zeke of a swarm of ants returning to their nest. For a moment, Zeke worried about how they would make their way through the crowd. Then he remembered that he had VIP tickets for the best seats, thanks to his mentor, Maximilian. With newfound confidence, Zeke approached a formal-looking attendant. The man was seemingly only responsible for guiding nobles to their seats. Zeke could sense the man's skepticism after the latter had taken in his appearance. Zeke's striking features and crimson hair could not hide the fact that the clothes he was wearing were of common make. The attendant, however, spoke respectfully as he addressed Zeke. "How can I assist the young sirs today?" Zeke was taken aback by the formality in the man's speech and quickly waved it off. "No need to be so formal with us, we just need help finding our seats." The attendant swallowed his instinctual reaction. He clearly wanted to inform Zeke that this service was only reserved for nobles. But the man's expression changed dramatically the moment he saw the golden tickets in Zeke's hand. His eyes bulged out, making the sharply dressed attendant look almost comical. Zeke couldn't blame the man, though. These tickets were highly coveted, even by the nobility. They were the limited edition backstage tickets. Only a few dozen had been sold due to the exorbitant cost. The holder was allowed to freely walk around the stage as the blacksmiths worked. The man immediately snapped to attention and started shoving people out of the way. He guided Zeke and Marcus through a private hallway into the room reserved for VIPs. Zeke took in his surroundings. The gaudy display of wealth all around them told him that they were now in the company of nobles. Neither of them was interested in socializing that was going on between the nobles at the moment. The two boys made their way to a corner to talk among themselves. Marcus informed Zeke on what to expect from the competition. Zeke was trying to hear the explanation, but he got distracted by an intense glare coming from somewhere. Annoyed, he turned to look for the source of this uncomfortable feeling. He managed to trace it back to a group of young fire mages looking in their direction. Among them, he recognized the man standing in the middle, Alexander Feuerkrantz. The young man was dressed in the most luxurious red robes Zeke had ever seen. Despite his luxurious attire, Alexander didn't seem happy, as he was sending venomous glares in his direction. Zeke was reminded of how the boy had done the exact same thing to Miranda Wellenrufer on the day of the evaluation. The thought made him chuckle. His amusement seemed to enrage the fire mage even further. Luckily, the uncomfortable eye contact couldn't go on forever. After another moment, and with one last penetrating stare, Alexander turned away. "I think you should try to avoid provoking that guy any further," Marcus commented from the side, not having missed the short exchange. "That wasn't even my intention, but what does it matter anyway? I don't think that guy could dislike me any more than he already does," Zeke replied nonchalantly. Marcus didn't seem convinced and stated, "Maybe, but if he started his 4th year by the time we had our evaluation, then that would mean he is almost done." Zeke didn't know where Marcus was going with this and asked, "So?" Marcus explained, "If he has plans to make a move against you, then now would be his last chance, right? I can't imagine that the heir to the glorious Feuerkrantz family is not going to join the war after graduating. So he's only in the capital for a little over a month still." Zeke's expression turned serious as he considered Marcus' words. But before he could think any further on this, a sudden announcement boomed through the hall, causing the crowd to fall silent. "The competition will start in a couple of minutes. All holders of VIP tickets are free to enter the competition grounds now. You are allowed to move freely among the competitors. Please make sure not to disturb the artisans, though," the voice commanded. Zeke and Marcus exchanged excited looks and, with a sense of eager anticipation, made their way toward the competition grounds. Marcus and Zeke made their way through a private corridor. They were far removed from the bustling crowds of the stadium. Eager to reach the competition grounds, the both of them sped up their steps. After turning in their tickets, they received special wristbands in exchange. The golden bracelets, which now adorned their forearms, had the purpose of granting them access to the plaza in the middle of the stadium. This was the location where the participants of the competition were gathered. As they entered the plaza, Marcus' excitement was palpable. He could barely hold himself back from jumping around like a little kid. His eyes were wide with wonder as he took in the sights and sounds of the competition. Zeke couldn't help but chuckle at the usually stoic blacksmith's behavior, but he was also filled with a sense of happiness, knowing that he had been able to do this for Marcus. Zeke was overjoyed to know that he had made his friend so happy. As Marcus and Zeke stepped onto the stage, they were immediately enveloped in a wave of hot air. The stage seemed to be one giant forge, with rows of blacksmiths working diligently at their anvils. The sound of hammers striking metal filled the air. The cacophony of sound was accompanied by bright sparks of magical energy and the heat from the forge. Up close, Zeke could fully appreciate the conditions the blacksmiths were working under. The heat was intense, and he could barely imagine how uncomfortable it would be to perform heavy labor under these circumstances for hours on end. His admiration for the artisans rose as he realized the skill and dedication it took to work under these conditions. As he glanced over at Marcus, Zeke noticed that his friend seemed almost unaffected by the heat. He appeared to be just as excited as before, brushing off the heat like it was nothing. He shook his head in disbelief as he followed Marcus. Around the area, Zeke was listening to one lecture after the other about the different styles of smithing. Marcus seemed to have an encyclopedic knowledge of the subject, and he was eager to share it with Zeke. Two friends moved from one blacksmith to the next, watching as the men worked their magic on the metal. Zeke was mesmerized by the intricate patterns and designs that were taking shape under the blacksmith's skilled hands. As they watched, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder. The two boys understood that they were witnessing true masters at work. Marcus and Zeke made their way through the crowded competition grounds. Their eyes scanned the various blacksmiths' workspaces. The moment they came across a forge that looked particularly outstanding, Marcus' voice filled with awe as he exclaimed, "This must be the smithy of Jonathan Goldhammer. He was the winner of the competition last year and is one of the favorites to win this year as well. He is an incredibly talented metal mage and blacksmith." If the rumors are to be believed, then he actually learned his craft in the Dwarven Kingdom. It is said that he was apprenticed under one of their legendary smiths. As Marcus was about to explain more, a deep voice interrupted him. "'Tis no rumor, laddie." The voice belonged to a tall, broad-shouldered man with a thick beard and a stern expression. The man was obviously Jonathan Goldhammer himself, and he seemed to have overheard Marcus' comments. "That old goat treated me like an apprentice with too little skill to make an ingot until my last day with the damn dwarfs." Jonathan Goldhammer grumbled, his voice filled with bitterness. "Bastards had nee respect for me dune tyra. The only thing I took wa me as I left that blasted hellhole was my teacher's last name. O' course, the old cuss would probably die of a stroke if he ever found oot I was using his name." Marcus and Zeke were surprised by the man's harsh words. They were listening attentively to his stories about his time in the Dwarven Kingdom. It was unexpected to hear such a bitter tone from the master smith. They exchanged a quick glance, unsure of how to respond to his outburst. Jonathan, noticing their discomfort, let out a sigh and ran his hand through his thick beard. "I apologize, lads. I shouldn't he let my emotions get the better of me like that," he said, his voice calmer now. "It's just that time in my life was difficult for me and I still hold a grudge against those dwarves. Don't let that reflect on my current work or the dwarves in general." Marcus and Zeke nodded in understanding, shifting the conversation to more light-hearted topics. While they talked, the two boys could witness the passion that Jonathan had for his craft. His every word was filled with energy. The man's care for detail was obvious, and Zeke surmised that it stemmed from his deep love of his work. They began to understand how the man in front of them had become one of the best blacksmiths in the Empire. Marcus mentioned that he was a metal mage as well, but didn't have a high enough affinity to attend the academy. Jonathan's eyes filled with pity as he heard the boy's circumstances. The older man started to explain the struggles of being a metal mage in the Empire. "That's going to be a real problem for ye dune line, laddie," Jonathan Goldhammer declared, his dwarven accent still strong despite having spent years in the Empire. "If you want to start using metal magic and crafting, you need to have proper spells. These spells are under strict guard of Blacksmithin Guild. They'll only share it wi' ye if you're willing to sign what is basically a lifelong slave contract." Marcus visibly deflated after hearing that. He had dreamed of becoming a master blacksmith, but now it seemed like that dream would never come true. He hung his head in disappointment, feeling as though all his hard work and dedication had been for nothing. Jonathan could see the despair on Marcus' face and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's no all bad, laddie. There are other ways to learn techniques ye need. You just have to be willing to put in work and find right people to teach ye." Zeke was curious and asked Jonathan if he had signed a contract with anyone. Jonathan visibly scoffed at the idea. "Nee, laddie, and I ne'er will," Jonathan Goldhammer scoffed, his accent thickening with each word. "I dinna need the inferior smithin' techniques free Empire anyways, and canny force me to teach mine anybody. Dwarves put wan o' tire seals on me when thee taught me, and knew I canny even think about teaching spells anybody. That's how dwarven techniques he stayed secret for ages." Marcus became even more depressed when he heard that, but Zeke got excited instead. He clapped Marcus on the shoulder and told his friend not to worry about it too much. Both blacksmiths were giving him strange looks. They were evidently confused about where Zeke got this confidence from. The boy in question's only reply was a mysterious smile as he waved them off, not willing to share his plans. Throughout the entire competition, Zeke stayed as close to Jonathan as he could. He was entranced as he watched every single movement of the master craftsman. Jonathan's posture remained relaxed as he forged an impressive-looking spear. He even had the leisure to explain the details of the crafting process to Zeke upon noticing the boy's interest. Marcus, on the other hand, was going around looking at all the smith's work. He tried to comprehend as much as possible. Even so, he still continued to return frequently in order to observe Jonathan's work. During the forging process, the blacksmith's hands moved with practiced ease. He was shaping and molding the metal as if it were putty in his hands. His muscles bulged and flexed with each hammer blow, and his breath came in a steady rhythm as he was focused on his craft. The surrounding crowd was entranced by the display. They were watching in awe as a spear slowly took shape under his skilled hands. Zeke was particularly fascinated by the way Jonathan used his metal magic. From what Zeke could tell, the man did something to enhance the strength and durability of the spear. He had never seen anything like it before. This display alone made it clear why all the non-mage blacksmiths stood no chance against him. Marcus, too, was fascinated by Jonathan's work. He listened intently to his explanations, making mental notes of every detail. As Jonathan was nearly finished with the weapon, he started carving out small cavities in seemingly random spots. Zeke was confused. He was sure this last step would make the weapon worse. "What are you doing, Jonathan? Is this competition so easy for you that you have to sabotage yourself?" Zeke joked, trying to lighten the mood. Jonathan chuckled in response, but his tone was serious as he explained. "Nay, laddie, these sockets are for enchantments," Jonathan explained as he continued to carefully carve out small sections on the weapon. "You can put enchanted essence crystals in these sockets, and then engrave them while spell effect improve the weapon. For example, I'm going to put a sharpened metal enchantment just below the tip o' the spear. This will make the spear penetrate a lot better and stay sharp forever." As Jonathan began to engrave a small affinity crystal, Zeke couldn't help but lean forward in interest. He had never seen spell engraving done before, and it was fascinating to watch the process unfold. Jonathan's hands moved with precision and skill as he carefully etched the spell into the crystal. His eyes solely focused on the task at hand. Zeke watched in silence as Jonathan finished the engraving and placed the crystal into the prepared socket on the spear. With an audible click, the gem snapped into place. Satisfied, Jonathan picked up the spear and handed it to Zeke. "There ye go, laddie. Ye can take a look," he said, his voice thick with pride. The boy couldn't take his eyes off the weapon in front of him. It was a spear, but not like any he had seen before. The craftsmanship was impeccable. Every inch of the weapon seemed to have been made with the utmost care and precision. He couldn't help but admire the intricate scales that ran along the heft of the spear. They were so detailed and delicate, reminding Zeke of a living snake. Yet they also seemed to serve a practical purpose, improving the grip on the weapon. Upon closer inspection, Zeke noticed that the tip of the spear was unnaturally sharp. It almost seemed to glint in the light. He recognized that it was the effect of the spell Jonathan had enchanted the weapon with. There were 2 more sockets on the spear that could be used to add 2 more enchantments. Zeke handed the weapon back to Jonathan. "Truly a masterpiece," he said with admiration. "I am certain you are going to win this year as well." "Jonathan." The smith took the weapon back with a smile and a wink. He then made his way over to the judges' stand, where the final results of the competition would be announced. As the 2 boys waited for the judges to announce the winner, Zeke and Marcus couldn't help but notice a sense of tension in the air. The other participants had all gathered around as well, their eyes trained on the judges' table as they debated the merits of each entry. Finally, after what felt like an eternity to Zeke, the judges called for silence. The head judge stepped forward, a scroll in his hand, and began to read out the winners. Zeke listened intently as the judges announced the 3rd-place winner. It was a middle-aged man who had crafted a sword that was both elegant and deadly. The man looked pleased with his placement, and there were murmurs of approval from the crowd. The judges then announced the 2nd-place winner, and Zeke's heart sank as he heard Jonathan's name. He could see the disappointment etched on the smith's face as he walked up to receive his trophy. Zeke couldn't comprehend how Jonathan's masterpiece could have lost to someone else's work. Finally, the judges announced the first-place winner, and Zeke's jaw dropped. The winner was a skinny man in an elegant suit, someone who looked more like a businessman than a blacksmith. As the man stepped forward to receive his trophy, the object of his creation was also revealed. It was a staff with 3 essence crystals embedded in its head. The judges went on to demonstrate the staff's abilities. It was able to send fireballs at a distant target. The staff was not using any of the wielder's mana to achieve this effect either. Zeke finally understood how the skinny man had won. The craftsmanship of the weapon might be subpar, but Zeke had long since learned that the nobles of the Empire preferred long-range combat. The skinny man in the elegant suit, whose name was apparently Kevin, stepped forward and bowed to the judges, accepting his trophy with a smile. Marcus, however, was fuming with anger. He couldn't believe that this competition, which he had respected so much, had been won by someone who had clearly no talent as a blacksmith. Marcus stood tall on the stage, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at the poorly crafted staff on display. "Is this a blacksmithing competition or an enchanting competition?" he shouted, his voice ringing out across the crowded arena. "My 5-year-old sister could have crafted a better staff than this. Have you no shame?" The crowd erupted with cries of discontentment, spurred on by Marcus' words. Many voices joined in support of his statement. But then, a middle-aged man in a red robe took the stage, his powerful presence commanding the attention of the crowd. He raised his hand for silence, and the arena fell quiet as he addressed the audience. "The Empire of Arcaneheim is a country that has expanded and prospered on the backs of its mages for centuries," the man began. "We are not a country of barbarians who rely on swords or spears to fight our battles, but on the might of our spells. So what weapon could be better than a magic staff to represent the winner of this competition?" There were hushed whispers in the crowd as they considered the man's words. It was evident that they didn't agree with him, but they were too afraid to speak out against a man directly. His expensive clothing and arrogant demeanor made it clear that the man was from a noble family. Zeke remained rooted to his spot without blinking, his eyes trained on the man who had just walked off. He had joined a group of fire mages that were half hidden in an alcove a little ways off. He recognized Alexander among them, as well as the skinny man who had won the competition. The group was unquestionably a part of the powerful Furkrantz family. Zeke couldn't help but scoff at their use of their status to bully others into silence. Zeke was aware that there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Even so, he burned this scene into his mind, promising himself that he would speak out in the future. As soon as he had the influence to change things in the Empire, he would not be content to remain silent any longer. Maybe after he and Maximilian had published their research, he could bring the matter to the Emperor's attention. Zeke wanted to reveal to the leader of the Empire how the Furkrantz family was behaving. Zeke placed a hand on Marcus' shoulder, his expression serious. "It's time for us to leave," he said, his voice low. Marcus just nodded. The boy was still fuming from the injustice of the competition. Zeke didn't know what to say to him as they made their way out of the arena. He too was disappointed. But as they walked through the streets, something occurred to him that brought a smile to his face. In a couple of days, it would be Marcus' birthday, and he had just obtained the best present imaginable. The thought of seeing the look on his friend's face when he revealed his gift made him feel a lot better.